driving real progress in shifting urban transport toward cleaner and more efficient systems. She brings over 17 years of experience leading large-scale infrastructure rollouts and sustainability-driven transformation in some of the most dynamic environments on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and join me in welcoming Judith Ochieng, Head of Operation and Projects in Arkwright.
Thank you, Habib. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to walk you through the first session. I hope you will, it's an interactive session where you find that I've not got the right data or you want to incorporate your feedback, please feel welcome. I'll first of all introduce myself. I'm Judith Ochieng, 17 plus years experience in operations, worked with different startups, worked with EdTech, social enterprise, and currently on e-mobility space. I work with Arkwright as the head of operations, and I want to, first of all, to walk you through our mission and vision, why we are actually very much interested in e-mobility. So when you look at our vision, our vision is to be Africa's leading battery as a service infrastructure provider for both two-wheeler and three-wheeler. We are battery as a service company. We lease battery to riders, and we are leading in infrastructure development. Our tech guys. Please, next slide. Please move to the next slide. The next slide is our vision. Our mission. Arkwright's mission is to provide affordable, reliable, and clean e-mobility. Actually, that's our acronym. ARC stands for Affordable, Reliable, and Clean E-Mobility Solutions for Rapidly Developing African Cities. We are not only focusing on Kenya. Our dream is to be focusing on all African cities. We want to be a Pan-African company. And currently in Kenya, just to give you a snippet, we are operating in Nairobi, and we are also operating in Nakuru, and we look forward to expanding to other cities in Africa. Next slide. The previous one. I want to start my presentation by just explaining my topic around what inspires me in this presentation. Mostly when you look at e-mobility companies, we think of moving cars, moving vehicles, moving bikes. But I think from my own perspective, I think that the things we need to move is people, because it's a billion number of people who use these e-mobility services. And the more we have people who are moving from one place to another, that is the change that we are bringing with our systems that we are building up for e-mobility. Now, I want us, my topic is looking at how is e-mobility a catalyst in ensuring that we meet our sustainable development goals. I looked at e-mobility today. How does it look like? Transport covers around 31% of African CO2 emissions. And this is rising by 7% every year. And therefore, 70 to 90% of our trips rely on informal transport, and especially on walking. And what has this led to? High level of urbanization. Most urban cities are coming up. In 1990, we were at 28%, but currently urban cities contribute to 44%. And therefore we'll have a rise of 3.5 annual growth every year. And this gives us a great opportunity as e-mobility players to come up with solutions that can solve this. Most congested cities, based on my research in Africa, is Lagos, Nairobi, and Cairo. And for you who have visited Nairobi for the first time, I'm sure you have seen the population of Nairobi has really grown compared to the years that you visited earlier. Next slide, please. How does our environment look at the moment, now that I've covered the e-mobility today? Our environment, we have 700 million people in urban centers today. What is the expected population growth by 2050? We'll be at 1.4 billion. And by 2035, we'll be having more than 6 megacities. And by 2050, we'll have more than 700 people in urban centers. Now, when you look at diesel buses, our diesel buses emit 250 more black carbon per kilometer than gasoline buses. And therefore, urban passenger transport demand could rise by 75% by 2050. This clearly shows that we have a goal to achieve as e-mobility players if we need to make sure that we achieve our sustainable goals that we have put by 2030. Please, next slide. What is the critical choice that we need to take as e-mobility players? Now we have high carbon, more gases, aging diesel fleets, rising CO2 being emitted. What is the solution as e-mobility players? We need to move to clean energy, electrify buses, both two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers. Please, next slide. The most important shift that we need to do is look at our urban growth and come up with the solutions that we need to come up with. When you look at urban growth, we are now at 1.4 billion. By 2050, this is what we're expecting in all urban centers. And transport emissions will grow from 21% to 24%. And this will be energy-related CO2 emissions. Now, when you look at this, what will be a fleet trajectory by 2050? We'll have double fleet, and hence we'll be having a lot of emissions in the continent. Please, next slide. These are key issues in Africa: energy, transport, and clean energy, and poverty. When you look at energy access contribution, currently 40% of people can access energy. This translates to 640 million people without energy access. And you look at clean energy, only 25% of electricity is clean. And extreme poverty, at the moment we are at 46%. Most of the people are living at poverty levels. And this is this is what we need to align as e-mobility players on how are we going to ensure that we achieve our SDG goals by 2030. Yes, I did some comparison between the ICE and EV emissions in Africa. And my concentration here, I'm going to focus on how many kilometers per kilometers emissions that is for motorbikes, cars, and trucks. That was my comparison. When you look at per kilometer emissions, annual emissions, estimated number of cars, and annual savings per vehicle and cumulative emissions avoided, I would love to focus on annual savings per vehicle. How much CO2 can we harness? Annual savings per vehicle, cumulative emissions avoided, and this will be extrapolated based on the number of vehicles on the road. So this is not standard. It depends on kilometers rode by these different types of vehicles on the road. So for example, when you look at motorcycles, annual savings per vehicle per CO2 tons per year, we are able to save 1.58 metric tons of CO2 per year. When you look at cars, we'll be able to save 6.25 metric tons of CO2 per year. And then the trucks, we are able to save 22.5 metric tons per year. So the cumulative emissions avoided, if we all transition to e-mobility, based on this research, we'll be able to, motorcycles cumulative emissions avoided will be 28, and then the cars will be 281, and then trucks will be 180. As I said, this can be extrapolated based on the kilometers covered by either cars, motorcycles, or trucks on the road. So this clearly explains that we are able to save the planet if we move all to e-mobility. Yes, how does e-mobility influence achievement of SDG goals? Please click, there's somewhere you can click. We have SDG 7, which is the second one. So when you look at no poverty, how are we as players of e-mobility contributing to achievement of this? We'll find that a good example is riders based on our analysis and other presenters yesterday. Our riders who are using electric vehicles are saving 30% compared to the petrol bikes users. And that is how e-mobility players will help achieve the poverty goal of SDG 1. And then SDG 2, 3, 7 is affordable and clean energy. A good example is Arkwright. We are affordable and we are gearing towards clean energy. Once we'll be able to lead to adoption of renewable energy as e-mobility players, and that's how we are going to contribute to SDG 7. Look at industry innovation and infrastructure. We are enhancing industrial growth in various aspects as e-mobility players. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. We are improving air quality by reducing by 6.7 million premature deaths due to pollution in the environment. SDG 13, that is climate action. This is our main goal, and this is how e-mobility players play and ensure that we achieve the climate action goal on SDG 13. We reduce carbon footprint in every project that we deploy as e-mobility players. Climate action, that's one I've already explained. And I think yesterday, most of the players who were presenting, that was the key main goal and what we are all gearing towards in achieving. What are some of the key setbacks to sustainable development? These are risks that we all encounter when it comes to, please click the slide to the end. What are some of the risks if we are not careful on what we introduce or what we do as e-mobility players and the whole continent? We have seen increase of floods and storms, health risks. We have seen reduced crops and food insecurity, disruption of essential services that lead to economic losses. So these are some of the risks that we encounter that as e-mobility players, and that is why we are in this continent, to resolve these risks and ensure that our people should not go through these risks. Yes, our vehicles have already gone more than 1 million kilometers per week. This is the data that is real, and this is the dream that all of us as e-mobility players have to dream of. If vehicles are going more than 1 million kilometers per week, you can guess how much energy we are saving, how much CO2 we are harnessing per week, and how much this impact has to the continent. I'll wrap up my presentation with the social impact. What is the social impact e-mobility players are bringing in the continent? If we harness 200,000 tons of CO2 saved per year, this translates to 10 million trees per year. And what does this mean? Yesterday we had presenters who were presenting about our economic impact, jobs that we are creating. This means that we are going to create 100,000 jobs in the continent or in the country specific that you are doing your projects. And this leads to 30% earnings to the riders. Our role as e-mobility players is to create jobs, reduce poverty, and make sure that we have a clean climate and energy that we are emitting to the environment. Thank you very much. We can lead this together as e-mobility players. I welcome any question. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any question for Judith? Yes. Let me get the mic to you.
Thank you. My name is Andiles Kosana. I thank you for the presentation. Your battery as a service, are you agnostic to the types of bikes? Is there a standard battery and connector? And how do you charge for it?
I didn't get the first section of the question.
Can people come with different bikes and then use the same battery? Are you agnostic to the vehicle that it charges?
No, our batteries are specific to our bikes, but I can pick up this with you in breakout session, how the model works.
Fantastic. So feel free to interact with Judith during the networking session at our coffee break. Thank you very much, Judith. Just a reminder for those who are coming in at the moment, we shall have a fire drill at 10:30, so don't be alarmed when the alarms go off. Just remain calm during that time. Thank you very much for joining us. Our next speaker brings a strategic and city-focused perspective to e-mobility, connecting clean transport to urban transformation, job creation, and more efficient movement of people and services across African cities. As CEO of CityCon Africa, he is helping cities shape the infrastructure and policies that make electric transport both scalable and commercially viable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Andile Skosana. Round of applause, please. A little more for Andile. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andiles Kosana. I come from city of Joburg in South Africa, and I'm a little bit of a fish out of water because I'm a town planner, and I happened on e-mobility from a smart cities perspective. 25 years later in the planning sector, the work that I do has always been about making cities and focusing on making sure that cities are responsive to people. And having been in corporate, well, I started my career in a municipality, been in corporate and around my companies for 5, 6, and now it's about 10 years now running my own companies respectively. I do policy advice, stakeholder engagement, but importantly, making sure that we link the settlement form to how we move around in the cities. The presentation that I'll be taking you is a case study of how we've done this in the city of Joburg. And one of the outstanding things in our career being a town planner is that town planners and transport engineers just don't talk to each other. They don't like each other. They're not interested in what each other do. And in fact, we're two sides of the same coin. You cannot plan origin and destination without thinking about city form. And you cannot plan land use and the city itself without impacting origin, destination, and how people move around. In South Africa, we have a very specific history around cities that were designed to exclude poor non-white people, and what we have been focused on from a planning perspective is what we call spatial transformation. But as good professionals, we were very narrow and we look at how do we build things, which means our time horizon is 50 years plus. It takes that long to transform a settlement, get people to the right places, upgrade informal settlements, all those things. With e-mobility, you can achieve the same goal, except now you can get people there faster, cheaper, and in a much more responsible way. You reduce the distance that they have to cover. This is how my career has pivoted in the past 5 years, beginning to look at e-mobility as one of the ways of overcoming the physical barriers of space. I'm very enthused by Judith's presentation as well, because it comes through the focus on people and the focus on affordability. I think that becomes a key theme on the continent. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Next slide, please. So I have been doing some work in Southern Africa and quite a lot in Tanzania, just a little bit south of here. And the work that we do covers a whole range of actors. Next slide, please. Oh. Thank you. I'll point it there. So today I'll just walk you through a couple of parts of where we are in city of Joburg. And in the city of Joburg, it's convenient because it's where my office is based and it's where I live. 3 years ago, we began a Rosebank. Then we were calling it the Green Micromobility Project. And when we started with this project, we were starting to identify a new trend with COVID in our city. Maybe for context, everybody who doesn't understand South Africa. In South Africa, we don't have a motorbike culture. We've got very formal, very structured ways of moving, with bus, with car, with very high-end, high-level transport planning, transport facilities. Our cities are designed for cars. They're not designed for people. So you find that they're quite exclusive in that way. So as we went through COVID, one of the main things, one of the groaning sectors still to date has been the e-delivery space. So the e-delivery space basically took over during COVID when we couldn't move around. We had lockdowns for a good 18 months on and off, and the e-delivery sector took off. It has been one of the main job creators in South Africa. The people the drivers who've actually who are using it, or who are basically providing the skills for it, are non-South Africans. one of the major concerns because we've got, I think we're up to about 36% youth unemployment in South Africa. Huge issue. People are sitting there not being able to do anything. Here is an opportunity, a growing sector that if we could get South Africans to participate, they could also contribute to the economy. It could change how our cities work as well. So the Rosebank case study sought out specifically to use micromobility as that opportunity to bring some kind of change. We wanted to impact the city bylaws and the transport policy and introduce micromobility and new energy vehicles. Why did we want to do this? Because it has never been done before. And there isn't a consolidated view. If you look at what we've got there, we've got the e-delivery sector, which are all your platforms. They were making really good money, and they continue to make really good money in running the platforms and doing all of that. We've got the e-bikes themselves, e-bikes, the bike sellers, the bike renters, really good revenues, which the drivers have to pay for. From a city side, it was completely foreign. If you talk to the planners and if you talk to the transport departments, which we did, we said, do you guys, could you endorse our case study? They refused. They refused to endorse the case study because they didn't know what they were endorsing. They rather participated as board members so that they could be part of the advisory board, so that they could get line of sight of what is actually happening with the e-delivery sector. That's how new it is in our environment. And then as we're talking about renewable energy, the whole charging network, the whole charging system, is new to our context. We don't have it. It's not structured. There are maybe 3 or 4 players that have emerged in the past 2 years who are running their own fleets. So they've got their own battery swapping, battery charging stations. There is no public position, whether it's city level, national or provincial level, around how do we accommodate public charging stations. The public charging for electric vehicles, also very low uptake. I think there's less than 6,000 electric vehicles in all of South Africa. Very top-end product because of the tax implications. All of them are pseudo-public, so they're found in malls, they're found in garages. There is a network you can drive, but it's nowhere in the public domain. And then the last and most forgotten part of it is the riders themselves. There's no statistics on the riders at the moment. They're the most exploited, and this is where the opportunity is. The processes that we follow are about creating the dialogue and co-creating enabling policy. This has been the most exciting part for me in the past 3 years because much as there's policy silence around micromobility in particular, everything that is smaller than a 4-wheel vehicle, that has been the basis of our partnerships with the city of Joburg and the Gauteng province, is to be able to, number one, define what is a micromobility device. Number two, also where they're allowed to operate. One of our partners as well, we're around the Rosebank Management District, were quite concerned about the scooters and the hoverboards that all these kids are riding around. They've got public liability insurance. Touch wood for now, there isn't a case yet, but they don't know what happens and who's liable should anybody be hurt with these kids moving around on these electric devices. There are tons of them. They come into the country and you find some of the scooters are even operating on public roads. So there's a really big issue around the insurance part of it. Critical to solve because it also opens up the path for investments. And one of the most important things is that I'm here to understand that about Kenya. How are you guys overcoming some of these challenges in policy and getting as much investments as you do in the e-mobility sector? So that's the background. Am I shooting it correctly? Okay. So first part, engaging city legislation. The pilot actually sought out to look at these things. I'm a town planner, beginning there at the town planning regulations. These are the key professions that guide the shape of the city, because town planning regulations they have parking requirements per 100 square meters of developed land. What that means is that we've got oceans of parking that are completely underutilized in the cities, in malls, in office parks, because the town planning requirements have them there. And this is what we wanted to review. The idea of moving people, not cars, around is very significant for my profession, because we've never looked at people. And we've forced the development of quite an inefficient urban form. Driving around in Nairobi this morning, it's exciting to see how many people are using every little piece of the city. Yes, informally, and as town planners, we've never been able to match what the informal sector does, how people end up using the city. So this becomes quite important. Traffic and transport bylaws, because of their silence, is what we wanted to look into. And what we weren't aware of is the driver credentials validation and their verification. This becomes a very important point when you're trying to be quite deliberate about youth employment, and you're quite deliberate about driving, let's say, benefit and incentive for people moving towards e-mobility in particular. So these are things that that we were not anticipating. But in beginning to address this, we've had to look at vehicle regulations themselves at the national regulators, the standards of what are the devices that are coming there. Are they detailed enough? The categories of vehicles that are coming in, because it's not just a two-wheeler motorbike. There are mopeds, there are pedal assists, there are the scooters. All of those different devices need to be defined properly in the regulations as they're being imported in the country. And then reviewing the operator and e-vehicle driver regulations and bylaws. The training programs that people have to go through. At the moment, all of that is being done not informally, voluntarily. Different service providers who've identified that this is how I'll prepare e-drivers, and there is no norm at the moment. There's currently a process of setting a unit standard for training people on that. We've participated on that as well. Please click again. And then what was also important is the operator side of the bylaws. Those are regulated by the provincial department, and the operator side is quite important. I'll talk about it when we talk about the transport stakeholders, because the way operator licenses are being issued is one of the major hurdles right now in a large uptake of e-mobility, of micro-mobility in the South African context. And then lastly, with the move towards, one more slide back, please. We've had to look at green mobility credentials. If you've been keeping track, there are a ton of people who want to incentivize South Africa going green. So there are bonds, there are loans, there's tons of incentives with many, many dollars and euros that are there, completely inaccessible if you can't provide a reliable monitoring system of your green credentials. We don't have a standard right now. We're working with a couple of consultants who do green building standards, and they are in the process of modifying some of the literature that's out there for the green mobility. This becomes important in accessing carbon credits and green investments, being able to present your projects as green investments. Yeah. Another element working through the things are the charging networks. So very few issues here. few but important. Charging infrastructure becomes quite critical. Plan for depot-based and opportunity charging along major corridors. The major corridors discussion is actually a data discussion. We don't know where the motorbikes travel because all of that is proprietary data. The motorbike guys have it. The platform guys have it. Nobody wants to share it. Nobody wants to anonymize it so that they can share it, so that you can put it on a map, so that the city can begin to say, oh, these are the main corridors. And these are the places where we now have priority movement for motorbikes, especially delivery. And we are moving towards passenger as well. And then you can then start to provide charging stations in order to enable the EV transition as well. The urban planning side, we are still fascinated with transport-oriented development, which is a hang-up of the past 10, 20 years, where large infrastructure is being put where officials think it should go. There's an emerging school of thought about development-oriented transit. Rather understand where do people want to go first. And this sounds like absolute common sense, but as a professional, a quarter of a century in it, we don't make sense as town planners. It takes us time to get to this point. But being informed by how our cities are evolving is something that is becoming quite important for us. And some of the developers who develop on the outskirts, so specifically greenfields areas, are beginning to identify that people want to move in this way and are taking into consideration the informal movement desires, like the desire lines, and beginning to provide facilities accordingly. So big shifts that are happening there. So the EV hubs would have to be factored into those land uses. A wish right now. We know it needs to happen, we don't know how. And then grid readiness. Grid readiness. So grid readiness is where we have electricity networks that can handle the charging load that we have. In South Africa, we are quite heavily coal reliant, so all our electricity is not green. Even solar power or solar power charging stations have to be grid tied to a degree for reliability. So just as a summary, the charging infrastructure is largely private for now. Land use is still done. Land use plan is still in isolation, and Eskom in the past 6 months has gotten its first fleet of 20 electric vehicles, and they've got depot charging. This is their main claim to fame right now. They do not have a view of how and what would the impact be of having multiple charging, e-bike charging stations, never mind electric mobility, e-vehicle charging stations across the grid. So this is a large gray area, and we're not yet talking about the norms and standards and how to make that happen. Okay, thank you. Next slide. So as a town planner, development is political. I was shocked to find out that transport is political too. The politics of transport are what keep it moving in the way that it does. In South Africa, there are many dynamics around who's moving what, in what mode are they moving. And what I understand to be the case in Kenya and the border drivers being organized, we've got a very similar situation with the taxi drivers. What is your equivalent of matatus? The taxis in South Africa are indeed a private sector service provider. From COVID, they were moving. Before COVID, it was around about 67%. Because of the collapse in public services, in public transport services, after COVID, they are up to close to 87% of all transport movements, somewhere in the region of 6.7 billion trips a day. And that's all movements of people going to town. number one, they're vested. Number two, they've got a large interest. But number three, they've got a regulatory framework where their operator licenses are tied to actual routes. So they don't have the freedom to operate outside the routes. And then that's where the contestations happen as well. The routes themselves were concluded by transport engineers sitting in a regulatory space, and wherever there is in a regulatory space that takes no account into how the city has changed. So even the process of allocating new operator license, new routes, taxi routes for new parts of the cities that are informal, that are emerging, becomes a reactive exercise. So you've got many parties in the transport space who cannot dynamically, collectively shape how to drive the efficiencies for moving people around. So whereas all of us have got the same intentions, the good English is there about what we're trying to do. The challenge is, how do you do it on the ground, and how do you sit the right people around the table and get the changes that that are happening in sequence, in lockstep, so that they happen together, but also they're hoping for the impact that we want. So mainly the work that we've been doing is facilitating some of these discussions. In the past 6 months, I think it was June 2025, South Africa passed its e-hailing regulations. And the e-hailing regulations, magically, do not tie e-hailers as operators to any route. And this has led to a huge contestation, because an e-hailing operator can drive anywhere. They can take a passenger from one doorstop to a mall or multiple areas, different directions, and taxis cannot. So these are some of the challenges that we're negotiating and beginning to work with as we try to get the cities to work better. Next slide, please. Road infrastructure is quite important. Where we're sitting is that there is no formal position on what we're going to do here. CityCon Africa is working with City of Joburg around crafting the transport bylaws about how and where the ranking should take place. Ironically, all transport departments, all cities have not resolved the same for the minibus taxis as well. So there's a taxi holding problem, a taxi ranking problem across all South African cities. And now we're adding a new dimension, just having motorbikes do exactly the same thing on the pavements. This is not insurmountable, but the process of addressing this, private sector has stepped up, I must say. Some mall owners are very clear that they've got parking, they can accommodate these guys in there. They're not willing to move as yet if there isn't a framework, a legal framework that is led by at least the municipality. Because then all of these costs that are related to this, the cost of the management, the facilities, are then going to be for them to bear, with no way of either pushing back or structuring it accordingly. Next slide, please. The other thing that has struck me with this project is that whereas the initial project was just to run bikes so that we could get a view of what is going on, the development has really driven quite a few spin-offs. One of them is upskilling drivers and licensing. So in the rollout of especially two-wheeler passenger, we've had to engage with the taxi associations because it's their market. It's the market that would be people who are either walking or who would be taxi patrons. So in being able to allow that to happen and build that partnership, the issue of how do you scale up a matatu driver or taxi driver to become a motorbike rider. They have the ability to earn actually a little bit more driving a motorbike rather than driving a taxi. but there's a whole dynamic around upskilling and licensing. That's the one part. The second part of it is South African youth do not think it's cool to ride a motorbike. And this becomes quite important, the coolness of the job, because there's a real battle to recruit them. And being a motorbike rider, there's a battle to recruit them. There's no culture. There's no culture of them having somebody in their family doing it. So they don't see it as a job, as an opportunity to earn income, even though statistically they can earn double the minimum wage, sometimes in half a month or 2/3 of the month. They can get to that point. So here's an opportunity. We just need to make it, well, we are no longer cool anymore. We need to make it cool so that we can get them on board. Completely different dynamic trying to get that to happen. But we've got that facility that you see there. We've got other opportunities around mechanics. The city of Joburg has got facilities, not only one, this is one of the best ones, where they've built for township-based mechanics. And we are currently looking at how we can lease some of the space for the repair of motorbikes. So facilities exist. We're able to now support the value chain for micromobility, especially e-micromobility. That cabinet is one of the first that's been installed in a taxi rank in Alexandra. That taxis who are already operating the two-wheelers have jumped onto e-mobility. It makes much more sense. They don't have to pay for fuel. They've identified in the past, I think they've only been running it for 2 months, that managing the fuel bill and how drivers use because they take the vehicles home, is much better when you're doing it with e-mobility. So these little caveats of insight, these green shoots of how we can begin to make transport cheaper and greener are beginning to take place. And then in the longer run, we've got battery repair, repurposing and replacement. One of our original partners is Revolve, and they do second life batteries. So what is interesting is that although the parts and the components become less, batteries are much more complex to manage and run. There are partners who are willing to repackage that. And that, Judith, I think that was my question, because this has been a big discussion around, do we need to have a common standard of the battery, a universal standard around the fitment of the battery, because that would also open up this sector for economic development as a sector to train people up, but also to build a business. If battery as a service is to grow, if the USB, the Type-C of motorbike batteries, that would really open up the market for multiple vehicles accessing a commonly or universally accessible service. And then the last part has been one that is quite inspiring. We've been working with a company called TWC Technologies, where they look at technology complex waste. And once batteries have moved through the life cycle, of which Second Life works for micromobility, most EVs need brand new batteries because of the movement and the load requirements. But battery energy storage and micromobility then can get into Second Life. When the battery reaches the end of life, disposing of it responsibly becomes then a key part and a new economic sector to be able to look at. Getting the minerals out, remanufacturing other batteries, all of this takes place. We're talking about local beneficiation, but it also comes from taking a view as a sector, as industry players, of how do we do this collectively. Doesn't make sense with some of the numbers that we do individually. Makes perfect sense when you look at it as a sector, as a region, and begin to aggregate these numbers. All right, so with that, I want to end with this part. Whereas we started a project around literally just some cool stuff, having EVs running around city of Joburg in Rosebank. We now doing work around this vision of how do we get e-mobility to, number one, be on demand. On demand is app-based. Big question around poor people deserving of convenience. What I would assume middle-class people like ourselves who earn money regularly, when you're using the Uber and the e-hailing services, that is it's a great level of convenience. But convenience, especially for people who then can now call groceries to themselves instead of getting on a taxi, spending 2 hours, spending precious income and time to get to town, to get to a mall, in order to now carry all these goods, bring them back to a township or an informal settlement. Being able to change that dynamic is becoming quite important, and to think about it for the lower income earners. So e-mobility is going to be on demand. It's going to be shared. So two-wheelers, passenger two-wheelers, that's going to dominate because we are running out of road space. Many parts of city of Joburg, we are at design capacity of most of those roads. So we need to, in order to move more stuff and more people, we need to start to change what do we put on those roads, how do we put it, and what do we kick out? Kick out more cars, more single passenger cars. It's going to be new energy transport, no doubt. And this, the blue one, is the most important part for us as Citycon Africa, is that we need to create the ecosystem for making EVs work. And that is made up of enabling legislation, a level of compliance, and digital reporting. And this is a place where we haven't imagined enough about how we can change all of this. Especially for the benefit of the drivers and the benefit of the users. There are too many government systems, regulations, egos, and professions that are stuck in the status quo around this. And then bringing affordable transport, which is what I appreciated Judith's presentation so much, is because affordability and bringing down the cost of transport is something that I think most policy developers are not comfortable talking about. And there's enough vested interests at keeping transport prices the same or increasing them. We can change the variables for the operators there. And then we're talking about transport poverty. Transport poverty is also beginning to understand that cities have got a particular profile of when transport is available. Usually peak hours in the morning, up and going to work and coming back, going to major centers and coming back. But the transport poverty, the way that we're beginning to define it, is to say that people need to move around. Mobility is a right. You need, being able to get around your city, it allows you to access opportunity, health. It gets you to places. It's about your full livelihood as a person. So mobility, and we're talking about e-mobility, is one of the most important things of overcoming transport poverty at different times of day, different times of week, and is particularly evident in rural areas where there are no formal public transport systems just because of the densities. People go and they wait and they hitchhike to get to town. If they can wait 2 hours, they can wait half a day. If nobody picks them up, that trip doesn't take place. And that needs to change. So with that, I think I want to close and say, click through it all and say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Andile. Any question for Andile?
All right, quite interesting presentation. You say that two-wheelers are not a thing I don't know whether it's a thing, but you say it's not a thing in Joburg. Is that replicated across the country, like Durban, Cape Town, or?
Yes. So
And another thing about the youth, they find the gig not so cool, like the border business. Why is that the case? Yeah, thank you.
we just don't have a culture of it, especially as South Africans, especially as Black South Africans. People use taxis, and the taxis are like a homegrown solution to local mobility. And they grew from sedans. Even right now, most townships have got what are Avanzas, 5 or 7-seater cars, and that's all that we've used, especially for getting around. The e-delivery space has grown quite a lot in the past 5 years, but there's no official response as yet. So they see people riding them, but they don't, especially South African youth, don't see themselves as doing that job. In fact, most South African cities just don't have motorbikes. So the foreigners that are in South Africa have got the choice of providing the service there. And as you know, that's what also grows the resentment amongst the people.
Thank you.
Huge opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we can pick up that conversation during our coffee break. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Andile. As more delegates come in, just a quick reminder that the hotel will have a fire drill at 10:30. So don't be alarmed when the alarms go off. Just remain patient and calm. Everything will be under control, okay? Just to move us to the next session before our coffee break, to scale e-mobilities in our cities, as you've heard from Andile, charging infrastructure must be reliable, visible, and integrated into the transport system from day one. Our next speaker is doing exactly that. As charging infrastructure engineer at Basigo, he works on deploying and optimizing the charging network, powering electric buses across Kenya, proving what practical electrification looks like at fleet level. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Kennedy Owino from Basigo.
Good morning, everyone. Let me try it again. Okay. I will give you a hand signal. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Owino, and I work as the charging and infrastructure engineer at Basigo. Ever so grateful that I got an opportunity to be at the center of this industry. And whenever I see our buses on the road, something in the inside of me feels fulfilled. I want to take you through our journey in scaling charging infrastructure, what we've learned so far, what we thought it was, what we found out it was, and please come along with me. Next slide, please. So just a brief on Basigo. You can go to the next slide. Basigo seeks to provide the future of clean electric public transport, and we desire to make it accessible. We desire to revolutionize the experience. We desire to scale so that we can meet the challenge of climate change. And we're always a team where we value freedom of thought And that is one of the things that has enabled us to grow. In our journey, we've had to define things. We were coming into a space where we didn't know what is CCS2, what is CHAdeMO, what is GBT. And so I come into this new role and we don't have DC fast charging in Kenya. And this was where we first started defining what our connector will be. We are still not there, but we are very close. It may be that we may end up with 2 major players. So our connectors was defined by the country of origin. There are 2 competing interests here. Kenya was a British colony. And so a lot of things have been adapted to their standards, including our electricity grid that does 50 hertz to 30 volts, a lot of our electrical standards and regulation. So that gave us a strong inclination towards CCS2. But the European countries are not the leaders in electric vehicles at this time. Most of electric vehicles are found in China, and their domestic standard is GBT. So that is what has played a big role in picking the connecting guns. The other bit is we import a lot of vehicles from Japan, and that may make room for some AC charging, some CHAdeMO in our network. If you could take me back to slide 1 for a moment, the first slide. So the picture I took here was one of the chargers that had 3 ports. The middle part, what we have here is just a plug for an AC charger. And so if you're not CCS2, if you're not CHAdeMO, and you have a plug, you can come and we connect your vehicle and it will charge. Let's go forward. In terms of charging power, that is another thing that has taken us time to refine. It is not refined. It is the most flexible. It depends a lot about the headroom that we find available with whichever location we are plugging in. It is also a factor based on our buses and our vans, because bigger buses like the ones we do, we have 210 kilowatt hour battery packs, which means you need a big charger to be able to charge in a short while. Yesterday in our presentations, we realized what the motorbike sector calls fast charging is 6 kilowatt. And I've come to embrace both divides. What we look at as 60 kilowatt, that was the smallest we ever had, but we've done about 200 in Rwanda. This presentation was specific to Kenya, but we did install 180s and 200 kilowatt hours in Rwanda. So charging power has been informed by the size of the battery packs and how fast we need to charge them in the night. And finally, we've had to refine our electrical infrastructure. This is from the time we get power from Kenya Power, mostly through overhead lines, through dedicated transformers, and then we design custom LV panels, and we size our cables and our breakers. And as we take in more risks, we realize we need some surge protectors, we need some kind of digital meters, and that has been part of our technical baseline. Next slide. The other bit that we've learned as we journeyed this is a charger. It's an electrical equipment, but it is 70% electrical, 30% software. And so charging software has been a critical component where with time, these things may get to a point where they'll even be 60% software and 30% hardware. So we currently use OCPP 2.0, and some of our old chargers started at 1.6. We've also learned to refine the codes and standards. When I was installing the fast charger and I've done my design, we've done the Kenya Power application. We called EPRA, our energy regulator in Kenya, and asked them, do you have any standards, any rules, any requirements? They said, no, we have nothing. Just ensure you do it using an qualified electrical contractor. So, like I said, we were a British colony. What did we do? Went through their standards. We've based our designs and installation and code of practice on British and UK standards and European standards. For instance, what determines our cable sizes, our what we'd call a safe installation will probably be as per IEC 60364 or BS 7671. We also look at what developed countries are doing, like smart charging regulation in the UK, what they're thinking about it. Not that we will implement fully, but there is freedom of thought. What could have led to them thinking that way? We also look at safety codes of practice used in other industries. For instance, as we consider the oil marketing companies that already have fuel stations, what's the installation like in explosive atmosphere? What informs our safety distances between a charging point that is going to make a real physical electrical connection and a vent of fumes and the risk of spark and all that? So we go through our designs to ensure the layout, the schematics and all that can meet international standards, even if we don't have that. Maybe just something to say, our country has grown. Last year, we developed, or rather adapted, IEC standards for charging, what is that? For e-mobility. This year, last week, we finished our review of our local Kenya standards to bring it at par with what we have in the IEC. Our standard was was based on a 2002 standard, what we would have called 16th edition, first published around 2002. Then we had the 17th edition, about 2015, 18th edition around 2018. And there will be amendment for next year. And so the Kenya Bureau of Standards called EPRA, Kenya Power, and those players in the market so that we harmonize our standards. And so as it goes through public participation, it's going to be quite up to date. The other thing that we've learned is we've learned to play along with other players. I started as an electrical engineer, but I'm learning increasingly the charging infrastructure needs the input of architects and of civil engineers, and you need graphics designers and some kind of branding. And we're here with our rollout lead who supports in those other multidisciplinary tasks that are needed to create a charging station. We can go to next. We've also learned that it's not just how good your idea is or how good your design is. We have to work together with people who are already in the ground, who have specific mandates in the country, so that we become compliant. This includes Kenya Power. Kenya Power is our utility in Kenya. And then we have regulators like EPRA, like KEBS, like NEMA, and we have the county governments, because we're finding ourselves installing charging beyond Nairobi in different counties. And so what may have worked in Nairobi, you realize a particular county government, doesn't even have the regulations themselves. There is a particular site, we paid rent or a deposit in October last year, and we started in about October this year, after close to 10, 11 months, because they didn't have a law for immobility. They couldn't issue us a permit to get started, and we realized that is quite a significant gap. Next slide. So let me take you through our journey of scaling. These are some of the things we have considered. Like I say, there is the power aspect of it that forms the backbone of your infrastructure. That one can't be compromised. If you miss it there, the repercussions, the consequences are dire. And so that is the part I play. Like I said, our company values teamwork, and we have a team so that I can be a specialist in power and in calculations and designs and drawings and get it right. Our team will help me handle the rest. What are the rest? We need skilled workforce. We need skilled electricians, skilled technicians. We need skilled software developers that will work with what we have designed to bring it to fruition. We also need the charging hardware itself, that equipment that, as of today, we've learned is an AC to DC converter, because we've specialized in DC fast charging. And then the charger software, this is still something in development, so that we even get to manage our hardware remotely. We can go on. So this is a very interesting slide for me, and it shows you where the thought process and how the growth has come about. We started with a 60 kilowatt charger, and this is what we learned. When your charging power is little, you don't need to think so much. You can go to a facility and ask, I want to rent your place. Do you have headroom for 60 kilowatt? They say yes, and you say, we have a deal. As you grow, it's a different ball game. So our smallest charger is a 20 kilowatt, which we installed recently in our assembly plant. It was more of a plug and play. We actually bought the cable connectors, you can carry like a plug and play device and go connect to an industrial socket. No headaches, no worries. You don't even need to worry about the loads, because at 20 kilowatts, you'll draw just about 28, 29 amps. It doesn't need anything special. 60 kilowatt, that is now 3-phase. You come to the limit of what in Kenya is direct metering. Beyond that, you start getting into city metering, and the infrastructure becomes exponentially complex, but it's still manageable. As you approach 200 kilowatts, this is where we start thinking about our own transformers. At one time, we thought a 315 kVA transformer would be the best option for us, because it is pole mounted, minimal space, and you put 3 chargers. But we've grown to realize that is way too small to support 2 of our chargers. And so we've been doing 1 megawatt scale charging stations. If you were to ask how many charging stations do we have have 11. We are hopeful we can deploy the 12th one before 1st December, but we have 11. But what kind of power? It is 7.5 megawatts of charging capacity that we now have. And what we've learned, and we're going to come to the limits, but at 1 megawatt, the reason we consider that a level is, if you go beyond that, then the infrastructure become exceedingly complex, and we still don't have tariffs to favorably support something beyond that. So what we've done is, because that has been our breathing room, we've deployed several stations with 1 megawatt charging capacity, and something that is able to support like 24 to 30 buses charging in the night. And then where we're going is beyond 1 megawatt, almost like a substation grade kind of charging station. But that's a different ballgame altogether. You need, at 1 megawatt, we are power limited. There is just so much power you can push through in the off-peak between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. As you go beyond that, power may not be the issue. The issue starts to become the space. In one of our charging stations in Embakasi, we've deployed 8 chargers so we can charge 16 buses at a go. But if you charge them in 2 hours, the next set of 2 hours, you need the next 16, and the third tranche, the next 16. The question is, where do you park these buses at? So space becomes a constraint. But we're always thinking of new ideas and trying to think in the future. And we're going to go beyond 1 megawatt. We've not bought our transformers because the tariff is not yet favorable. Should it be reviewed, and our next review cycle is next year, then we'll be able to think of get large spaces and make it a parking lot and let vehicles charge there overnight and deploy much charging. Just one thing interesting I thought I could show you. When I talked about charger being an AC to DC converter, from the picture that I took there, you could see my apparent power. You could see that I'm running, this looks like a 60 kilowatt charger, and you can see the phases are so balanced. If you don't understand what phases are, no worries. It means you are red, yellow, blue. They are carrying very closely matched loads. And we can go to the next slide. So what are some of the bottlenecks we have faced? One has been the electricity tariff. In Kenya, we have what we call demand charge. The cost of demand charge alone on a 1 NVA charging station is enough to buy a transformer. We've had to, over the past several months, because we've grown so much, we've paid millions in demand charge. And sometimes I look back and I say, if we'd have saved this, that would have been about 5 million. I could put maybe 2-3 transformers somewhere and just have another charging station altogether. So tariff is a real bottleneck. It is by the regulator, by some legislations, and it's a negotiation that is going on. But if there is one thing I would want to get, one barrier I would like to be removed, that would be the tariff, both on the LV and the high voltage. Like I mentioned previously, the reason we've not even bought our own transformers is because the tariff wouldn't allow it. The cost in infrastructure would be so big that it may not make economic sense. The other challenge at the moment is permitting and licenses. You have EPRA, and you have NEMA, and you have the county council, and you have lots of other regulatory bodies, and then you have OSHA. And so one thing we're working on with the regulator is to like have a one-stop license, so that if you can maybe have a license called e-mobility license, it means you've met the other requirements. So that is something we are really working on within with our government and stakeholders. And it also comes to policy and regulation, where we have a regulation that was done in 2007 that we find it's not applicable to us. And that is why we are revising our regulation and saying, if we use this, please repeal the other one so that they are not always contradicting. In regulation as well, some of the requirements, there are some requirements that are meant for petrol station. We've had maybe county government officials walking into our charging stations and say, now we are giving you this demand for petrol service station. You have to pay these fees. And we're asking, we're not a petrol station. Why should we be treated like a petrol station? But I say, no, what you're doing comes closest. It's not a pharmacy. It's not a health center. It comes closest to a petrol station. So we will ask you to pay for this kind of license. And so that is where we're actually working to harmonize, have something that is very specific to immobility. We can go to the next slide. Now, it's not just limitations, but there are also opportunities. And that is why I started by saying, I feel so privileged that I am at the center of this. But I want to say there is room for engineers. There is room for software engineers. There is room for electrical engineers. There is room for technicians. There is room for us to localize this content. There is room for us to manufacture stuff like charging guns, like charging hardware, stuff like programming and creating our own softwares, something that can integrate with our own M-Pesa and be a seamless cost and transaction in this region. There is room for public EV charging stations. It's very possible. The reason we don't have electric cars in far remote places is charging is limited. It takes us months to deploy one single station, but that means whoever has the capital and you can get the resources, there's a big room for partnership for us to have megawatt scale charging stations across the country and then tell Kenya Power, we're your customers, sell us lots and lots of kilowatt hours per month. Then there is also room for the sale of curtailed energy. Our base load is geothermal and hydro. And at night, they vent off steam if the demand is lower than what they're producing. And we see immobility as a power-hungry sector that can take in, that can be an energy sink for all this curtailed energy. Next, I think I'm done. That's one of the recent charging stations that we deployed some months ago. We try and make it cost effective, and thank you. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ken. Thank you very much for those insightful sessions we just had this morning. We are now going to have a short networking and coffee. This is a good moment to be able to connect with someone new, follow up on a point you've had this morning from this stage, and also exchange cards and exploit potential collaborations. So coffee and refreshments are being served just behind you. We resume here in 20 minutes for the next session. Thank you. get settled in. You can just bring in your coffee. Bring in your coffee. Thank you very much. I would like to proceed to a next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker brings a critical lens to this transition. Because e-mobility is not only about technology and infrastructure, it's about improving how people live, commute, and breathe in our cities. Our next speaker brings a critical lens to this transition in regards to clean air and public health. With her work at Climate and Energy at the Clean Air Fund, driving collaboration that reduce emissions, accelerate clean transport, and deliver real quality of life benefits for communities. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Faith Waraki from Clean Air Fund to speak to us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Morning, everyone. I hope you've had something to grab. And I would say I'm excited and happy to be in this forum. And when the Lead Advent team reached out, I hoped and prayed that I will be able to be here. My name is Faith Waraki. Kindly, if we can connect on LinkedIn. I might not say a lot on what I am doing, but you will be able to say that. And I know Habib has given me another organization name there, but it's okay because I will get into every other organization that you belong to. I will not have a presentation because there is no manual that is written and is going to be written on what I am going to share. So I'm only asking for your 10, 15 minutes so that you understand how critical it is when we talk about the scaling of these sustainable businesses in the e-mobility space and all the dynamics that are there and what we really need to look at critically even as we make this journey. I'm a global STEM mentor, not only having a network that is in Kenya, and I'm so happy to see my friend there. We've been smiling to one another until I think when we hug, it will be done. And one of the things I have learned and I have experienced in my journey from a technical young girl doing automotive engineering and a span of 22 years in the automotive industry sector, having been to every other space that you can call is the highest or is the best, including CFAO mobility for 11 years, and having grown from the floor wearing an overall as a technician with a floor over 60 men and the only girl, because the ladies we were with in school were excited with the hugs from the men because they're warm, which is okay. And now you understand why I value every man in this industry, because the men I interacted with gave me a chance. They would hug me, but remind me I need to be on my overall. But I'm still happy because in those corridors, that's why I met my husband. But he was not sitting on the floor. He was having a tie and a suit at the back office somewhere. But I didn't know his rounds on the floor was to grab this girl. So for 16, 18 years, I was, and then we all know that at some journey, we will leave this earth, isn't it? But there will be a legacy that must have been left. So when I talk about mentorship and coaching, and the role of mentorship and coaching, I didn't have any woman hold my hand. In fact, it's the men in those rooms that held my hand. There were few men and women, there were few women in those corridors who understood what I was doing. But I had my dad who did not understand what I was doing, who supported me. And every day he would tell me, you can do it. You can do it. Keep doing it. And even when I packed my bags and I went home in my second year, he looked at me and he said, just sit, eat, drink for 2 weeks, but I'm taking you back. And he took me back. And that's how I was able to finish my engineering course. So when we are talking about the need for mentorship and coaching programs that are crucial in the e-mobility network to drive growth and innovation, we are talking about guidance and support that we need to give from the experienced professionals sharing their insights and helping mentees navigate this industry, because every other time I interact with youths who are doing a 5-point, they are 5 years doing their engineering courses, electronic engineering, and all other type of courses. One question they keep asking me, very many call me mom, others call me madam, others call me just Faith, and I'm okay with that. How can I do 5 years and go sit on an interview table and I'm told I don't even have the slightest qualifications for what they are looking for? They can't see my 5 years. So how are we handling our talent pipeline? Are we breaking them on those tables when we are inviting them for the interviews, or are we telling them, you can go back and do self-learning on a course 1, 2, 3, and you will be marketable in another 6, 7 months? Or we are just telling them, you are not fit in this industry. It is our curriculum. We still don't have a definite curriculum that we can say this is the e-mobility curriculum for our universities. Like in Kenya, we don't have an e-mobility curriculum yet. So when we are talking about skill development and how coaching enhances and brings out the soft skills that can prepare individuals for leadership roles, because this sector will be about learning, unlearning, and relearning. Even for us who are professionals and sitting on these tables, we don't know everything. Can you agree with me? Do we know everything? No, we don't. We are still learning and unlearning and relearning. And when we look at the percentages of women and girls and the youths, because I'm not only here for women and girls, but including our youths, we have a lot of work to do. And one thing I keep hearing when I go into these sessions and speaking sessions, when we invite our youth in these sections, in these spaces, they give me feedback because I have a way of interacting with them that I have built to be able to put my ears on the ground so that when I stand on this podium, I'm able to share something that you'll go home thinking about. Our youths are tired of coming in for conferences, sitting on these tables. They have sat on those lecture halls and they have had it all. They are looking for work to do, innovation hubs to bring out their ideas, to showcase their capacity and what they are able to do if they're given a chance. So I am looking forward, and I'm asking God to keep me alive to see a summit like this one for Lead Advent, where we will have our youths in their overalls, in their dust coats, showcasing their capacity, busy in a certain workshop session. And let me tell you, I kid you not, we will not be a trademark. Do you agree with me? They will not come here. This will not fit. This is not the environment. They will want us to be somewhere where they feel they're okay, they're not being judged. They are willing to fold their sleeves and do these things. So when we are talking about partnerships, I am saying that organization that you are in, that capacity that you have to partner with your colleague, industry expert, organization. This is not about taking away the product knowledge. This is about how can we have platforms that are safe for knowledge share. How can we have partnerships and collaborations that can drive the innovation, address the challenges and the skills gap, and encourage reskilling of our youths, of all the people interested in this space? And how can we think about talent development in a bigger scope, where mentorship and coaching programs will develop a skilled workforce that will not come with a mentality like some of us, we had to drop the engineer's titles because I don't want to get into a space and then someone will box me because what I have learned and what is there is totally different. So I'm okay with just being faith for now. But when I get into those rooms, I'm okay with those titles. But a time has come when you realize that titles don't matter. What matters is the legacy that you will leave behind. And if we are looking at global impact, then sustainable transportation and the e-mobility solutions that will reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainable transportations. How do we plug in a massive number of our youths to even understand these terms? Because they don't. They really don't. And they need someone to explain to them in a way that they understand, breaking it down in a way that when they get into these rooms, and when they get into these interviewing panels, and at least when you listen to them, they have some knowledge. And you can say, this one, we can give them a chance. At least their degree certification is like the computer certificate we were supposed to must have when we were looking for our jobs. And when we talk about green collar jobs, because the white collar jobs are gone, how do we ensure that in our spaces, in the industry space, that we have sessions for our youths? I keep saying, we talk about 3 months or 6 months of internship. It's not enough. If you say 3 months or 6 months, how many are you going to take in those spaces? But if you look at hours, where you can say, we have 50 hours in a week, or 100 hours in a month, or 2 or 3, depending on the availability, and you are able to take 100 youths for an hour, for 3 months, for 6 months, imagine the type of knowledge share you will share with those young people, and how they will know, where do I start my journey of self-learning? So currently what we are telling them through our Youth in STEM and e-mobility network, where we are saying STEM in e-mobility is different, so that they start learning from the school of YouTube. So what we are telling them, don't give up. There is no lecturer understanding what you are asking when you lift your hand to ask something for clarification, whether what you are learning is relevant, but you can use the school of YouTube. But where are the structures to support them in where they need to check that type of knowledge? And so when we are talking about innovation hubs and the possibilities of elevating our organizations, all having collaboration platforms where we can come up with spaces where learning can happen and physical learning with the models and all that. Right now we have materials that we can use. Isn't it great, team? We have materials for learning, used batteries, chargers that are spoiled, and they can learn. That collaboration and knowledge share will drive the innovation that we need, and especially in Africa. We are the biggest hub for a talent pipeline. Africa is the biggest. And whether we will sit on these tables to negotiate, Africa is the next stop for the biggest talent pipeline, and growing it is our responsibility. And we need to start this journey. We are late. We are already too late. Those youths that are out there with their degrees wondering where they will go, maybe if we kept them busy, understanding the space, they would see where they need to come in early. So we will not struggle with personnel, expertise, experience, or a talent pipeline that we can plug into when we talk about scaling and sustaining the conversations in this room. So mine is to just challenge us. Every day I wake up and I find a WhatsApp text from a young person, or from a girl, or from a woman, or from an email. I lack sleep. And I have knocked very many doors to many of you. Those we are connected on LinkedIn, when you go back, when we connect, you will see I tried to ask you, how can we do it? And maybe you didn't answer me. But I'm here again now telling you through this mic that I'm still there asking you, how can we collaborate? How can we do this? At least I have a bit of experience on how we can do it, because in my own capacity, I am doing it. No funding, my brother. No funding as we speak. Because the criteria of funding I am asked, I go back on my knees and tell God, at least let me impact another more, even without the funding. So I'll fuel my car, I'll go into those learning institutions, knock those doors, and request to be given at least 50 to mentor and coach, and tell them, you can still do this degree course, but you still need to start your journey of self-learning today, not tomorrow, today. How do you start that? Then I mentor and coach and help them. And many are leaving the universities self-aware that they don't need to go home and do 1,000 applications with that 1 degree certification. It will not give them a chance. So as I finalize, I know Habib, my time is up. Am I okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have 7 minutes. Huh? I have? My time is gone. 1 minute. Okay. I am happy to have been here. And when I reach out to you, please understand. When you see me raising my voice on LinkedIn, please, it's not noise. It's a voice for the purpose of a generation. So when you see me there, don't say, what is she talking about? Now you know. You can reshare that, or like it, or comment, or say, Faith, we support you. Faith, we are behind you. The other day, I thank God for WTS Energy and WTS Foundation. They reached out and we have a partnership to mentor women and youth in renewable energy. And we had a big conference in Mombasa and in Nairobi with NITA. So there is hope. It is being done. You just need to come in and be part of it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ridavent.
Another round of applause for Faith. Thank you very much. Mentorship is really needed when it comes to innovation. We'll move on to our next speaker, who leads India's largest Greek logistic startup, scaling clean last mile delivery solution that makes cities more livable and mobility more efficient. At Zip, he's driving rapid growth in EV deployment and tech-driven fleet operations, backed by strong commercial execution and strategic innovation across multiple markets. Please join me in welcoming Akasha Gupta.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. First of all, this is my first time that I'm in Africa, Kenya, Nairobi. Beautiful city. What greenery here. You know what AQI that I live in? I live in at about 500 AQI, right? It's struggling to breathe. And here it's such a lovely greenery that you guys are blessed with. So congratulations on that. And the other thing that I saw here is the amazing electrification story, which is already building up. And which is why a lot of people ask me here, why are you here? Focus on India. Why are you here? But that's right. While India is our major market, we continue to be present as a player there called Zip Electric. But I think I'm here to learn. I'm here to meet all of you. I'm here to see how the market potential is, and possibly to do this, which I'm going to take you through, right? So thanks once again for having me here. Yeah, so a quick background on what we do and how this journey of Zip came about. So frankly, what we failed on is a flurry of areas where we failed while building the business. And I think one of the things that I have learned while building this startup is that if you fail very, very early and then you solve it, then that becomes a moat, right? So we deployed the first 4,000 vehicles of electric vehicles about 4 years back. We tied up with the #1 OEM in the country, right? Which was at that point doing about 20,000 EV scooter sales a month. We said, let's tie up with the best, #1, right? So we did that. What happened after that? 2 years later, that OEM shut down, right? Because of their own issues, inconsistencies or whatever. And that's when actually as an entrepreneur and as a team, we had a point of almost failure. What to do? There are 4,000 bikes. I have a fleet of 5,000 bikes. Out of that, the OEM is just not supporting because they are dying. So how to solve that as an issue, right? Then what we saw initially, as all of you would see, that while we started building this, we had to work a lot on tracking who's riding the bike, right? Because that's a very important parameter. You can't give your asset to each and every individual. You have to create those layers of knowing your customer. And because here also I see a lot of boda bodas, I see a lot of gig delivery partners of all kinds. And if you are wanting to build a fleet business, which frankly is, was a debate yesterday also, which happened, right? That whether ownership is the real need in the market, or you can solve the adoption of electrification without ownership, right? So we felt when at Zip we did an ownership pilot, we had only 5-7% of the people who came to say that, hey, we want to own the vehicle, versus when we did it only as a mobility platform, we had massive scale, right? So I think I'm here to narrate that point that if there are entrepreneurs here, if there are business minds here who want to really build a Zip of Africa, right? I am bringing that solution. That's what I'm going to take you through, right? Rather than me doing everything, happy to, open the arms to say that let's partner, right, on what we've built. So yeah, a quick snapshot of where we are, right? So yeah, this number keeps changing. About 20,000 EVs on the road. We are in 5 cities of India. We are the largest fleet which is driving electrification of last mile. Again, the market is so huge that this is just a trickle in the ocean. This 20,000 is not a very big number. It's just that it's been a bit of a journey. A lot of people are trying to do this also. We've done about 150 million deliveries using our vehicles, using our fleet partners. We've saved about 58 million tons, kilos of carbon in this process. We've enabled lives of 100,000 gig partners. Now, these are people who come from villages, who do not have money to buy the bike, who do not have down payment, who do not have a bank who will support them at the back end. We basically enable these lives, make them straight away join the Indian middle class, right? Make about 30 to 35,000 rupees, which is about 45,000 Kenya shillings here, right? So that's what we enable these guys for. And yeah, we work across the board from all the large food delivery, bike taxi, which is Boda Boda, hyper local delivery, e-commerce. Everyone who exists is our partner. Again, a few numbers: 57 million, about $60 million ARR. Our app ratings are 4.8. Some of the numbers I've already shared, so I'm going to skip this. Let's now talk about what is the offering, right? So as I said, anyone who wants to build an EV business, and if you want to really scale fast, it has to be done as a fleet business, is what we have learned. Because the owners, the asset, the battery, the charger, the controller, the motor, there are a lot of failing points when you deploy an electric vehicle. And everyone, I think I met Arkride, I met Spiro, great friends there, I met Rome, right? Every player is trying to figure out the right asset, the right way of charging, the right way of financing. What we are bringing here is that, and again, I'll give you a story, a background story. So even today, when I go to Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, where we operate, every time I go on ground, and I go on ground quite a lot to meet the delivery partners to see how the business is going, I see a new colored bike in the market, right? And another electric bike, which is possibly trying to build a fleet business or trying to build a Rome or a Spiro or an Arkride of or a Zip of another kind. But when I go, I really get flustered. Oh, there's another new competitor. So the team also says there's another competitor. They've deployed 200 bikes. There's another competitor. They've deployed 500 bikes. So that keeps happening. But after 8 months, something changes. Their number starts reducing, right? After 12 months, they're hardly visible. And after 18 months, they die. So my point is that every EV company, EV business is not an easy business. Fleet business is not an easy business. But it is almost like swimming in the ocean. And that's the corollary I like to use, that it's very enticing that you would want to swim in the ocean. It looks nice. Hey, I'd love to swim. Why? Because it's so beautiful to do, and which is almost like building an EV business. People like to say that, hey, I want to build an EV business. It's the next generation. It's the sustainable. It's electric, right? But like when you go into the ocean and start swimming, you realize, oh, the waves, there are tides. I don't know it, how to flap the hands, how to flap the legs. I don't know. And then you come out or you perish, right? Which is exactly how fleet businesses are. It's very enticing to build an EV business, But when you don't know what you're buying, when you don't know what's going into the asset, when you have not built a tech around tracking each and everything which is happening into the business, when you have no end of life story. So I think that is where the point of failure is. So fragmented fleet operations, you don't know who you're giving your bikes on. So I've seen people operating on Google Sheets, giving bikes to delivery partners, right? And then after a year or after 6 months, when they come back, they don't know what they have given, what parts they have given. Maybe the guy has changed the parts in the market, right? The motor's changed when they come back. So you have to track each and every point of your asset, because if you're building a fleet business, like a trucking business or a tuk-tuk business or a two-wheeler business, you have to track each and every data point, which is what we've started doing, after failing again multiple times. So you don't have a unified view. Exactly. And that view should not be only a CEO or a COO's view. That view has to be trickled down to every person on the ground. Even the mechanic should know what are the 3 tasks that I need to do on this bike to make it up and running ASAP. And you, as a business owner or an ops leader, should know what this mechanic's efficiency is today. How many bolts he's tightened up, how many motors he's corrected, right? So that view is what is the holy grail. In the last 24 hours that I'm here, I've heard a lot of conversation on electric vehicles, but I've not heard any conversation on unit economics. Not heard any conversation on P&L. I've not heard any conversation on profitability. And I think any business that we now are moving towards building has to get into the right unit economics. What we've kind of done at Zip over these few years is not to just build tech, but happy to share that we've now built a scalable business which is profitable, right? It's been 5 months that we turned EBITDA profitable as a business. Yeah, thank you. And all of that has happened because of looking at each and every data point of failure and having a person in the team to solve that, right? Because I can't solve each and every pain point in the business. I can't be in Africa talking to all of you if all of those points are still not stitched, right? So that is something that are always there. And hence, those are the reasons why every fleet company, without viewing everything, they either collapse or there's no financial P&L which supports them after a year or 18 months of swimming in the ocean, right? Because they are still figuring it out. They've not seen the P&L. What we've done at Zip, interestingly, is that each and every bike, each and every asset of the business, we have a real-time P&L of every bike, right? So if I have 20,000 assets, my team reviews each and every asset whenever they want to in terms of that P&L. Should I add another mechanic to correct this bike, or this is now end of life? Should I change the pricing of this fleet to make it profitable? If it runs for the next 5 days, this is how you will drive a better P&L of a bike. That is what we've been able to drive through what we've built over these years, and which is why we are here to bring Fleeties.ai, right? So Fleeties.ai is a SaaS solution which basically encapsulates everything that we've built over the last 8 years. We've been early movers. We've failed multiple times. We've improved every point of technology to track so many data points that you can't imagine when you're building the fleet business, right? Which is what we've now done as a real-time bird's eye view of every fleet of your business, right? Now talking about data points, the entire driver profiling process has been built through AI. Every bike becomes a unique ID, and every spare part of the bike also becomes a unique ID. There's a spare part inventory ERP which is baked into the module, right? The battery data, the battery swapping data, each and everything is integrated into it so that you can ping your delivery partner, ping your rider that this is the distance of the swapping station, this is the time to charge or swap the battery, right? That's integrated. If a person fails, let's say, because EVs still fail, right? The quality is constantly being improved. If there's a point of failure, he has a click of a button where either he talks to an agent who is an AI agent who's helping him that, hey, these are the 3 things. Maybe sometimes you just do the brake and accelerator, the bike gets right. So the AI can tell them. And if not, then there's a mechanic on a click of a button gets to know that what's the issue And either he can go to the mechanic or mechanic can come to him and solve his problem, because what you want to offer is uptime. Today, my fleet runs at a 97% uptime. 97% of the fleet makes money because we track it so granularly. And that's the holy grail of any business, which is what we've, and the best part of Fleetease.ai is that it's not just two-wheelers. It's across two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, trucks, whatever the fleet that you have the bird's eye view of who's riding your fleet, what is the quality of the fleet, what is the cost of that fleet, how to repair it fast, and how to make it efficient and bring profitability into the business. Yeah. So comprehensive fleet management SaaS. There's IoT. So there's data point which is coming to me every 15 seconds of the bike, of the battery, of the spare part, of the riding behavior of the person, right? So that you can improvise, right? There's a driver app which tells him what to do. There's a mechanic app which tells a mechanic what to do. There's a sales app which tells your sales team that, hey, these are the 10 bikes to be allotted today. The other 100 bikes to be sold today. And this is the quality of each and every asset. This is how you do it, right? And obviously, there's a management dashboard to tweak pricing, to drive, various behaviors, whatever you want to do. So that's what we've done with this, AI-enabled SaaS solution, right? And which is and there's a predictive maintenance angle also there, right? So case in point, when you give a bike to a partner, a very small example, he takes a video through the app, and he takes 6 pictures of the bike, right, through his app. And whenever he comes back after 3 months, 4 months, an year, when he comes back and gives the bike back to you, which happens in all the businesses here also, he does the same video, he does the same 6 pictures again, and AI tells him that, hey, these are the 3 things that you've broken, and this is the spare part invoice. And there's no question asked then, right? So he clicks, move ahead, job done, go back, right? So that's how preventive maintenance. And then you can tweak that, hey, I want to do this every 45 days. You take those 6 pictures, send it to me, so that AI tells me what is running right in the bike, what is not, right? So those are things that are available in the solution that we built, again, by doing it multiple times over and over again. Now, Fleetease.ai already have a few customers. Obviously, Zip is the primary customer. We're running about 30,000 bikes across this platform right now. There's a global customer in the US who's already getting onboarded with Fleetease.ai. They run about 200 fleet e-tuk-tuk business, right? Proven with scale. These are a few customers, right? Rilox, which started again as 2 entrepreneurs from Mumbai came to meet us. They were building bikes. They said that we want to build a rental business with our vehicles. Can we use your tech? And that's how the thought emanated that let's offer them. I met them 2 weeks back in my office again. They said that 500 are running beautifully. Now we plan to expand to 2,000 bikes over the next 8 to 10 months. Said, let's go, right? Zeto World is another 3-wheeler company, which is using Zip, obviously, I've introduced quite a lot. So yeah, so that's what we are here for. Don't let your fleet die. Take off with Fleetease.ai, right? That's the offering. Happy to get connected with all of you again, and thanks for hearing me. Any questions? Happy to answer. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any question for Wakash? Welcome, Josh.
Thanks. Hi, Josh Whale from Ampersand.
Okay.
I guess we're the ones you haven't spoken to yet. What we're seeing is in this sector currently in East Africa, look, technology is still very new. The use case is very, very intensive compared to what we've seen in India before. We're competing with 100, 150cc motorbikes. And what we're seeing is a lot of challenges still with battery health from some of some of the other companies, and having to double the number of batteries in the fleet to serve them. Are you tracking battery health and state of health, revenue retention rates, that sort of thing in the hardware? Because obviously for a fleet customer, that's a problem if that's not working well. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for that question, Joshua. So, and it's a great question because again, we struggled a lot on the batteries, right, in our journey The first generation vehicles that we had were having a battery that a guy had to charge, but it only had a 70, 80 kilometers range, which is very inefficient. The second generation, we increased the battery charge to about 120. But again, it was a home charging solution. And that was, again, inefficient for a guy who wants to possibly do 150 kilometers in a day. Even a wait time of an hour or two is downtime for him, right? It's the money to be made time for him. So the third generation, what we essentially did is we moved fully on swap, right? And that actually changed the game for a gig partner. And I think there was, again, a conversation about charging versus swapping. I feel that if you are building a fleet or a gig or a Boda business, swapping is the way to go, because any wait time for a partner is kind of killing his money-making time. And he, and I think very good point was made by someone from Rome yesterday, the CFO, that the guy is ready to pay for value. He's not, looking for low cost. He's looking for right value. So today, on my third generation business, we charged almost 30% more from our delivery partners, and none of the bike gets stopped. Just because they say that as soon as my 400 bikes get landed in the hub, they get pre-booked. That's the demand which is coming, because the guy wants to earn more and wants the right product. But to answer your question, yes, battery health is an issue. And we got out of it by partnering with the swapping companies and let them manage that load, rather than we do all the heavy lifting, because batteries typically, the end of life is undeterminable. The chargers go bad, and charger is a big pain to manage. That's what we figured out. Hope that helps.
Yeah. A very short question. I'm just curious, what is your final technology choice in terms of range? Like you were saying, like you started with 70, 80 of range per battery, went up to 120 with a charger home.
Yeah.
What is your current solution with swapping?
Oh, swapping gives 75 kilometers on a single swap, and we offer the partner unlimited swaps in a day.
Okay.
So there's no extra charge for him. He does 3 swaps, he does 2 swaps. He just is unstoppable, unlimited. So make as much money as he wants. Yeah.
Thank you very much. One last question.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Just to fully understand, do you have the battery swapping infrastructure yourself, or do you partner with battery swapping companies in India with the likes of Battery Smart? And to what extent are you reliant on these partnerships?
Yeah. So we partner. So we partnered with Indofast, which is Sun Mobility. We partner with Moving. And typically about 40-50% of their network is run by us. So it's a hand-in-glove partnership with both of those players. And we realized very early on that battery swapping is, again, a very different business to build. High capex again, high infrastructure, high tech. So it's better to outsource it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for those wonderful questions. And thank you so much for your presentation, Akash. Thank you. We move on to the next session. If you happen to have dropped this on the floor, please just locate me. Keep it safe for you. Our next speaker is an entrepreneur driving clean mobility innovation across Africa. He co-founded Stima, a French-Kenyan company delivering advanced software as a service solution for battery swapping infrastructure and battery fleet management, supporting operators across Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda. He also co-founded Okoa Energy, building the first multi-country interoperable battery swapping networks on the continent to accelerate large-scale adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Jason Grass, co-founder of Stima.
Next. I point to them. All right. Happy to be there, and thanks for the invitation to the panel. Thanks, Habib, for the introduction. So today we'll speak with with a new hat, not under the hat of Stima, but with the hat of OCOA, and I will tell you more about this new deployment that we are launching this year. We define ourselves as a teaser as a unique open ecosystem for e-mobility in Africa. Yeah, I'll just come to the slide before. Okay, that works. Perfect. All right, so just a quick overview of our history. We have started working in the mobility sector on the continent in 2020, based in Kenya since then. We set up in 2021, 2022, a first demonstrator to get a hand on understanding what it is to do electric mobility there. I was at the very early stage of the sector, set up our own swapping network, and on the back of it, we started to develop our own technologies to manage assets. The background philosophy was at the time that when you look at electric mobility and battery swapping, actually battery swapping is very easy. It's exchanging empty box for full box in shops and getting a payment for it. So when you get to the essence of it, it's not complex. What is difficult is to manage assets on the large networks and assets that have a lot of value that you have to pay back to financiers. So we decided to really focus on these elements with battery engineering background of saying, how do we make sure that we pay back for the assets and that the asset will last for long and that every time a rider goes to a station, he actually finds a full charge battery. In 2023, we started to deploy this software on the Uber fleet with our partners Green Wheels and then deployed the same with other electric mobility companies across the continent in 4 countries. Last year, we started to work on OCOA that I will discuss a bit more during the presentation. Is basically putting a foot again into the infrastructure model. Software remains a big part, but we believe there is a lot of work to be done on the deployment of infrastructure for large-scale adoption of the sector. Quick overview of our approach for battery swapping management. That's what we have been deploying and selling over the continent for the last couple of years. 2 aspects. One thing is about how do you actually manage stations. So it's more a kind of operational management tool, saying monitoring everything that is happening, saturation on the network, where should be the next station, how many batteries per station, how do you charge, how do you make sure that you don't have congestions. This is a lot of optimization that you need to have to ensure that you have economics that are good on the infrastructure. It's critical for having a battery swapping network that works. And then the second product that we have developed is more focusing on the asset. Josh was asking a question a bit earlier on the state of health of battery. That's a very critical point in the electric mobility sector. You want to make sure that your batteries will last the longest possible. And the best way to do that is to monitor your battery and understand the factors of degradation and monitor this degradation. So a lot of work that we have put is into understanding the behavior in batteries and what are the factors that are impacting this behavior. And so that's the kind of package that we've been providing on the continent to other players. Couple of pictures, but just to mention, basically on our software, we have now recorded 400,000 of swaps. So that's a lot of experience that we have accumulated about what it is to run a network and to actually optimize the network. Now I'm switching back to the core of this presentation, which is about OCOA and infrastructure deployments. I want to get the context right before getting into the specifics. First, the electric opportunity is there. There is a clear traction from the market. There will be a very strong adoption on the market. And the impact in terms of social and economic impact for the riders is tremendous. One thing that has to be clear. Second thing is that we also believe that battery swapping is a critical piece of the deployment. I joined the words of our previous presenter from Zip. Charging is an interesting approach, and we believe there will be some potential synergies with battery swapping, but at core, battery swapping, it enables to charge in 1 minute. So it's always faster than any kind of fast charging that you will get. What has pushed us to go back to the infrastructure is a feeling that the deployments are not going as fast as it should. When you look at the penetration of the market right now, I think we can roughly consider that the sector started to deploy in 2020. 5 years later, what you figure out is that the penetration of electric motorcycles on the continent are well below 1%. I think from a couple of sources, I got like 1.2 or 1.3% of penetration on the continent. What we believe is that the pace of development of the sector is not sufficient to really address the need of the market over the next couple of years. If you look at just Kenya, now in Kenya you have 1.5 million of riders. But if you look only at the deployment at Nairobi, you have maybe, what, 6,000 bikes? Something like that that is deployed in the market. How many years do you need to go from 6,000 to 1 million? And that's just one country. Now, like, expand it to the whole continent. How many centuries do you need to really get to millions of riders that are using electric mobility? We believe there are two main factors that are making this sector lag. First one is a question of interoperability. And I know the topic has been in the mouth of everyone for the last couple of years. Everybody is asking, when will it be interoperable? When are we able to converge on the development? Before we converge, there will be always difficulties to have economies of scale, to have capacity to join hands and really have a network that is consistent for a rider. For now, riders, when they are buying a bike, they have always to ask themselves, like, can I trust the battery swapping company? Will it last for long? Like, will they be there in 2 years? Will the price go up and down and so on? But also, like, they will look at the number of stations and they will say, like, should I choose this bike that I like less than the other because there are more stations all the country? And so, in the end, it's kind of messing up with even the approach for the riders in terms of market. Second point that we look at that has been a really strong bottleneck of the sector is that there have been on the market a very strong vertical integration of companies. That is normal at the beginning of the sector, but that's something that has to change if we want to grow to numbers. It's a bit what our fellow colleague was saying about Zip. I was not doing battery swapping and fleet management. I believe there is a strong need or specialization of the companies. If you want to do motorcycle design, import, sales, marketing, after sales, battery design, battery imports, battery swap station setup, operation, management, and then on the top of that, all the after sales on your whole network, financing the whole structure, you end up in a situation where it's extremely complex to manage and raise the financing that you need to really grow. And that's what we have seen over the last couple of years. It's extremely hard to grow at a consistent pace your network. One day you will have issues on your import of bikes. One day you will have issues on your trade financing. Another day you will have issues on the financing of your actual infrastructure, and all your bottlenecks are actually adding up on the top of your company. But a new chapter is opening. The way I would say is that we have been going through 3 phases of electric mobility. First phase was in the early days, 2020 to, let's say, 2022, where everybody was starting, and we have been one of these companies to import the first number of bikes to understand what does it mean to actually run these bikes, right? And like, what does it mean in terms of what do we need for power for the motorcycles, in terms of motors? Should we have like hub motors? Should we have mid motors? Question of battery swapping, how should it work, and so on. So it's really the testing phase. Phase 2, it has been moderate growth of the companies, growing to a couple of thousands of numbers per company. And this has demonstrated traction from the market, demonstrated that it has very strong economics that it can, and very strong impact that it can achieve. Now we are entering a new phase that will be a complete change compared to everything we have seen in the past. For the first time, traditional companies that have very strong capacity in terms of capital are coming on the market. I spent this year about 2 months in China and sometime also in India to discuss with OEMs that are working on traditional petrol motorcycles for the market here in Africa. Been discussing also with pure players of electric vehicles that have been selling scooters in China, for example. Everybody is saying Africa is a very strong, interesting market that we want to become, and we want it to become our growth market strategy for the next couple of years. We are talking of companies that are making billions of dollars a year. I'm making the point, not millions, billions. And these guys are coming with vehicles, and that's the first time you see it on the market. For the last couple of years, everybody was vertically integrated. That makes sense because there was no offer of motorcycles. But from the moment that you have very focused and professionalized companies that are coming with very strong motorcycles, robust and affordable, how does it change the whole market? I'll get here into 2 main concepts that we are developing at Okoa. First thing is interoperability is a must. Think of it this way. Now, if you look at the sector and you say 10 OEMs are coming on the market and want to sell the most of motorcycles possible on the ground, they will sell the infrastructure is always the bottleneck. They cannot, in every single city where they go, find a startup that will set up a swap station specifically for their brand and not for the brand of the other. That will not work. If you want to replicate it in 54 countries and how many cities per country, it's absolutely impossible and not scalable. These companies very much understand that. And the second thing is, I would say, there is a time for everything, and the time for interoperability is much more ripe right now than it was 2 years ago for another reason. The market has learned a lot. There is a convergence of technologies that has happened on the ground and that enable this interoperability to happen. If you look at it a couple of years ago, like 3-4 years ago, everybody was wondering, like, should we go for 48 volt, 60 volt, 72 volt? Should we have like small batteries, big batteries? Should we have LFP, NMC, or any kind of other technologies? When you look at the market right now, you will see that there has been a convergence and 90% of the companies are using more or less the same battery. Different things is potentially a bit of form factor, different things on side and side. But the point is, the market is homogeneous. When you look at Nigeria, Ghana, or Uganda, or Kenya, or Tanzania, all the riders are doing the same work. The riders are behaving the same way. They are driving hundreds of kilometers per day. They are carrying a lot of loads. They have to climb a certain slope on the hills to be able to not stop. So this drives direct conclusions in terms of how the battery should look like. And the interesting thing is that the same conclusions has been drawn by all the companies of the sector. So convergence and homogeneity of the market. By doing interoperability, what are the best benefits that we get? First, better pricing for the batteries. You're able to have bulk orders at a much larger level if you're able to mutualize the order of batteries for multiple companies in multiple markets. Better infrastructure, because you have economies of scale. You are able to grow a network of battery swapping stations in a much more effective way. And better financing. I'll have a slide on financing. We'll discuss it again. But think of it, if you're a fund and you want to finance 60 different companies with 60 different batteries, you'll have a headache to actually get the scale that you need to have a fund that works. And I'm sure like a lot of people that are working on financing have seen this issue. So I would say, just to conclude on this question of interoperability, it's not only a need for the market, it's a complete must. It's not a question of like, that would be nice, but it's not the right moment. It's like, if we want to grow electric mobility, we have to go interoperability. If you want not to do interoperability, you will not be able to grow in this market. And that's a very, very strong conclusion that I think we should all have in our hand when we are looking at the next couple of years of electric mobility. Second point that I want to make about concepts that are driving our views about OCOA is the question of the value chains. I was saying it in the beginning, motorcycle value chain and battery swapping value chain are very different, and we have to keep it well in the mind. What we want to do on our end is to focus on the infrastructure and to not touch the motorcycle value chain. If we were saying that 2 years ago, it was not possible because there was no motorcycle value chain. Now that you have professional companies that are actually coming on the ground with motorcycles that are fit for the market and that know how to deploy motorcycles, the whole system is changed. So motorcycle value chain, it means production. Those are the OEMs. Assembly, local companies are already doing the assembly. They are specialized on that. Let's welcome them into the electric mobility sector. Distribution, same thing. How many distributors do we have in Kenya? The number of the thousands. These people have been like left out of the transition to electric mobility. We want them to be in because they are a critical piece to deploy motorcycles at large scale in the countries. Marketing, same thing, usually done by distributors. After sales, also done by distributors most of the time and by a traditional garage and so on. We want these guys that are specialized on their system to join the network, and they are eager to do that. How many companies came to us and said, like, can I be actually a seller of motorcycles? Like, what does it take? Like, how do I do? If I don't have to invest in the batteries because we are managing the battery infrastructure, then the cost of the bike is much cheaper and they can easily sell them to the riders. On the battery swapping value chain, there is one question that is about the standardization of the battery, the work with the upstream of the value chain. That's what we are doing. There is a question of investment. We need to structure very strong financing and large-scale financing for battery swapping, and I'll again talk about it in a bit. There's the question of battery deployment. when you think of battery deployment, again, I was saying battery swapping is easy, exchanging an empty box for a full box. How many companies came to us and said, we want to be a battery swapping company? We have a shop there. Can we be one? The thing is, if you have an interoperable battery and if you have an open ecosystem, you can enable this local business to add a revenue stream to his business and to start swapping batteries. That's what we are deploying at Okwa. And finally, station deployment. Basically, there's a question of managing the networks. It's ensuring that you have good service for the riders and good financing for the riders, and that's what we have been doing for the last 5 years. I wanted to do one specific point and to speak about this specific thing about battery financing. If you look at the network right now, of electric mobility, the whole sector, most of the financing has been done through equity and grants, which is good for the first this chapter 2 of electric mobility I was mentioning earlier. The real question is how do you go to massive scale of financing? I give here just a number, and that's just to keep this in mind that the need of financing is tremendous. Kenya, 1.5 million riders. Let's say a battery is about $500 per unit. You say roughly for calculation, you need 2 batteries per riders. You need a bit less, but to give an idea, so it's 1,000 per rider. It comes to 1.5 billion of financing that you need if you want everybody in Kenya to turn electric. Well, that's in Kenya. Let's do the calculation for the whole of the continent. What I mean is that what we need right now is not equity financing, it's massive scale financing. Where do you get this massive scale financing? In the infrastructure sector. You get it in the solar sector, you can get it in many other ways. What we have to do is really transition to a model where these actors, the financiers of infrastructure, are able to come into the electric mobility sector and finance these batteries. Before they come to the sector, we will not be able to finance it. It's not VC financiers that will grow the market of electric mobility, and we have to keep this in mind. So one of the key approach that we have related to financing is separating equity and battery financing. First thing, if you finance a company, finance a company. If you finance asset, finance the asset. Finance it in a separate entity, finance it under a special purpose vehicle, and get financing that is aligned on your collaterals. That's exactly what happens in the infrastructure sector. Second point is replicating energy infrastructure financing models, meaning leveraging equity and debt on the infrastructure side to be able to grow at scale. That's exactly what we do in the solar industry for ages now, and we need the same model to apply to the electric mobility. Third point, leveraging battery interoperability to de-risk the project. Quick thing on that. Imagine if you have 60 companies that have 60 different batteries and you want to finance these batteries at large scale. When you're financing this battery for one company, imagine the company has an issue and is not able to deploy again, your battery has no value. So you are basically mixing the risk of infrastructure financing with the risk of VC financing. Find large-scale financing that is able to take a VC risk. I tell you, it will be extremely difficult. So when I was saying earlier, you need battery interoperability is not something that would be nice to have, it's a must-have. It's also because if you don't have that, you don't have financing. I think all of us want to reach the million when we are talking in deployment of electric motorcycles on the continent. If we want to reach that, we need interoperability. Last slide is to summarize a bit where we sit in the end with all these inputs that have given. With Okwa, we are basically starting to deploy an open ecosystem of interoperable battery swapping that enables many more players to come onto the sector. That is infrastructure focused. We don't do motorcycles. We don't do dealerships. That is compatible with large number of motorcycles. Again, this point of interoperability that is critical. That is an open ecosystem in the sense that we enable dealers to come onto the market. We enable importers and assemblers to come on the market. We enable local businesses to operate battery swapping stations. Very important. And final point, finance through SPV financing. We need to have access to this infrastructure financing to grow it at scale. And so we need to replicate these models. I will stop there. Thank you everyone for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions and also remain available around if you want to discuss more.
Thank you very much, Jason. Any question for? Yes.
Thanks very much. You mentioned 90% standardization in terms of the battery type. were you referring to India and China there? I mean, and what is the situation today in East Africa?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm talking specifically about the African continent. The Chinese market and the Indian market are extremely different from our usage here on the continent. China, you have more individual scooters. India, you have more individual motorcycles and scooter for delivery and these kind of things. Here, you have 80 to 90% of all riders that are commercial riders doing the boda boda job. So in the end, what you have here on the continent is quite different from what you have in other places. But when you are focusing on the African continent, if you look at most of the companies, everybody has converged in terms of voltage, everybody has converged in terms of capacity, everybody has converged in terms of chemistry. And when I say everybody, that's the 90%. You always have like a couple of companies that are in different boxes, but that's a large trend, I would say.
Hi, Jason. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Alejandro from Songa Mobility. Regarding the interoperability, everybody mentions that it's a must, that we should achieve that. But how do you propose, or I haven't heard so far, like concrete solutions or proposals on how different companies should reach there and the obstacles to reach that? Because also you mentioned the voltage and certain characteristics of the batteries, but for example, also dimensions, like physical dimensions of the battery and business models. Many of the Boda companies here, their business model is mainly based on battery swapping. So if several companies are sharing the same battery, I mean, where do you see the future in this and actual?
Yeah. So what I see in the future is convergence. Like anyway, again, I think it's not nice to have. It will happen, and you will have people that want that to happen and people that don't want that to happen. What we started to do is we started to work with the companies that are the most open to that, companies that don't have any stake into battery swapping operations. I think the second turn into this standardization or this interoperability will be to onboard other companies that are also doing battery swapping, that have a stake into operability, and that will be keen to discuss commercial terms, because in the end it only comes to commercial agreement between companies. I'm saying that because when I'm discussing about interoperability, very often people are telling me, like, from a technology perspective, it's very hard, and I hear that from your question also. You're asking how do we make sure like the form factor is actually working in between the companies and all. I'll tell you, when you look at the market, this convergence has driven also convergence in terms of space that is available for the battery into the motorcycles. So you would agree that most of the motorcycles that are deployed on this market are aiming at about 80 kilometers of range. And I was asking the question earlier to our colleague from Zip, and asking like what is the actual range in India, and the funny thing is that the convergence on this mileage is also the same in India, which is quite interesting. Once you have set the range that you're estimating, and that the power is defined by the need of the riders, which is carrying 250 kg and being able to go on slopes and so on, then you define like basically the capacity of your battery. That's really related. And also in terms of chemistry, I was saying like most of the companies are now converging toward LFP, gives you like an energy density idea about this battery. All of this to say, in the end, when you look at the design of the bikes, when you look at the box compartment of the batteries, most of them have a very similar compartment box in the chassis. So it means the question of having interoperability from a perspective of design of the battery and form factor is not it's not a problem. Like, you don't have to redesign completely the bike to have an interoperable battery. What you need is to have a commercial agreement. And I emphasize on that, it's like, if you are able to find like commercial alignment with your partners, you're able to move forward on interoperability. That's the idea.
Thank you very much, Jason. Interoperability was a big question yesterday, and it's going to be a big ongoing concern into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite one more speaker before the panel. And our next speaker is focused on one of the most urgent gaps in the e-mobility ecosystem, that is charging reliability and accessibility. At Base to Charge, he's working to deploy smart scalable charging solution designed for Africa unique operational and commercial realities. Please join me in welcoming Bent Vistisen. Is that right? Take it away.
Yeah. Thank you. Yesterday there was one from the States asking for user experiences, and that is what I'm intent to share. I call this universal EV charging, but first I will start with a little bit of background. I'm working within the IT area professionally, and we have we always try to follow the KISS principle. I don't know if you know it, but keep it simple, stupid. It might sound a little rough, so you could say it's stupid not to keep it simple. That sounds more polite, more polite. I got my first electric car in 2012. I've been electric since then. I'm living in Denmark. This is my 14th visit in Kenya. Until 2 years ago, it was Safari, Safari, Safari. Now it's Safari, Safari, and a little bit e-mobility. In 2016, we did an event in Denmark to raise awareness of e-mobility, to show that electric car is not only for fun, they can be used in real. So there was a piece of a motorway that was opening, so we invited EV drivers all over Europe to come to Denmark and visit. And we were 402 electric cars in one row, and that was enough to get into Guinness Book of Records. And you just did the Road to Addis event, which is something the same, because you try to get publicity on e-mobility. You can drive to Addis Ababa electric. Of course you can. Next year, it might even go faster with better charging opportunities. I said I'm living in Denmark, and 2 days ago we had snow. I think now it's just raining. Just to say where Denmark is, we have Norway, Germany, Sweden, and the UK just surrounding. Oh, that was too fast. We are 6 million people, about 10% of what you are in Kenya. Our area is, or Kenyan area is about 13 times bigger than Denmark. All of us have access to power, grid power. In Kenya, there is still some black holes here and there. On the other hand, power sustainability in Kenya is much better than in Denmark. We only have about 50% from windmill, a little bit from solar, but the last number I saw was 93%. Pretty good. And we have one mountain in Denmark, or mountain, 171 meter. You have Mount Kenya, it's not the same. Our capital is Copenhagen, and you have Nairobi. Today, we have more than 500,000 electric cars. When I say EV, or I always mean BEV, battery electric cars. So we have more than 500,000 BEVs on the road in Denmark today, which is about 18% of the entire fleet. New sales is about 70% of new sales is pure electric. So this 500,000 will grow to 1 million in about 2.5 years. Starting early gave us some challenges because very limited models was available. The Leaf, you know, from here, the old Leaf was one of the early ones. But besides that one, there was only 2, 3, 4 others. But the challenges with EV charging infrastructure was even worse than you see here today. There was almost nothing. Charging. Today we have more than 33,000 charging points in public area. Sounds like many, but we also have a lot of charging providers who individually try to monopolize the market to make them the only one in the. So in real, I have chosen one charging operator, which most of Danes do. Of these 33,000, I have access to about 530, 29 locations. That's quite common. So the 33,000 is a big number, but it's not accessible for everybody. It's some using the red ones, some using the blue ones, some, yeah. I think you see the problem. Every provider, almost every provider is using an app. That means we have very many apps. I did some kind of account and tried to install some of them on my mobile, and I found more than 20 apps, all doing the same in a different way. Connect to a charger, initiate a charge and pay. We even have a couple of providers that run on subscription. So you pay a monthly fee and you can charge as much as you like, when you like. This is some of the apps I installed on my mobile. I cannot recommend that solution. We are a member of the EU, and in the EU there is a requirement that chargers above 99 kilowatt must support some kind of credit card payment, direct payment. But there's no requirement for anything below. All ACs, low DC chargers, there's no requirement. So you're on your own to figure out how you pay on this one. Some charging providers have very visible prices, like you know from a gas station where you have the diesel, gasoline prices. They also have a third line with electricity price per kilowatt hour. That's very good. But there's only a few of them. Some other have prices in an app, don't have anything. And even though if you find the price in an app, if you then use the wrong app, not the app which is for this provider, there might be added a roaming fee. So you could easily end up paying the double or triple or something for the same kilowatt hour. And the big problem is you don't see it until you get your balance. You see your balance a week or two later. It's legal. I wonder, why is it so difficult to buy electricity just because I'm pouring it into my car? I just want to buy like I buy in my house, pay and drive. It should be at least as simple to drive an electric car and charge an electric car, some pour fuel into your traditional ICE car. So I have one recommendation to Kenya. As you're not as far as we are, we have reached a point where we cannot just push the reset button and start over. That's not possible. What we could do is say from tomorrow, there is a set of minimum standards that must be applied, but we cannot reset everything. You are in an early state, so you still have the opportunity to make some standards that say that everybody should be able to use any charger in the public area. You can all drive to any gas station and buy gasoline and diesel. Why not the same for electricity? That's where universal charging is. So I will try to tell what my take of universal charging mean. It's all about simplicity, simple use, availability, everybody, and then also visibility. Simplicity and availability is to get rid of all this app swamp. As mentioned, everyone should be able to use any charger in public area without having an app, without having a subscription. Just go and charge and pay and go. Price per kilowatt hour must be visible before you start charging. I don't think there's many other places where you would buy this kind of stuff without knowing the price. And also important that it must not be an isolated solution or solutions. It must be available for everybody, either by sharing. Every provider should be able to connect to the same time or in another way to comply to the same level of minimum standards. There's another very big benefit. Yeah, we have talked a lot about economics and funding these 2 days. But we have still the 33,000 charging stations. I would imagine that about half of them would be enough to cover Denmark with the 500,000 cars we have for now. So we over-invest because we make these isolated solutions. So every operator have more chargers to prepare to grow the market share instead of just installing hardware that everybody can use. There's a big saving opportunity. Visibility. By that, I mean in your navigation system, in the car, on your mobile, you must be able to navigate. If you want to go to Addis Ababa, you type in, and then the system will tell you where you need to charge and for how long. And you can even see on these individual chargers, charging location, how many is available, how many is occupied, and you can see the price per kilowatt hour on this location. And you can also see if there's a washroom, do they offer coffee, food, what else is available on this location. That's what I mean about visibility. That is a competition area. Not availability must never be a competition. That should be the default. We did 3-4 years ago build a system to do universal charging in Denmark. So what in practical, what you do, you go to a charger, there is on the charger a QR code, you scan the QR code with mobile, there is no app, nothing, and then you are prompted for either we want to use credit card or mobile pay solution, and you choose and you see the price per kilowatt hour and you charge. You want to say you pay and you charge. So charging begin, and when you leave, your bill is settled and everybody is happy. For a year or some, maybe a little bit more, I have talked with some partners here in Kenya who are interested in doing something similar like that. And we have, in fact, built a Kenyan version doing exactly the same. So what it's doing when you scan the QR code, you are prompted, and you pay with M-Pesa. Soon it will also be credit card, but we start with M-Pesa. No apps, no subscription. You just go, you charge, pay, and everything is done. As mentioned in the beginning, we cannot do that in Europe. This is not just a Danish problem, this is all over Europe, that we have this kind of different solution. It's a huge mess, but I think you can imagine. But we cannot just start all over. We must find some other way to convert to something better. I have a video, but it's not available yet, so sorry. That was my intention. So that's it. Questions?
Questions for Ben? Yes, a question here, Ben. You, if you don't mind.
It's not really a question, though it's a suggestion, because I saw you had pointed to someone might have a lot of apps on their phone, charging apps. So we discovered that that is quite a challenge to many people. I don't know how many of you, have, I believe all of us here have a lot of apps. Some we don't use them, like we use them occasionally. And so we are thinking if perhaps the guys who are offering the apps, they can have a web app which can eliminate the need to download apps so that you have a lot of apps in your phone. Just something, a suggestion maybe, or something companies can implement actually.
You're a clever guy. That's exactly what we're doing.
Thank you very much. Can you give it up for Ben? Now we move into a panel conversation. We have heard about fleet operators. There's a topic on battery and the status of charging in Denmark. And I hope in Kenya we won't have many apps as we have seen in Denmark. I think there will be a point where we'll have to discuss the charging apps also in future. For now, we move on to a panel discussion on the topic is battery technology in electric vehicles and transforming transportation for greener future, where they will explore advancement, sustainable battery material and the role for charging innovation. And this panel is going to be moderated by Dennis Wakaba, who is the CEO for BEV. And ladies and gentlemen, just put your hands together as we welcome Dennis Wakaba, the CEO for BEV, to be able to introduce the panelists on the conversation. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, How are you this afternoon? How are you? You didn't have tea break? We just go for lunch. Let's go for lunch then. Yeah? Let's skip this panel. Anyway, I want to quickly introduce my distinguished panelists to come on stage and to explore what this battery is all about. How many of us drive or own an electric vehicle? 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Okay, how many sit in between? Hybrids. How many on the other side? Anyway, allow me to introduce the following panelists to come on stage real quick because we don't have much time. We have Akash Gupta, founder and CEO of Zip. Yep. And we also have John Morris Arwa, charging infrastructure lead. Basigo, come up on stage. Then we have most welcome. Unfortunately, I'm standing on the way. If you can move it. Yeah. Then Peter Frankman, head of hardware, Songa Mobility. Round of applause. Then we have Troy Barry, co-founder and CTO, Area Mobility. Awesome. Then we have Mr. Steamer himself, Jason Grass. Come on, go. Co-founder Steamer. Jason. He's having a chit chat back there. Yeah. Then we will have Michael Schuster, GIZ, a sustainable mobility team lead. Welcome. So as we start off with this panel, what I would say, we want to make it a conversation about batteries. Yeah, but before we get into the meat, I'd like to start with Jason. Please introduce yourself and mention what you are doing within the battery ecosystem. You did your presentation where we understood about interoperability and the technical aspect, but tell us a bit more what to do and what are you working on the battery side here?
Well, I already introduced a lot what I do on the side of Okoa, but in short, so Jason, CEO of Okoa and Stima, we do interoperability of batteries, deployment of charging infrastructure, and we also deploy battery software management systems. It's imagine it as a way where you collect data from a lot of batteries and you're able to do analytics on that and understand very well how your battery is behaving. And that's like one of the core things that we are developing in the software.
Hi, good to see everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Troy Berry, CTO with Aria Finergy. We're a Nairobi, Kampala, Dar es Salaam solar battery power stabilization company. Been around for a number of years. We have about 70 projects up and running across those countries. My unique angle on this is that we want to be the energy supplier, the electron supplier for the charge network. Where we do that, what's the experience behind that is we do a lot with captive C&I markets behind the meter. We have to think a lot about where that energy is going. It has to be utilized. If it's not utilized, it's wasted. How can we continue to use the energy that we have? So the way that we're approaching the EVs is that we like to have them with another user of energy and until they get big enough that they can say, let's put a giant solar farm charging just batteries. We have to find very creative and interesting ways to put the battery in the charging so that if there isn't a battery being charged, we have somewhere else to move that power. So thanks for having me today. I'll end the intro.
Great. Hi, my name is Peter Crickman. I lead engineering for a company called Songa Mobility.
We are one of the few rural e-mobility companies. So we do agri-logistics. We have a fleet of three-wheel electric vehicles out in the west of Kenya in an area called PC. And we do things like collect about 10,000 liters of milk from small farmers every day and connect that to dairies. And so we are thinking about batteries and electric vehicles in terms of how to bring the cost per kilometer down and pass that benefit on to rural Africans. And with respect to batteries, we also have some a little different perspective because we're using three-wheelers. We have a lot of space to work with. So we can, we are actually thinking about like interoperability. We use a variety of different batteries in our fleet because our vehicle isn't like a two-wheeler where it's designed for a particular battery geometry. Yeah, I think that's pretty much. Oh, and then we've also started basically in our Nairobi office doing other engineering services for mostly multinational companies that are looking to come into Kenya, and just launched a vehicle project that we collaborated on with Toyota a couple of weeks ago at the Japan Mobility Show.
I'm sorry, is it me or the mic? Yeah, sorry, it's too much energy. Hi, Akash Gupta, coming from India, running Zip Electric. The perspective on batteries that I can share would be more about various chemistries that we've tried over these years, whether it's lead acid or NMC or LFP or charging or swapping. So happy to bring that perspective here and great to be with all of you.
Good afternoon. Oh, mine too. Good afternoon. My name is John Arrow. I'm a specialist in energy storage system for commercial and industrial solutions. And I'll be speaking on charging, fast charging, basically, how that affects batteries.
Good afternoon. Okay, first year per Hastel. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Michael Schuster. I'm with the German development agency GIZ. So we've been running around for 2 years now, trying to translate the experiences from the private sector to our advice to Kenyan ministries and Kenyan authorities. On batteries, we work mostly on circularity issues, so trying to help the private sector with pilots, how to best repurpose, how to best repair, how to do what to do end of life. So this is very open.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe just to set the scene a little bit, battery has its own value chains, right? And I can see most of us here around the downstream area, mostly making them or a little bit using them, assembling them. Yeah, nobody manufacturing them. But I want to maybe put a question to Troy. Tell us, in terms of battery, why are we looking at transitioning to use battery for sustainable mobility? Maybe just if you could paint the picture, because you are in the energy storage especially.
Great. So I think the big reason behind that is the cost, right? So compared to a petrol engine, specifically sitting in a city, idling in traffic, stop, go, motorcycles going up a steep hill. This is where EVs and motors can win. It's the torque on the motor going to beat an internal combustion engine. That's cost. I'm very happy that I'm saying cost first, and not environmental reasons. But that's the second reason, is we also want to clean up our cities. But the cost is that main driver. Even on our side, CNI, power stabilization, we're running factories off grid. And we're doing that because the grid is going on and off, and the factory wants to keep its load running, and the genset is just too expensive. This one's better. Oh, great. So cost is the main one. And I mean, just also to touch on that, people are moving to lithium. I think there's some interesting research around pouch cells, prismatic cells, cylinder cells. People are trying to find the longest lasting battery. Everybody's financial model depends on how long that battery lasts. So there's some dependability research going on from the suppliers, because the financial model is there. But I do have a background in some alternative battery technologies. And from that experience, the biggest thing that I learned is that we want to use something that's commercially released, commercially available. And specific for lithium, it's the big winner right now. From what the batteries in our phone, the battery that's in our cars, is the big industry pushing this. It's very reliable. We're seeing cycle cell counts go longer. And yeah, the transition is that cost from the comparative to fuel.
Interesting. Yeah, affordability is what is moving how we make business the bottom line. So, Mr. Gupta, you've talked about battery chemistries, which is the cheapest, which makes sense for the ecosystem. We hear there are specific chemistries which are suitable for storage, others for mobility. Maybe paint the picture. How are we looking at shaping that ecosystem?
So the battery ecosystem, I think it's a full circular economy, which is what we are seeing slowly being play out in various developed markets. And India is catching up, and I'm sure Africa is also catching up. I saw someone talking about it. So the main thing is that the good part about battery technology is, one, it is evolving. So the cells used to be like lead acid, which only used to last for about 6 months. Then we got NMC, which typically runs at 800 to 1,000 cycles, right? Which is 2 to 2.5, 3 years. Then came LFP, which is now NMC had a problem of getting fire also, and stress temperatures, it cannot perform so well. LFP is a technology which is slightly a blended mix, where the life is slightly better, about 1,200 to 1,500 cycles. The cost is slightly lower. And at the same time, there's then the evolution of LMFP also, which also happened, which is lithium, magnesium, cobalt, right? All coming together, which is bringing the blend of NMC and LFP together, right? So that is one trajectory that we've seen. And all of this also starts seeing the reduction in pricing of the batteries also, because whether it was oversupply in China or whatever, we saw that battery pricing reduced by about 20-25% any year back, right? Versus what it used to be 2 years back. And with that, the only challenge, which is still not solved, and I would love to understand from the co-panelists whether it's getting solved here, is that who is underwriting the end of life? Who is underwriting the cycles of the battery, right? Because while what we faced in our journey is that while we've deployed a battery where OEM has committed, X number of cycles, but that visibility has not been so clear. And we've seen batteries degrading faster. Even when there was a commitment of a 1,500 cycles, if a battery is failing at 800 cycles, that's off. That kind of kills the economics of the business. So that's on one perspective, which is fairly evolving. And hence we moved from, purely battery buying to just energy, right? Which is swapping, which is what I was sharing earlier. It just takes the risk of CapEx from our heads, and the end of life risk is gone. And the other interesting element, which possibly others can also allude to, is one, the battery in mobility, which is what you also asked. The mobility, there's high energy need, but there's always an energy storage business after that. So there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are building a energy storage business, that the same battery which was used in the two-wheeler or a three-wheeler with high energy torque use case can be used in an inverter, right, to power a hotel like this. And then after that, using from the inverter, can it be used into other form factors like a torches, or the things that you see, on various stalls, those rechargeable batteries. So that's the journey. And then finally, it is getting into the end of life where the black mass generation is happening, and it's then getting converted into chemicals and then going to cycle again.
And quickly, we are hearing sodium ion, graphite, graphene batteries, solid state batteries. What are these?
Yeah, so frankly, a lot of buzz about these new technologies, sodium ion, graphene, and stuff. But again, we've not seen very large scale applications so far, especially in India. And I would love to be learning here because when I was in China about 6 months back, just to learn what is happening there, I saw a lot of stalls and people talking about the sodium ion. But again, in the mobility application, I've seen that it's not so massified as of now, at least in India. I'd be happy to learn here.
Super. You touched on a very interesting point that PsychoLife and business case, are two things that are intertwined. So I want to ask Mr. Stima Jason, how do you feel that, and also mention through your experience, how, in case you have been shortchanged, you were promised 800 cycles, but you got 500, you were promised 5,000, then you got 1,000. Maybe talk a little bit about business and sector.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. I think this question of degradation and anticipation of this degradation is critical for the sector. And we have seen the same case for like in many cases where companies are buying batteries that are rated for a certain usage with good performance, and after 1 year you figure out you have a lot of troubles. I think there is a couple of things that are very important is the relation between downstream, the usage, and upstream, the production of the battery and the manufacturers. In the end, the manufacturers have the same aim as everyone. They want their battery to last the longest possible, and they want to be able to have an information that is trustworthy, and working on this also. What we have been doing is working closely on data management and sharing with the upstream of the value chain. And so that's the first point, really enable the supplier to understand what is the exact usage. I'll give you an example from spec sheets of cells and packs that you would get. When you want to select your battery, you will check at a document from the manufacturer that will tell you the battery will last for 1,000 cycles. And then in small lines, you have like at which temperature, at which rate of charge, at which rate of discharge. What is clear is that in your usage, you will have like a temperature that is different, the rate of discharge and charge that will be different, and you don't have numbers for this. So you need to really like keep monitoring that to understand like the impact of every single factor on your cells, and really base your choice on your actual usage and not on what the supplier would say. And I think this like kind of third-party position that we have on being able to do the link between operators and suppliers of saying like, these are the conditions, we can certify that the battery has been used as per your warranty conditions, so the responsibility is yours, or like the operators has been using it in a different condition, so the responsibility is theirs. That's very, very important to give transparency and liability in the sector.
Quite interesting. I know there are battery tracking methods for SOH, state of health. I don't know whether, Peter, you implement some of these things into your battery systems, IoT, just to make sure that when a customer comes to swap, he or she is getting the best battery.
It's an interesting topic. I think cycle life and also other type of operational degradation has been a big issue for us, especially around like vibration, shocks. Because that's if you're not dropping the battery, if you're not banging the battery around, and so I mean we've actually had to re-engineer battery enclosures. We've had to basically replace battery enclosures to improve like durability. I think this is something that we're still working on and learning, and like Jason was saying before, this is sort of like a multi-stage learning process. When you start buying stuff from China, the first wave is really just a learning experience. Second wave, you start to figure out like some unique elements, and then now we're kind of getting into the point where what we have is actually valuable and robust, and can be used like commercially in a sort of a serious way.
What are some of these localization inputs are you putting so that you safeguard the battery? You mentioned you are doing something locally to make it a little bit better.
Well, so like for our vehicles, we are using them almost entirely off-road in dusty environments. Like the level of, I mean, even when you look at the classic comparison of kind of Chinese and Indian, two-wheelers coming to urban African cities and getting beat up. Ours is like the next level because you've got a trike with 500 kilograms of milk on the back of it on like rural roads that are washed out, and the level of like additional engineering and abuse that our battery and vehicle hardware take is like, it's really, yeah, exciting from an engineering perspective and a maintenance perspective.
Yeah, for sure. I want to go maybe to the big boys, yeah, four-wheelers. Yeah. So what are you working? I know you mentioned you're doing charging. How does that affect battery life? And how do you ensure that your business case is not affected by shorter cycles, for example?
That's a very interesting question because we just have a chance to replace one of the first job buses that we recently had. So those are the BYD buses. So the biggest challenge we faced so far is the environment the batteries are brought into. And we really have a software acts the battery health as well as that track the battery health as well as the SOH. So with that in mind, as much as I would say there's a gap in actually the supply chain in terms of exactly what we get in the end. Because the promise is the vehicles will go over 200 kilometers without any issue on the battery, or at least 10,000 cycles on the battery. And when it gets here, but that's from China, when it gets here, you get a different perspective on the same. So just like the panelists have said, it's one thing what you need. When you go back to China again, you improve on that until you get that perfect product that you need.
All right, without disclosing much, did you replace the whole battery or you replaced a couple of modules or cells? So what happened? And what are your key learnings moving forward?
Most cases, being they are still under warranty, most of them have to be replaced fully.
Fully?
Yes.
So yeah, because I'm going to Michael now, he'll be very concerned. Where are you putting those removed batteries? Yeah, maybe Michael, you are working on circularity, and also Gupta talked about how recycling is happening, black mass being sent back. Tell us about that project and what would you advise Aro?
We'll discuss detailed later. I mean, like, yeah, touched already on what to do with the battery side. I mean, it's easy for the two-wheelers. You can move it around if safety is still a concern. Like when it comes to a big guy, I should say, transport is already a challenge, right? So this is not being practiced. And there's developments now, like the big logistics companies in developed countries are developing now business models how to approach the transport of bigger batteries, looking at cross-border transport, right? Like, I mean, like if you look at the circularity from a meter level, the volumes are like still very low here in Kenya, East Africa. So we would need to aggregate like battery volumes for repurposing and like especially for recycling, end of life. And this is where like regulations like the Basel Convention kick in, right? So cross-border transport of used battery cells is an issue. And this is where we're advising the Kenyan government. We hope to see like some arrangements sometime next year on how to facilitate this, looking at the East African region, how to establish Kenya as a recycling hub, hopefully having a battery shredder sometime next year in place in Kenya, and then how to attract volumes from the neighboring countries. Looking at repurposing, the same issue, right? Like as much as I'm happy to hear there's so much initiatives, so many activities happening already. Safety is like a serious concern. I mean, like here, Jua Kali, like under the sun, like everyone's like whatever cell is out there with a still sufficient state of health of like, let's say 50, 40%, you're still able to squeeze some volts out of it, some watt hours. What I would like to avoid is that guys just like play around with it. I don't know, try to manipulate BMSs, and this is what we try to avoid by all means, advising the authorities, again, trying to get to standards for the work for the industry on safety, on performance. Right? So far, we haven't seen like a serious fire incident with second-hand cells. There was a fire in Porto Mombasa already with lithium ions. So let's try to avoid by all means like safety, while try to get to feasible business models for repurposing.
Yeah, and ideally, that's why routine maintenance and visibility on the performance of those batteries are quite vital. Maybe a quick fire, because I know we have 7 minutes to go. Tell us, before we go to that, I have a question for Troy. Basico has removed batteries, for example. Yeah, is it? Then would you consider such batteries for energy storage? Storage, just a quick.
Look, I as a follower, I ask myself this every day. We do have experience with good batteries. We have experience with bad batteries. The bad batteries are a pain to manage. So they're very difficult. I'm glad you're bringing a shredder, because we've got some stuff to shred. And that's like, we do have to recycle the batteries. You have to find a way. It has to be more economical to pull it out of a shredded battery than to go into some jungle and dig up the soil and get thousands of people to risk their health. But look, I was just thinking about some of the comments earlier. We have we're running, as we said, large factories. So we have, at our biggest facility, we have 16 racks of 29 modules with 12 cells each. So we have one site where there's 5,000 cells that we have to monitor and bring them up at the same, make sure that if one overcharges, everything stops. We have to stop charging the entire 5,000 cell if one gets that. So we have had, on our good batteries, we have had a failure rate. I think it's around 0.2%. We have actually taken a module pack out. It comes in a pack of 4. To me, that's good enough. I don't have to break any soldering, but I can take that pack of 4 out. I put a new one in, charged at the same voltage. This was at year 3. We redid the nameplate capacity. We got back to 100% capacity. So it is possible to go take that 4-pack of cells out. Now, I'm not going to go any further than that. That's the point that I take it to the shredder, because I know that on the system that had the bad battery, where we were told which batteries to buy and we hadn't purchased them before, and when we opened up, it was just complete low quality product. So those exist and they come across, and we saw SOC jumps. We couldn't charge the whole thing. That you get bookended, right? Your lowest cell and your highest cell stop the entire system. And we were hitting around, we could get like 30, 40% of the capacity. It was a nightmare. So unless you want to have somebody watching and rebalancing all the time, my suggestion is you just recycle it. Now, there's probably a point in between there where they're okay. And maybe it is worth having a single person. Again, as a solar company, what I suggested to one EV company was take your bad batteries, have them, you have them anyway, right? You've already paid for them. So don't buy another battery for your solar plus battery storage system. Use the batteries you have to the point that you already have an electrician there or a tech. If you have to do some rebalancing, you can still use your own batteries. And even at the start of the project, just buy more of your own batteries and just use those. So we want to deploy charge stations where we find the lowest possible energy per unit for the bike, for the bus, from solar, from the grid. There's some different grid tariffs in Kenya that make it really interesting which location you pick. But overall, I don't want the old batteries, but I think if you have them and you know how to use them and you're familiar with them, there is a certain lifetime that you could extend in your charge station, capturing, it's sunny right now, it's going to be cloudy later. You can use those batteries, a little bit of the back and forth energy at the charge station level.
Yeah, I'm sure, Ara, you've had that point. 1 megawatt charging stations plus stationary storage with all batteries. Or maybe Michael Archer should come sooner. All right. Just we can talk a little bit quickly about battery enhancement and how you see the future. Maybe we'll start with Jason coming this way so that we can open up the floor for quick questions. Battery enhancement, how are you looking at? What are you also working on in terms to make sure that your battery is better? Yep.
When you look at battery enhancement, there are 2 points that you want to look at. First thing is the actual design of your battery, how it has been done, and second is like how it is used. And I think both are equally important. Like to have an enhancement of your battery, first thing is use the data you have to do the best design you can about the battery. Understand like how in terms of packaging you need to have your pack done better, but it could be also in terms of cells. For example, the more you know your usage and the more you're able to choose the right cells from the right supplier and the right like type, cylindrical, pouch, or whatever, that will make like a battery enhanced, let's say. And the second point is on the side of the usage. You have a lot of factors that have an impact on the degradation of the battery. What we are monitoring with our system is one of the things we are monitoring is batteries that have to go to maintenance, predictive maintenance. Basically, we get all data and we flag batteries that have an issue. This battery go to a battery lab and get fixed. And battery enhancement is being able to do this predictive maintenance and figuring out before the battery gets to its end of life, there is an issue with this battery. And sometimes it's a small issue. Sometimes it's just a firmware that has been not well parametered, and it's an easy fix to change the firmware or like change the BMS if it's a BMS issue and so on. But this gives like a lot of value to networks because you're able to have much better service to your riders and also to enhance the lifespan of your batteries. On this also, question is when you're using these batteries, you would figure out temperature has an impact, the rate of charge has an impact, the rate of discharge has an impact, the voltage when it comes to the station has an impact on the batteries. So if you want to enhance the lifespan of these batteries, the first thing that you need to understand is what are the economic factors that you can allocate to these different components? What parameters have which economic impact on your business? And so that's also what we do on understanding degradation trends and how do you basically reduce this degradation speed. That's the way we do enhancements.
Very good insights for sure. Troy, anything you would like to speak about enhancement and the future of the battery?
Yeah, I think, again, I'll just be quick with this, but the longevity, the cell is going to take a lot of bouncing, whether it's a tuk-tuk or even a motorbike. I mean, we've all been on some rides that are pretty bumpy even on a city street, you're going to find potholes. So that longevity has to happen. On the C&I side, I mean, what I've seen is we also finance our projects, 10-year financing. Battery warranties are now 10-year for the large energy storage systems. So I'm kind of looking at that and saying, well, you're the one giving the warranty, so I trust you. I mean, it's hard to really think beyond 5 years because our oldest are 4 years, and I see everybody offering 10 years, and it's a little bit like, are you sure? But that's kind of the market is driving for that, right? The other thing is, for our commercial systems, if someone really has bad power, and it's not a lot of the Kenyan clients, it's clients in other countries that have, the grid goes on and off a lot. Their payback is actually really short. Their payback is 1 or 2 years. The battery doesn't have to last 10, 16 years the way that I want it to, because, you know, an environmental and a mining reason, the payback is less than 2 years. So there are really large cost drivers as well, because as much as I want to sell the 16-year battery, my competitor might not be. So yeah, we look at it from bankability, financing the project, the warranty has to match the length of the term. There's still big CapEx investments overall. But I'm kind of done my R&D days for now that I'm owning a company that's selling and financing. I want something that works. So we have a good supplier. We want to stick with that supplier. We make sure that the battery is not going to cause us headaches or our maintenance team too much effort to go fix it. Now, on my earlier comment, look, if the reason I'm not going into that 4-pack of cells is because that's not my core focus. If you're a motorcycle company and you have 10,000 of these things, it probably is worth it to figure out how to recover that smaller unit of measure and make it last a little bit longer, especially if you're financing and you're doing this battery swap model. So different companies have a different approach to that. Ours is very much, I want to keep my client's plastic manufacturing operation running, so I'm going to take as little risk as possible.
Well understood, and thank you for that business case thought.
For us, I think as we see cost per kilowatt hour come down, and also yeah, basically density and value kind of improve on batteries, it actually opens up new business models. So like one of the things that we're doing is we're experimenting with putting excess power in the trike and then actually seeing what else we can do with that. So like one of our trikes now, our prototype has 16 kilowatt hours in it, which is basically like 2 full days of range, but we're putting power offtake on it. So while we collect milk for these farmers, we can actually mill unga, maize. And that's just something that's never been done. I mean, these farmers would normally walk to town to mill maybe 5 or 10 kg a week of their maize for their own home consumption. Now they can do it while their milk is being collected on the side of the trike. Same with shelling, chaff cutting, chopping, different agricultural productivity. We have enough extra power now on the trike. We can actually run appliances off of it. And that's all based on kind of improvements in battery technology.
Amazing. More for less, sir. Gupta, what do you?
I think from a battery safety standards, one thing that I can share from the India landscape again is that about a year or two back, when we faced a lot of problems of, fire safety hazards happening in various parts, government came forward and they created a new standard of battery safety, which is available online also, which is AIS 156 standard, where every vehicle battery has to be tested and has to be accredited by government. And we see a huge change after that in terms of those standards. While still there's a little bit of a gray regulation on low speed vehicles where that does not apply, and I think the industry is working towards solving that. But that was a momentous thing, and after that we saw a huge positivity and hardly any such issues that emerged out.
Indeed, especially visibility on what the industry is doing really helps for people to follow standards and enhance compliance. Aro, what do you think?
So for battery advancement, I would say, when we went back to China now and got a different version of bus with different batteries and away from BYD, we came back with the buses that had CATL to ensure that we are able to understand the data behind each and every cell. The partnership has enabled us to build a battery lab here in Nairobi. And with that partnership, I feel that with the data we are going to gather from all of these buses, we are able to understand exactly what goes into battery manufacturing, what goes into battery, let's say, maintenance, and then what goes after the batteries end of life, like what I've talked about on BYD, what happens after. With BYD, it is a little bit restrictive, but now with CATL, we have an opportunity to understand exactly how can we repurpose this. Above using it on C&I and residential, is it possible to put it on smaller vans that are serving schools, that are doing short errands? So those are basically what I would think in advancement in battery technology, bringing the skills locally.
Right. You're talking about skills. Maybe Mike also, we are also trying to enhance skills for maintenance, serviceability, recycling, monitoring. Please also emphasize on that enhancement we did.
Yeah, we do. Collecting mics here. Yeah, we do. Before I dive into the skills issue, let me also promote reports we've done with our friends from Drive Electric, Knights Energy. Romano was here earlier on. So if you are keen on learning about projections for battery volumes for Kenya, happy to share the resources we compiled. Let me also promote our lab of tomorrow next week on battery circularity, so repair, repurposing, also recycling. We're going to develop business models with the industry stakeholders. If you are interested in joining, please approach me. On skills, we've done a training needs analysis for e-mobility all along the value chain, so not only vehicles, charging infrastructure, but also batteries. This is going to be published early next year. Based on this, we're busy now building a curriculum for, again, like everything, starting with batteries, also vehicles, charging infrastructure. We noticed there is like a huge skills gap, like especially on the battery side. And we're looking for partners and to scale this curriculum mid of next year. We should be ready to dive deeper into this.
Amazing. Maybe a quick round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. So I'll open up for a few questions from the audience. Please ask hard ones. These are tough men. And so sorry, we need a lady next time, organizers. Huh? Gender balance.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert from Mkopa. So I have a question on battery technology. So as we advance on this field, many people are talking of fast charging. So how do we mitigate fast temperature rise and also our vis-a-vis battery life? So on a customer's perspective, so when you take your bus or a bike to a fast charging station, so the battery temperature rises very fast. So that customer also needs to ride that bike just after charging. So how do you deal with these safety thresholds? And also as you work on battery life. So for this, I believe that if you operate these batteries in high temperatures, you expect that the battery life will reduce. Yeah.
Another two more questions.
Yes, I've been thinking about battery life. And of course, I was looking at Tesla. They have their own proprietary chemistry, which of course they use the NMC and the others, but there's one which is just, they've already, I don't know if it's patented, because I know of someone who they've used their Tesla for, I think 15 years, and their state of health is 93%, the battery, the state of health. So just asking, or I don't know whether it's the same thing, how can we balance? Because at the end of the day, we've said, as Jason said, it's the manufacturer to guarantee, but where do we balance the cost? Because there's a high cost involved in maintaining the life of the battery, but at the same time, e-mobility is growing. So how do we get to balance these two, where yes, there's the cost, but at the same time, we need to have a battery the life to improve. Yeah, so I think that was it.
Thank you, Brian, for that question. Any last question? All right, I think, okay, I'll ask my panelists to take, no, it was not directed to anyone. I know you know your stuff.
Regarding this life, what you're saying is basically you have trade-offs to do and you have like figure out like your way forward with that. Yeah, it's always a question of a lot of things. Like you would say, what drives your business is that at the end of the day, when you get financing, you're able to pay for the cost of your financing. So you will do all your calculations based on that. And our sector is very different from Tesla from many perspectives, because if you look at electric mobility, like light electric mobility, like two-wheelers, you have much less space into a battery. You can't have cooling systems. You can't have like oversizing of the battery to reduce the current rate and so on. So you end up being constrained on what you can do to reduce the degradation of the battery while fast charging, for example, or things like that. So you have to take that into account in your design of your model. Like, for example, when you do battery swapping stations, you will say, it would be super nice to do charging in 30 minutes in my swap stations for the battery to be always available for the riders, but you won't do that because it will cost you so much of money that you would prefer saying, okay, let's invest into a bit more of battery and have like 2 hours of charge, for example, and that will preserve the life of the battery. So what you will always do is a trade-off between your wish of like you want to have the most extended lifespan and like the need for having also like your return and so on. So yeah, that would be my take on that.
Thank you for that. Maybe I'll ask Peter and Gupta to take his question, especially on, safety. Fast charging, the more a rider gets a bike after quickly charging, the battery is a little bit hot,
So fast charging is very interesting as a concept, and we've again done a few pilots on fast charging, but frankly, I have not. It's my personal view. I have not yet crossed the bridge on fast charging as the field. Why? Because one, it's not proven at scale. There are good experiments which are done at a scale of 30, 40, 50. The other reason is that we have not seen it evolve, because fast charging will only evolve when you'll see the full cycle of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years life that they commit. So there are good events which have happened where people say that, hey, we'll fast charge in 20, 40 minutes, but then the efficiency and life of the battery has to be really established for the right TCO, the total cost of ownership of the battery or the business. But at the same time, there are a couple of good businesses which are trying to do that in India. Like, I know there's Exponent, which is doing for three-wheelers on fast charging. Good friend who's building that business. And then there's another one, which I'm forgetting the name, but that's also getting some traction. Shitanshu's the founder. So yeah, so there are a couple of experiments, but not proven at scale yet. But look forward definitely for that. Yeah.
Hey, Peter, do you have anything to add on? Then Michael.
Like I understood the question. There's safety concerns when it comes to fast charging. I mean, looking at the global developments in terms of battery degradation, like I've seen research that fast charging actually like doesn't influence the battery degradation as much, right? And looking at the safety concerns as such, I mean, like we in the African context, we have to be aware of like the potential. But I mean, megawatt charging is being piloted now in developed countries, and there was no safety, no severe heat implications, no fire risk whatsoever. Technically, it's possible. We just need to make it. We need to implement it safely here, right?
Amazing. I think we'll come to a close of this panel. Thank you very much for all your insights. And as you go back, do the best to make batteries better and power e-mobility. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. At this point, we're going to take a break for lunch and then resume back in the afternoon. Our session should start at 2 p.m. Thank you. Lunch is going to be served the same floor at the Harvest Restaurant. Ensure you have picked your meal card. Ensure you have a meal card with you. The same floor on the Harvest Restaurant. That's where lunch is going to be served. Then please let's be here by 2 so that you can pick up the afternoon session in good time. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. presented in the room, put your hands together as we welcome Pomoka.
Hello. Looks like people decided to have a nap after lunch, but we can continue with the session. So my name is Kwamboka Unduso from eWorker Mobility. I think you can do a bit of introduction as they set up. I think it's coming up now. So eWorker Mobility is an electric mobility company that does two-wheelers, both bicycles and motorcycles in Nairobi, Kenya, and other parts in Kenya and also in Rwanda. We run fleets in these two countries, and we also sold other parts of Africa like Congo, Burundi, and other countries. So today we are going to talk about fleet management and sustainability for a green future. All right, so we do fleet management whereby we have a pool of riders and we are serving different partners, providing a solution on good riders who are able to meet different metrics that our partners provide to us. So, yeah. So I'll start with how we leverage on AI to on driven route and order optimization. For our fleet, like I mentioned when I started, we have different partners who have different metrics, which means they give us different KPIs that we ensure that are met for the partners. This includes making sure that they have shorter turnaround times, they have high orders and low reduce congestion in high density zones. So on this, when how order optimization helps is when it helps us understand where the surge is, where do we want to have our riders stationed, and how do we ensure that we are meeting the supply and the demand depending on how our partners are providing the orders. So this is how you can see on the map. You can see how we can track our riders on route, how we can know which rider is on transit, which riders are already waiting for the orders, and then also which ones are completed? Did they complete on time? Was there any delay on the delivery? And this is how we use order optimization to understand and also help our customers to, or rather our partners to manage their orders well. Yeah. Okay, so we have real-time visibility with IoT telematics. I saw other partners as well talking about IoT and real-time visibility. When it comes to fleet management, this is really key to know where the rider is the rider on transit, are they having trouble with their bike? Do they need a rescue? And when it comes to the IoT, there are different things we can drive from that. There's the live vehicle location. You can see when the bike is idle, the engine on time, you can see the distance they covered. Also on the battery maximization, you're also able to see the trip easily and also the pickup and the drop off of the trips that they're doing. So this is what we are able to do when it comes to real-time visibility and IoT on the bike. And we also give this access to our partners so that they can have that as well. They're able to see their fleet, the number of bikes they have, the riders that are using the specific vehicle to match what they also have on the order platform side. Yeah. Okay, as they do that, so I can talk of the predictive maintenance and operational reliability and how we are using the system that you have today so this one is on the battery management system, and also it has an IoT, which means our bikes, or rather the vehicles, can be tracked on the frame, and also you can track the battery, and you're able to see different things on the battery side. You're able to see the battery life, how fully they're charged, are they discharging, and the health of the battery. And you're also guided, on the rider decisions, which order to accept and or remain. Do you have 80, your battery to give you like a longer distance, or do you have a battery that you need to do shorter distances before you go and charge or swap? So this is how our IoT battery management battery management looks like, and you're able to derive different information to guide us in terms of rider management, and also making sure that the vehicle is ready to do deliveries on the scheduled time of the rider. Okay, so here we also have partnered with different telematics to have both the bike on the telematics and also on the bike history to determine which bike is nearing maintenance, to also know which schedule different maintenance for different riders, so that they can can be on the road, and also when they're off, they can have their bikes maintained. So we have this system that gives us the record of the bike. When did you last do maintenance? When are you scheduled to do maintenance? Then our technical team has the same backend, which tells them which rider is scheduled when to do their maintenance. And this helps us to reduce any downtime on the rider side and on the partner side, to make sure that if you're scheduled to be on the road, then with the system, you easily know, I'm scheduled to be the maintenance or rather at the workshop at this time, and I need to be on my schedule at this time. And this is the system on the fleet management to make sure that every party knows what is expected and where to be at what time. Yeah. So we do this here in Kenya, and we also do it in Rwanda, using the same system, managing the riders, managing the orders. You can see we have data also. Before I go on this slide, we ensure that our partners give us different metrics. We also do the review on these metrics to make sure that the performance of the rider is done well, is doing what is expected of the partner. And when that is done well, we use that data depending on the number of deliveries done, depending on the distance covered, revenue generated. On that data that we get, we help our riders to do either on the bike, or rather change, change from leasing of the bike, because you have two models. You can either lease the bike or get to own the bike. So with the data that we get, depending on the distances they cover, the earnings, the order volume, on-time delivery, which is more on a behavioral side of the rider, and the battery usage efficiency, then we use that data to guide or rather share with our financiers that these riders are performing well. We've tracked their performance. They are able to pay back for the bike, depending on if you want to own the bicycle, if you want to own the motorbikes. From the data that we get, then it's easier for us to know which vehicle, or rather also depending on the course that you've done, do you have a DL? Are you interested to own a motorbike or a bicycle? So with this data, we are able to get different information that we can share with our partners to enable our riders on the bike or the asset. On the performance insights, which I think I've said so many times, is to really make sure that you are meeting the partner metrics. That is on the distance, majorly on the battery side, because they have a range of 80 for the motorbike and 100 for the bicycle. And also, are you covering enough distances, or rather is your earning matching the distance that you covered? So all this data, our data team, are able to give us insights that enable us to manage the ride as well. So I think I have one more slide, or that's the last one. Yes. So all that's done. Then we have a happy customer, we have a happy rider, and a very happy bike. And this is like through the fusion of AI, IoT, telematics, and predictive analytics. Whereby we are able to build a green, smarter, and also profitable future for urban logistics, which is, I think, a solution most of the e-commerce companies are going through. Managed fleets, people, or rather 3PL partners who are able to give a solution when it comes to riders. I think most can agree it's very hard to manage independent riders, and when you have a partner like eWorker who is able to like give you a solution, and you only need to bother on the order side, but not the rider side. eWorker works on the rider side, works on the vehicle side. Happily, we have both solutions on the fleet, and also we have our own bikes. And with this, we are able to make everyone happy in the market. And that is what our goal is, to be a solution for the local market, meeting the local demands. Yeah, that's will be it, I think. Yes, and yeah, you can see we are saying, join the eWorker, to electrify Africa. Yeah, that's my, unless we have any question, comment, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Komboka. Any question? Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Komboka. And next, we look at the business case for e-mobility from fleet electrification experience on the ground. Our speaker leads Everelectric, a company proving that electric fleets can deliver both environmental impact and strong commercial returns. Please welcome Ndia Magadela. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I forgive him for butchering my surname. It's okay. As has been said, my name is Ndia Magadagera. I'm from South Africa, and I represent a company called Everelectric. At Everelectric, we lease electric vehicles to the logistics industry. So we are a B2B business providing EVs as a service. Can go to the next screen. So why did we set up the business case the way that we did? We realized that the logistics industry was looking for options to decarbonize. They were also looking for options to reduce their costs. And yet they had a few questions regarding going electric. One, it was the cost of the vehicle, because like has been already said a couple of times here, it is way more expensive to buy an electric vehicle than an ICE vehicle, definitely the same in South Africa. But two, they were wondering that if they buy this vehicle that they don't know the technology, it is new to them, they don't know what the residual value of this vehicle will be, they don't know what the afterlife of this vehicle will look like. They would rather lease it, rather than put it on their own balance sheet. And so we provide them with the vehicles, the charging infrastructure, as well as a connected IoT layer that helps them with charging. So we let them know where to charge when electricity is at the cheapest. And so they are able to every day do their deliveries without too much of a headache. If we can go to the next one. I was going to show you a video, but I see it's not going to play. No, it's okay. It's okay. But basically, we believe that we are positioned on the cusp of three global mega trends. The one is decarbonization and sustainability. So, I mean, I think I'm singing to the choir here because we are all singing from the same hymn sheet. There is a greater need for industries to decarbonize. But two, there's the mega trend towards electric mobility. So we started this business 5 years ago. We started by doing a proof of concept with a large logistics player in South Africa. One of them was DSV, which is a global player, but also DHL. And both of those customers that we were doing those proof of concept with already knew that they wanted options to go green, but the question was, how do you do it without disrupting the business? And so over the years, we have seen better battery technology. We have seen electric vehicles having longer ranges. When we started 5 years ago, our vehicles could only do 300 kilometers on a charge. Now we've got vehicles in our fleet that are able to do upwards of 450 kilometers on a charge. So the technology is getting better and better, and then also the mega trend towards assets as a service. If we can go to the next. So I've already said that then 5 years ago, we ran a proof of concept for about 2 years. And then about 3 years ago, we started commercially scaling within different fleets in South Africa. So what you can see here on the left side of that page is just some of the clients that we support every day with their electric vehicle needs. And what we have found and how we sell the solution to our different clients is this, that there are 3 things that must be present before they can transition part of their fleet to electric. 1, the cost efficiencies must be there, so it must make financial sense for them to go green. We are yet to find a lot of commercial users or businesses that are happy to pay a premium to go green. So yes, indeed, the ESG commitments are important, but the cost savings become the important thing. But 2, one of the things that we say to them, 2 of 3, is that technically you should be able to rely on this asset that you are now using. So this vehicle must actually be of good quality. We must be able to maintain it for you. So all of the things that you could do technically with your previous vehicle, your ICE vehicle, they should be able to do with the electric vehicle. But thirdly, most importantly, is that operationally, it must be the same. So if the client didn't need to stop to fill up during the day when they were using an internal combustion engine, they shouldn't have to do it when they're using an EV. So we manage all of that so that they get a similar experience so that they are not disrupted. If we can go to the next slide. So looking at the industry challenges, and I think, listening to all the speakers from yesterday and today, I realized that our problems seem to be quite similar, because 1, it's the lack of EV availability, meaning, well, at least in South Africa, we do not have locally manufactured commercial electric vehicles. That then means that we then need to import the vehicles. And if you import the vehicle, then you have to deal with the higher cost due to the cost of the EV. But on top of that, there are import duties that are levied on top. So that is an issue that we deal with. But also there's the issue of infrastructure limitation. I think now, rather than before, we are seeing a lot more charging infrastructure players coming into South Africa and looking to set up charging infrastructure. In actual fact, when I last checked the numbers of charging infrastructure in South Africa, we're sitting at just under 400 chargers across the country. So while that might sound like a big number, because the total electric vehicles in the country are less than 5,000 as we speak, but what we are seeing is that there is a higher uptake of EVs, given the fact that there are cheaper vehicles coming into the market. And so those who set up their charging infrastructure before can then, that charging infrastructure can then be relied upon for the vehicles that are coming online. And then there's the issue of grid stability and load shedding concerns, which was a reality in South Africa. There was a time that we would have up to 4 hours of power outages. But even having said that, I mentioned that we've got a connected back end connected to our system. We are live in our vehicles and in our chargers, and we are able to schedule around the power outages. As we stand in the country, there's a lot more renewable energy coming into the grid. There's a lot more availability of power. So this has become less of an issue. And I think the fourth and final one is really just the prohibitive cost of having an electric vehicle. If we can go to the next one. And the next one. So I think here I just want to talk about, and I think it was touched on yesterday to some extent, about the fact that when we went out to market to look for skills of, let's say, high voltage technicians, charger maintenance technicians, you will not find them readily available in the market. So there are no TVET colleges that are necessarily training the skills that are coming. Young people not necessarily coming out of colleges with the electric vehicle knowledge and skill. So what we have done is that we are training for ourselves, we train for our operations, but what we are doing together with the government is putting together a program where we can use our centers of excellence as an on-the-job training centers for those who would like to learn electric vehicle skills. If we can go to the next one. I've already touched to a certain extent on this, the fact that we also have electric charge support. So this is software that we have built. We call it the Electric Cloud that allows our drivers. There's a driver-facing app. There's a connected back end. Our drivers know exactly when to charge, what time to charge, how they will get there, and we plan that route on their behalf. So here's what we learned in the 5 years that we've been doing this. Purchasing an electric vehicle and putting it in your fleet is probably the easiest thing to do, but the actual back-end support that tells you when to charge, when you're running out of charge, and managing all of that in the background is probably the thing that is the most valuable on fleets. Because when you are able to do this, you are able to give your client greater comfort that they'll, one, be able to do their deliveries, but two, that they will not run out of charge, because range anxiety remains a big concern for many. If we can go to the next one. And the next one. Next slide. I think she's going backwards, but we can go to the next one after this one. So I think while we are finding our place, next one. Next page. So then I already spoke about training, and I've already spoken about supporting the client from a back end. But the other thing that we have seen that is emerging right now is driver owner schemes, where drivers are able to lease these vehicles to own them. So we are finding that there is this drive towards drivers creating micro enterprises. So we have such a project, and the video that I wanted to show was really about that, where drivers are able to lease these vehicles for a period of 6 years, and at the end, ownership does transfer to them. And what that then does is that they've got this asset that they can own into perpetuity, but they also have the support from ourselves to support them in that business. And in the back end, the off-taker of their services is then the logistics players that they deliver for. Next one. So maybe this is where I'm going to end, talking about the total cost of ownership and what we have found. So we have found that when we run our vehicles, so our vehicles are four-wheelers, they start from 1 ton up to 4 ton vehicles for now. on the 3 tonners, if a client is doing 3,000 kilometers per month, they are at parity. So ICE and electric. If they are doing more than 3,000 kilometers, we find that they save money. So we have followed a certain client that has a fleet with us of about 50 vehicles. And on the total cost of ownership for their entire fleet, they've seen savings of just over 20. They've seen the total cost of ownership is 27% less than the ICE vehicle. And what we have seen now with the costs of the electric vehicles coming down is that that break-even point in terms of kilometers is then becoming smaller. So even fleets that do about 2,500 kilometers a month are going to start saving when they go electric. And that is really just what is the selling point. We have proved the total cost of ownership. And what we've also found is that if a client is using solar as opposed to charging off the grid, then obviously the cost savings are a lot higher. If we can go to the next one. So in closing, let me say, what will it take for mass adoption of electric vehicles, at least in what we have seen? We have found that the easiest to transition, there are low-hanging fruit in public transportation, in commercial fleets because of the volume of it, but because of the ESG commitments as well. And we have found that while we are supporting those fleets, we are starting to have a network of charging infrastructure that then even the consumer can use. And what we are also finding is that there are cheaper electric vehicles coming into the South African market, so a higher uptake on the consumer side of things. So when policy changes, when costs come down, when there's enough charging infrastructure, we do believe that this picture is going to change to a greater extent. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Any question for Ndila? Thank you very much, Ndila. We'll move quickly to our next speaker, who brings in hands-on engineering and infrastructure know-how. Is behind. As someone with a strong technical background working on EV charging infrastructure development, our next speaker, Kelvin, understands what it truly takes to design and deploy reliable charging networks. Please join me in welcoming Kelvin Obara from Mazi Mobility. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Today, we've had a lot of talk about interoperability. I think Jason from Steamer talked about batteries, but then I'm going to talk about charging infrastructure. So I'm Kelvin, I lead engineering at Mazi, and I'm going to tell you about what interoperability is, why we want interoperability in our ecosystem, what are some of the challenges you're facing, and what are the recommendations, and why Mazi is a leader in interoperability. So next slide. Yes, so interoperability is intersection between fragmentation and standardization. I got this definition from the PRIO report. And fragmentation is where the different players in the market have their own batteries, they have their own vehicles, and they have their own infrastructure. And in standardization, everything is the same. So same batteries, same connectors, such that we can use one system. But then there's interoperability, which is in the middle. And in interoperability, there's some aspects. The players have some aspects where they align, such that they can share either batteries, vehicles, and all the charging infrastructure. And then in Mazi, we've observed a few interesting trends here. So at first we had players with single batteries, multiple two-wheelers using the same batteries, and then we had a single infrastructure that was able to support these batteries or these border riders. So this was completely unintended. And then the next type, and then we also saw we had multiple batteries, single same bike, but then they want to use our infrastructure. So then we had to tweak our charging service a little bit, fit a new connector just to be able to support such riders. And then the third is now our attempt at interoperability. So we still had multiple batteries, and then we had multiple bikes in the market. And then to make sure we serve these players, it was one infrastructure, but then different chargers in the same infrastructure. So multiple infrastructure, but under one umbrella. But then we decided to design interoperability. So this is now our designed interoperability, which is multiple batteries, multiple bikes where we are, single infrastructure. So to enable us do this, we have smart infrastructure that adopts charging to different battery types. So if we have any players with different batteries, you don't have to be worried. Mazi can charge your batteries or can swap your batteries. And then we also have multiple connectors in our infrastructure, both automated and manual. So we account for all the players in the market. Next slide. So why do we want interoperability? And insights from Prio, now that they did a very good job. So we've seen that when there's interoperability, players tend to specialize. So we have people working on batteries only, people working on bikes, and then there's Mazi working on infrastructure. And we also see that it's capital efficient because players don't have to spread capital across the different aspects. And this way they get their money back quickly. And also users benefit, their users, the riders. And you can see on this graph, Sun Mobility in India, which has some aspects of interoperability, charge lower per swap compared to Spiro, which is vertically integrated. So that is improved user experience. And another point to that is we've seen a lot of riders waste a lot of battery looking for swapping stations. And there's a good story that I have. One of our independent rider right now used to do 14 kilometers every day to go to Westlands from Ruaka to do a battery swap. But we had a Mazi swapping station in his locality. So when finally he could start using Mazi battery, he's been having a much better experience. It's more sustainable for him to run an EV. So when there's interoperability, different riders from different players can use our infrastructure. They don't have to go to travel distances to just access swapping stations. And then faster iteration and scale. And this is also from our personal experience. Now that we are focusing on charging alone, charging infrastructure, we are able to build up a lot faster and deploy a lot faster. Yeah, next slide. And then what are the challenges from the perspective of charging infrastructure? And the main issue for us is the different batteries that are coming into the market. So the different batteries, different aspects like battery chemistry and battery cells. We also have different batteries with different nominal voltages and capacities. So this means that there are different charging parameters that we have to adopt our charging infrastructure to. And then batteries with different connectors. So we've seen Anderson, we've seen Chogori, but then to account for such players, we have to have multiple connectors, and this increases the cost of the infrastructure. So this is another challenge. And then different types of battery BMSs, and then each BMS has a specific communication protocol. So our system is smart. We want to be able to monitor the cycles, state of health, SOC, but then when there are different communication protocols, sometimes you are forced to design a feature just for a specific player. which makes it very complex in doing charging infrastructure. And then different battery sizes and weights. I've seen some very heavy batteries I myself cannot lift. So even the riders cannot lift. But we still try to provide infrastructure for such players. So we've decided to even adopt manual stations where we, if need, we use trolleys just to be able to swap batteries. And then finally is limited data on certifications, fire tests, and yeah. So the problem with this is there's always a potential for thermal runaway or battery fire when we are not sure how best to charge these batteries. But this is actually improving. The new batteries that are coming in have a lot of this information, but the first batch of batteries that came in for the two-wheelers did not have a lot of information. So we just went to China, got batteries, but we didn't have the data sheets. So these are some of the challenges. Next slide. Yeah, and then you can see just what I was saying, the different chemistries, different battery specs, different connectors, and then the different communication protocol and the different form factors. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so what are some of my recommendations to make interoperability a reality? I was very impressed listening yesterday and today because it seems that everyone is headed in that direction, and that is what people desire. But one thing is collaboration. And another quick story, I talk to bike financiers a lot, and they tell me stories where a rider picks up a very good bike, but after 2 days, they bring it back and say, hey, I want another bike. Why? Because they cannot access swapping stations. So it's not sustainable for riders to use EV if they cannot access swapping stations. So that means that we have to collaborate. Bike providers, battery providers, and charging infrastructure providers have to collaborate to make interoperability a reality. And then we also need open charging. I've seen some batteries that were very difficult to integrate. So they have complex communication protocols. You have multiple checks before they can charge. I think this is a good thing to be able to prevent unsafe charging out of the infrastructure or out of the regulated networks. But there are simpler ways to do handshakes to prevent outside charging. So open charging makes it very easy for infrastructure providers to integrate those batteries into their networks. And then we can also decide to use same connectors and communication protocols. So for example, in vehicles, I think the Basigo people just said they are going towards the Chinese standard. So we can also decide to, as two-wheelers, to adopt some of these common connectors that we've seen. So right now, the most common ones are Chogori, Anderson. I think those are some of them, and Type 6, and also Type 6 is coming. So if there's a new player coming into the market or existing players are iterating, maybe you should consider going with these proven connectors instead of bringing a new connector, making it easy, making interoperability a reality. And then my final slide. Yes. So what is Mazi doing to be a leader in interoperability? And the first thing is Mazi is open. We are open to work with bike providers, battery players, and even charging players. So right now we are working with more than 5 bike partners and independent riders who are using our network. So the way we do this is we enable the bike providers or distributors to push bike sales without worrying about charging. Because one of the first things riders ask is, where will I charge this bike when I buy it? And then that is where Mazi comes in. And then for Mazi, we don't have to think about bikes. Our focus is on infrastructure And then, so this way it's a win-win for both the bike providers or distributors and us, the charging providers. And then, yeah, and then we've also had to introduce, we also have an automated and manual swapping mix. So for batteries, smaller batteries, I call them, and those that are below 25 kilograms, whose form factors can sit on bays, we use automated stations for them, which are 24 hours. And then to accommodate bigger batteries, heavier batteries, we have manual swapping to support such players. And then manual stations also come in handy for those new players that come into the market, because it takes a bit of time to integrate a battery into an automated charging system or swapping system. So to make sure we can serve them immediately, they can use manual stations as we integrate their batteries. Then the most important thing is our pioneering tech. And we've designed and deployed variable chargers, which automatically adopt the charging parameters to a battery. So this enables us to integrate across different batteries in the market. So whether you have a 5 kilowatt battery, 2 kilowatt battery, 3 kilowatt battery, Mars infrastructure can support your riders in swapping. Another thing is we've also become very good at integrating smart batteries or smart BMSs, especially those that use CAN. So this is important because it facilitates our charging infrastructure and swapping infrastructure to monitor batteries, something that is very important to the different battery providers. So we can monitor things such as state of health, state of charge. We can do cell balancing just in our swapping stations. And on passive BMSs, we've developed algorithms that can be able to determine battery voltage and battery state of charge. And this also helps with billing. So we accurately bill the riders for the swaps. And then something that I don't particularly like, but we have to do it, is to install multiple connectors in our swapping stations, just to accommodate different batteries with different connectors. You can see it on the photo there. And finally, we have a dashboard where different partners can monitor swapping activities. They can monitor their batteries, their battery performance, and we share all this data to our partners, either bike or battery. Yeah, so they can monitor things like number of swaps, battery cycle, how their battery is moving around, and SOH. Yep. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question for Kelvin?
Yeah.
Yes, good evening. My name is Gideon from Area Energy. Just curious, beyond what Mars is doing on your own, trying to integrate all the batteries that are available in the industry, is there anything you're trying to do from the regulatory front, just pushing for proposals to EPRA and other regulators in a way that we can standardize what comes into the market, because you might have a situation of endless integration?
Yes. So we are a member of EMAC, E-Mobility Association of Kenya, and that is where we push some of the learnings and some of the things we feel that, or the standards we feel that will help in moving the sector forward. Yeah.
I have a question for you when
Yeah.
it comes to interoperability. We have different players with different business model.
Yeah.
So we spoke to Arkwright this morning, and Judith was sharing, they're in battery as a service model.
Yeah.
How do you factor the economics with the Mazi?
How do we?
How do you factor the economics of the business into your interoperability?
Yeah, so when I talked about collaboration, we also collaborate commercially. So we understand that battery providers want to regain the cost of the batteries, bike providers, they are financiers. So before we integrate their batteries, we discuss how all of us can win. So if we are pricing a swap, we make sure that there's the cost of the battery, the cost of infrastructure, the cost of power, all of these are factored into the price of a battery swap. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's another question in.
Hi, Francois from Omnivoltaic. My question is, how many stations do you have right now, and how many slots or chargers you have in each of them, and what kind of current can you supply?
We have 12 swapping stations across Nairobi. We have a mix of both manual and automated. And the automated have 15 slots. So that means you can charge 14 batteries at a time. 5 kilowatt batteries, you can charge that in 2 hours. And then you also have manual swapping stations that have a capacity of up to 30, actually, up to 30. They can charge up to 30 batteries at a time. Yeah, and then other than Nairobi, we're looking at different towns like Mombasa, so you're also in Mombasa. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Kelvin. We have heard about charging, and if charging infrastructure is the backbone of e-mobility, then the grid is the heartbeat. And our next speaker is right at the center of making that system future ready for electric transport. He leads key initiatives at Kenya Power focused on charging infrastructure deployment, grid modernization, and smart integration, and ensuring power reliability to support electric mobility growth. Please join me in welcoming David Mugambi, the Manager, Transport Services and Head of Mechanization and E-Mobility Initiatives in Kenya Power. A little bit more for, if you don't clap louder, the power will be, we'll switch off the power. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is a very, it's tough when you are talking after people have taken their lunch and also after such excellent presentations before me. As you have heard, my name is Mugambi David. I work with Kenya Power, the national utility. You can see that most people here are already in the space. So we have been discussing issues. We have discussed how to put the vehicles on the road, how to run them, but it's time to talk about the energy. Where are we getting the energy which we are actually running these vehicles with? I think that's a very, it's at the bottom and basically the foundation of the EV transition in Kenya. The other thing I may point out is that Kenya as a country, the South Africa, they mentioned the transition, and we also mentioned the issue of carbon, the carbon we are saving from the carbon we are actually doing a saving. My question is that real or not, taking into account the source of the energy? Have we factored in the carbon emissions used during generation? In Kenya, we are proud to say that over 90% of our energy is clean, very clean, and therefore we would wish to avoid bringing in dirty fuel to power clean vehicles. So next slide. Initially, I just want to give an overview because there are many of us here who might not be aware of the energy space in Kenya. Just to have a feel of where Kenya Power and how the interface between the e-mobility players and the energy sector. This is basically a slide showing how we are interrelated between the ministry, the regulator, and the generation, transmission, distribution, and finally the other players. At the tail end, out of all these players, the only player who meets the customer is KPLC. And we are the face of all this. So any inefficiencies, any strengths around this space, either they are faced by KPLC. So we take the beating, and also when things are good, we also get more often than not, we get the beating, because for any national blackout, we are blamed for it. Unfortunately, none of it originates from our network. It originates way upstream. Next. Who is Kenya Power? Our mission basically is we wish to be the energy solution provider of choice. So we wish to save you the cost of setting up generation plants so that you can have an easier route towards the transition. Kenya Power, we mandate, basically we are the single off-taker for all the generators in the country. And we dispatch, we are also the power system operator. We retail, we interact with the customers. We also, we are responsible for the distribution network. At the transmission level, we are with the KETRACO in that space. Generation, where the main generator, who is Kenya Electricity Generation Company, generates about 60% of the energy. We have independent power producers producing another 30%. And we also import about 10% from Ethiopia and a little from Uganda. We are integrated, and we also do some export because we are integrated with Tanzania as well. Next. Kenya Power is 50% owned by the government, 50.1%. So the government is the majority shareholder, and the other shares are traded at the stock exchange, and they are doing very well currently. We invite you to participate so that as we transition, you can also have a stake in this other side. Kenya Power is present in the entire of the country with a workforce of close to 11,000 staff at the moment, and with over 10 million metered installations. We call them customers. This represents more than 70% of the Kenyan population who have access to energy. What infrastructure? This is where we actually interact with the EV space. We have a network spread around about 320,000 kilometers, 84,000 transformers, and this is where all those substations are connected. So you have 84,000 possible connection points around the country. So far, we have slightly less than 1,000 substations. So we still have another about 80,000 transformers we can end up to. And each of these can accommodate multiple of the substations. So in terms of infrastructure, I don't think we have a challenge at that end. Of course, we have the transmission substation, and the off-grid, we are currently with 57 stations. About 30 of them are diesel, that they are demo. That is what is contributing to the 10%. When I mentioned 90% of the energy in Kenya is clean, the 10%, most of it goes to the off-grid stations. And here we also have renewable energy ones. That is solar mainly. And right now we are in the process of another about 130 mini greens on solar for those unreached populations around the countryside. Also, about 300 government facilities in the enriched also under that program. We call it the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Program, and it's ongoing at the moment. So we expect this move from 57 to close to 400, and that way we will have covered the remaining 30% of the country. At the moment, 100% of all urban centers in Kenya have access to electricity, either through our off-grid solutions or through the grid solutions. 100%. More than 95% of all schools in Kenya have access to electricity. That means you can deploy your motorcycle or your vehicle visually in every corner of this country, and it will be just one of a few kilometers to the nearest source of energy. So that fear should not be there. Next. So what is our role in this space? One is, as I mentioned, with the current state where e-mobility is rapidly emerging as a major opportunity, not only for the energy sector, but for transport. As the sole distributor and the sole off-taker, we have a duty just beyond being a grid operator. We hold a very central role, which is to catalyze this process and ensure that we create an enabling environment for all these players to feel comfortable. All these investors need to have access, and they need an enabling environment. So we have a serious responsibility to this space. So anytime there is a gathering around this country related to e-mobility, KPLC will be there out of its responsibility, sense of responsibility to the sector and to the future of the e-mobility in the country. Next. So as we have mentioned in the previous lines, we have a role of ensuring that there is adequate supply of energy, there is adequate infrastructure to deliver this power. So we do grid planning and capacity readiness. That is, we forecast the loans. And at this stage, I know I've been interacting with a number of us here. We have players here with enormous number of stations out there, which we are not aware of. Why are we not aware of them? Because they have just been connected into grid like any other customer. For us to effectively prepare for the energy demands of the EV sector, it is necessary for us to have visibility of how, who is coming on the grid, at what rate they are growing. For example, we have a station, one station which in January we were doing about 10,000 units a month. Right now we are doing 24,000 units on the same charger between January and today. So we would wish to have that visibility across the country. So any player in this house who is on EV, who is running some EV charging infrastructure, please let us transition that to the EV tariff, where we will be able to have visibility of all these accounts and be able to better prepare. We also have the responsibility of the network, basically strengthening our feeders and substations as we've had the last mile almost across the country, especially for the two-wheelers. The infrastructure requirements are there. So far, I am handling about 1,000 connections for substations, and less than 10 of them require a transformer. All the rest, the existing infrastructure is able to take care of them. And we are able to onboard these people at less than $1,000 per connection. I know the four-wheelers are the main culprits in terms of the cost of accessing the grid. But that, of course, if you are among the big boys, if you can afford a bus for 20 million, why would you not afford 1 million for energy connections? Surely. At least let us look at it from that. Then, of course, we have to identify the grid and what we can accommodate. and our hosting capacity. And the last bullet, let's see, talks to the four-wheelers, where we have to check where actually our grid can accommodate this high capacity charging. That is an area which actually even studies are required. But I wish to assure the two-wheeler category that we are ready for you. Bring in the numbers, bring it on. Next. Of course, we also have to streamline our connection and integration of the charging infrastructure. Right now, we have a dedicated team which had those EV connections. We have also given timelines. We have our service charter that upon application, we should be able to give you quotations within less than 14 days. Upon payment, especially for the service line, we should also be able to give you connections within another 14 days. So depending on how fast that is and the volumes, we can even achieve better than that. Then, of course, we are also doing issues to do with the technical standards and ensuring compliance with the installation standards. We have regulators, EPRA, we have standards from KEPS, and we have also other guidelines which we ensure are met before we connect you to the grid. We also support the renewable energy, microgrids, as you've heard. We are also setting up some. So the integration is part of what we do. Next. Tariff development, this is where most of us would have serious interest. Of course, in 2023, we introduced the EV tariff. Of course, it is not our sole responsibility for tariff setting. It's a function of the regulator. But KPLC influences this because we have all the data, we supply all the technical advice, the inputs, of course, with the other stakeholders in the industry. We also have these tariffs also help us to manage the grid, the demand side management, and also be able to encourage the uptake of the EV transition. So we are looking at possible in the future. Right now we have time of use. Maybe in the next tariff discussion, if the industry agrees, we may even start looking at issues about depot rates for e-matatus, buses, bodas, or public charging spaces. We may have all these iterations of the tariff. Next. We also have the role of ensuring that the quality of power and reliability of the power you receive, and also the safety aspects. So we have to ensure that we have stable voltages, minimal harmonics, adequate fault protection, quality adding systems, and also reliability of the commercial, because reliability of commercial charging infrastructure operators, it manually depends on uptime. So we have a responsibility to make sure that all these are integrated in such a way that they support the operators, charge point operators. Next. We also collect data, which normally helps us to do planning and other green optimization initiatives. This we collect through the metering and smart metering in particular. We collect data. So apart from the tariff and benefiting from the EV tariff, we need this data related to EV. And the only way we can do that is by being able to segment the EV customers so that we are able to track the load and also predict how the future is likely to look. We also have a responsibility looking into the future of creating frameworks for bidirectional chargers, whereby we can be able to feed back to the grid for purposes of managing demand response and also a possible integration with the vehicle to grid options. The next. Of course, we also have stakeholder collaboration. Since 2023, we have made it our responsibility also to, as much as possible, bring all the players on the table for discussion around the EV and the future of EV in the country. You are welcome to join our annual KPLC conference, the possible dates is 15th to 17th of April. And with the support of our partners, GIZ, I believe we should be able to pull it this time round. This year, will be there. Please, you are welcome. So we deal with all this. That is the EPRA, the ministry, the standards body, the county government, developers, investors, transport operators. We all come together and we are able to put in our proposals and be able also to organize the industry. Utility leadership ensures that changing infrastructure grows in a coordinated and grid-safe manner. Next. We also do pilots, and this is something which I think the industry has taken. There is a story I hear everywhere I go that Kenya Power is competing for charging, to set up commercial charging station. We are not in that space, but we share our own infrastructure because we are transitioning our fleet. Therefore, we are bound to have our own chargers. So before the private sector is able to supply enough chargers in the market, we have opened our chargers to the public. The other issue, we are also setting up this to be able to use them for data collection, to be able to appreciate exactly what charge point operators go through. The quality of supply, we collect that data from there. And also the reliability, because we are also running EVs. So basically, reliability is critical for us to deliver our power. Next. Finally, we also do customer education and market development. We expand the EV adoption, of course, by providing clear guidelines on how you are able to access the grid, how we will be able to serve you into the future, giving you assurances. Some of this investment, or most of this investment, not some, are long-term in nature. So if we don't give you assurances into the future, you might not be able to put your money there. We are also doing the education on installation, and the standards are set by the various regulators. And we also support the fleet electrification roadmaps and help customers understand tariffs and charging options. More often than not, even today, I've met a major player in the market who has gone around and eventually he has come to us to find what really are, because the market in Kenya, we have so many teachers out there. Will tell you and give you the shortest routes to everything. But eventually, some of these routes are very dangerous for your business and for your installations. You spend a lot of time, so we have a role of closing that gap in terms of information. In summary, the utility has about 5 roles in the market, which are multidimensional: grid preparedness, technical integration, tariff innovation, reliability and power quality, and finally, enabling the market. A well-prepared utility is the cornerstone of a successful national e-mobility regime. Thank you.
Thank you very
Any
much.
questions?
Question?
Maybe one or two.
Any question from the industry players? There's a question from Basic.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I know we've discussed a lot even offline, but in terms of grid readiness, do you think you are open as a company to consider probably doing substations for EV? In terms of adoption, I know you go up to about 1 MVA, but if we were to push it a little further, even if an institution may have the capital, as you increase the voltage higher and higher, you realize you begin to have technical gaps. And if Kenya Power is a specialist in HV, is that an option you could consider where you supply as much as 2.5 MVA dedicated to EV? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our current maximum, as you say, is 1 MVA, but this is a new space we are dealing. Above 1 MVA, we normally do HT metering. And our expectation is that during the next negotiation, we are likely to get also tariffs on the HV side. But currently, I don't know whether your station, there is a station for Basgo. We thought we'll experiment by putting a second 1 MVA transformer in that place, and you have not come so that we can explore that route. It has not been explored before, but we have done so many new things with this EV space that we are ready to consider that also and have a negotiation around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mugambi, for that wonderful presentation. As many of you are aware, this is actually a hybrid session, and we have both speakers in person and also virtually. So we'll be connecting to our next speaker virtually. We now turn to the technologies that enable resilient and sustainable charging infrastructure. Our next speaker is joining us virtually, Professor Edgar Hasfeld.
Yes, I'm online.
Is he
I hear you and
connected?
see you. Can you hear me?
He's a leading academic in renewable energy system and energy storage technologies with decades of research and project leadership in electrical power systems and innovation, charging solutions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Edgar Harsfeld from Strasbourg University. Can you hear me?
Is he on?
Hello?
Hello, Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I start the presentation? Can I start the presentation?
Can you get him?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is he
Hello?
audible?
Can you hear me? Hello?
He can hear.
Yeah. Yes?
He's on Zoom.
Okay. So we can start the
We should
presentation.
be able to hear him, so I'm waiting for him to confirm.
Can you hear me? Ladies and
Professor,
gentlemen,
can you hear us? Can you hear us, Professor?
yes, I can hear you. Okay, so I can start the presentation. Can I start the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edgar Harzfeld from Strasbourg University. And the presentation topic is sustainable and resilient charging infrastructure using methanol storage. Next.
Just give us a moment, Professor. Just give us a moment. Professor, can you try again?
Yes, I hear you. Should I start the presentation? So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edgar Hartsfeld from Stralsund University, and the topic of my presentation is sustainable and resilient charging infrastructure using methanol storage. Next, please.
Go next slide.
We are good.
Next, please.
Next slide. Just balanced.
I divided my presentation in 4 subtopics. First subtopic is demand analysis, second, system design, third, operation management, and 4, profitability. And I start with demand analysis. And if you look to the EU, so we see that we have a lot of petrol stations in Europe, especially in Germany. We have 14,459 charging filling stations for gasoline. And the question arises if it is possible to use this gasoline stations also for EV charging. If we look to the storage systems, so we see auto capacitors and batteries. If we look to auto capacitors, so this systems operates physically and batteries chemically. And the charging and discharging times are also completely different. Auto capacitors can charge very fast, and batteries need a lot of time, maybe hours for charging the battery. Another property is charge and discharge cycles. And for charge and discharge cycles, we see for the auto capacitors that we can cycle auto capacitors more than 1 million times, and batteries approximately 2,500 up to 5,000 times. The schematic structure of a lithium-ion cell is here shown in the slide. We have 2 different electrodes. The first electrode is lithium cobalt oxide, and the negative electrode is lithium graphite. And the lithium ion goes for charging processes from the positive to the negative electrode, and for the discharging from the negative to the positive electrode. And so they have to realize distances inside the electrode or battery. If we look to a Tesla battery, so we see that the Tesla battery operates with 4,680 cells. And for the students, I calculate that we have to switch in parallel 48 cells, and in serial 94 cells. In total, 40,680 cells. I create an equation where we can describe the discharge curve of a battery. And if we assume that we can use the battery for 300 kilometer distance, and so we can realize the segmentation of this voltage curve of the discharge of the battery, and we see an interesting segment, especially at the end, for the discharge curve. In this distance, we should visit a charging station because the car will stop and we have a problem driving the car. And this was the point to decide that we want to use this distance to describe the supply area of a charging station. So the distance from one charging station to the next charging station should be approximately 15 kilometers. And so for the half is the radius, maybe 7 kilometers for the radius. And so we come to an area for the supply station of 154 square kilometers. If we divided the total area of Germany by the supply area of the charging station. So we come to 2,338 charging stations. In the next step, we can calculate how many charging points we need in Germany. In the moment, we have 45 million cars in Germany. And if we assumed that we have 45 million electric vehicles, so we need for Germany approximately 1,840,000 charging points for 45 million electric vehicles. System design. Long-term and short-term storage specifics. If we look for a short-term storage like batteries, so we can see that we have solar radiation. Just the supply curve in yellow shows high intensity over summer and low intensity during winter. The typical demand curve, gray, shows the opposite behavior. In the middle, use of battery systems for short-term storage is optimal if charging red and discharging cycles blue take place with the identical amplitude and duration. This is typical for the use of batteries. In order to shift the excess supply red from the summer and to cover the undersupply blue during winter, long-term storage systems are a must. So we have to shift the surplus power from the summer to the winter months. Mismatch problems exist for short-term storage systems during winter and summer periods. It means that short-term storage batteries are not fully charged during winter or fully discharged during summer. As a consequence, the missing capacities must be provided by long-term storage like power-to-methanol storage systems. For long-term storage, we can define hydrogen as an important energy carrier, synthetic methane and synthetic methanol. And if we look to the energy density of these energy carrier, so we see 3 kilowatt hours per cubic meter for hydrogen, 10 kilowatt hours per cubic meter for methane, synthetic methane, and 5,100 kilowatt hours per cubic meter for synthetic methanol. Hydrogen is not easy to handle and therefore proposed as an intermediate product. Methanol is a liquid with high energy density and good visibility as a standard energy carrier. A new rapid standby unit or microgrid solution should realize the storage and reconversion of methanol. Surplus power coming from wind and PV power is stored in methanol. Direct power is used from the consumer. Only surplus power is used to store the power in the liquid methanol. The methanol storage here described as a 2 megawatt unit produces 4 tons per day methanol. This system is running 24 hours per day. The reformer produces from methanol, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide so that the methanol synthesis is running 24 hours. If we have deficit power, so the deficit power would be produced from a CHP, from a combined heat and power system, and the electricity is fed into the grid, and the heat is used for cooling or heating. So both systems are running. If we have surplus power, the storage is running. If we have deficit power, the reconversion system is running. So each time one of these two systems is running and supply the consumer with heat or cold. So cold could be generated by the heat pump. And the temperatures are so high that we can also deliver steam. We can use the methanol as a fuel, and we can use the methanol directly for producing electricity, heat or cold, gasoline for combustion engine, and methanol is 100% substitute for oil and natural gas, so we can use the methanol as a basic chemical. And we have a new petrol station, which offers a variety of products. We have the power refinery producing methanol. We have the power generation unit produces electricity and heat. And here are the processes. This is a three-step technology. The first step is the electrolysis, where we split water to hydrogen and oxygen. And we have the methanol synthesis, where we use carbon dioxide and as a glue for the hydrogen. So we have finally a liquefaction of hydrogen, a liquid hydrogen, but we use a glue, and the glue is in this case carbon dioxide, producing methanol, store the methanol several months, and then we can use the methanol for producing electricity and heat. And the exhaust gas consists of carbon dioxide and water. The water is separated, the exhaust gas is cooled down, and we use the water for the methanol, for the electrolysis. And the CO2 is also separated by a CO2 heat pump, and is used for the methanol synthesis. Carbon dioxide and water remain in a closed loop. Have a look. A three-step technology. And we will realize this storage and reconversion system in a car park or charging station in the basement. We install the electrolysis, the methanol synthesis, the methanol tank, water tank, carbon dioxide tank, the heat pump, the gas turbine, and the generator. And we will connect all these charging stations or storage and reconversion systems by a grid, by medium voltage grid, district heating or cooling grid, deionate water grid, methanol grid, or carbon dioxide liquid grid. Here's the smart city. In the smart city, we have no charging stations, no parking places. We have only parks, meeting points and playgrounds, and also small lakes. And the charging stations are around the smart city, and also the grid with all the components we use for the future power supply. We have medium and small sized industry and also a big industry here. We have PV farms and wind parks, and we have also a connection to a biogas plant. Have a look. The biogas plant produces methane and carbon dioxide. Biogas consists of 50% methane and 50% carbon dioxide. We separate the CO2 and use the carbon dioxide for the biomethanol synthesis and produce biomethanol. And the methane we use in the CHP, in the combined heat and power station, and use this electricity for EV charging. A brief summary of the results so far. A new battery analysis parameter was introduced. The supply area of a charging station was determined. The number of charging points per charging station was determined. The use of long-term storage was described. The power to methanol technology was presented. A charging station was introduced as a microgrid supply solution. A microgrid supply solution with media exchange and a grid integration was presented. A brief overview of the next approaches. We will carry out a demand analysis, introduce a new simulation tool, determine all parameters of the supply system, introduce an independent observer, price mediator, it's an equation, control an energy storage system, and optimize the installation costs. Operation management. For the example of Schwäbisch Hall, we will analyze the number of charging stations and charging points and of the energy demand. So this is the district of Schwäbisch Hall in the south of Germany. And here we have 191,000 inhabitants with 100,000 cars, maybe electric vehicles. The area of Schwäbisch Hall is 1,484 square kilometers. And so we'll find 10 charging stations. The number of charging stations is 10. The number of charging points is 4,224. We have 440 charging points per charging station. The power of each charging station is 4.4 megawatt, in total 44 megawatt. And the energy demand for all charging stations is 385, 440 megawatt hours per year. So then we go to a simulation tool called graphical interface, where we have here the demand. Here we have the CO2 analysis, the supply, the storage analysis, and here the investment cost analysis. Energy demand, energy supply, CO2 emissions, energy storage, and investment costs we will analyze. The results we see here, the theoretical aim of renewable energy production should be 100% is the red line. So we start in 2023 up to 2030. The black line is the maximum share of direct use of renewables, is 77%. The dark green is the maximum achievable use of renewable energy by using storage systems, dark green curve. Maximum is 83% with storage systems. Without storage systems, light green is 64%. Next diagram is the installation capacity of renewable energy systems. Here, wind power, the blue line, is maximum 130 megawatt installation capacity for the EV charging infrastructure of Schwäbisch Hall with 100,000 EVs. Then the installation capacity for photovoltaics is 65 megawatt, and the share of photovoltaics is 29%. This is the dark green here. The next results are the installation capacities for power to methanol plants. So conventional power supply, we have 0 megawatt, and for power to methanol for fuel, 17 megawatt, and the power for power to methanol backup systems from surplus is 27 megawatt. Results for the MEOH analysis here in metric tons per year, approximately 8,000 metric tons for fuel, 7,000 metric tons for backup systems, and we have to import approximately 12,000 metric tons per year. CO2 analysis, CO2 emissions goes down, but we have a gap, and the gap comes from the CO2 emissions from the cars with combustion engines, and the emissions are 1.2 kilogram CO2 per liter. Cost analysis, costs are 473 million euros for the infrastructure, for electric vehicle infrastructure and storage systems for Schwäbisch Hall. Here we see the price mediator. We calculate the price and can then, with this equation, control the storage. And here we see the surplus electricity storage or purchasing takes place primarily in the summertime. So from photovoltaic, we take all the energy and store the energy in methanol. And here we see the reconversion of methanol to electricity in wintertime. Sometimes also in summer, but mainly in wintertime. Then we see a virtual tank. The virtual tank has 2 valves, a black and a red valve. The red valve is connected to the methanol synthesis and produces methanol, is stored in the tank. The black valve is connected to the reconversion plant, to the CHP, and uses the methanol to produce electricity. So in the summertime, we see that there's no production of electricity and heat by the CHP, but in wintertime. Here we see the heat production, which we use to produce cold via a heat pump, especially also in summer. In Germany, it's interesting to produce cold. And we can use the heat from the methanol synthesis because the methanol synthesis is an exothermal reaction, and we have temperature over or above 250 centigrade. Profitability. I defined 2 passes. The first pass is the pass for the EV charging supply, So we have the electrolysis, the methanol synthesis, and finally the reconversion, each with 70%. Finally, we have 34% for this first. Then we have heat from the methanol synthesis or from the reconversion, 30%, in total 64%. The second pass describes the pass from electricity to methanol, so petrol or basic chemical supply. We have the electrolysis, the methanol synthesis. Finally, we have 50% approximately, and we can use also the heat from the electrolysis, from the methanol synthesis, and so we come to a total efficiency for the second pass of approximately 80%. Because we produce methanol, especially in winter time, summertime, from PV power, and we use the methanol in winter time, so we have an average efficiency of 72% for our power to methanol system. If we want to compare our system with the battery, so we come to a total efficiency of 80%. So the methanol plant is not so bad. But if we use the battery, we have to remember that the number of cycles are limited, 2,500 up to 5,000. Okay, we come back to the profitability for the EV charging station. For the electrolysis, you will see a 2 megawatt plug and play electrolysis system. The specific cost for the electrolysis is 581 euro per kilowatt. The next is the methanol synthesis. Here's a containerized methanol synthesis plant. And the specific costs for the methanol synthesis is similar to the electrolysis, is 551 euro per kilowatt. So methanol synthesis is not so difficult because we use a heat exchanger where we have on one side water to steam. On the other side from the heat exchanger, we have hydrogen and carbon dioxide to methanol. And we use a special catalyst for the exothermal reaction from hydrogen and carbon dioxide. This is copper, zinc oxide, aluminum oxide. So it's not so expensive. Okay. So then we have the heat pump, the gas turbine, and the generator. So we have here offshore wind, onshore wind, PV power, the CHP, and the heat pump cost. And we come finally to a total cost of 493 million euro. And then we have also to optimize our charging stations. And so we can realize a power of 20 megawatt by a 2 megawatt charging station, or we can also build a big charging station with 20 megawatt. But if we have an outage here, so we have a blackout maybe. But if we have only an outage of one of the 10 2 megawatt system, so the blackout is highly unlikely. Here's a diagram for this optimization process. We see 3 different curves with expansion cost per EV charging outage, and total costs. And for our system with 44 megawatt, we will find 5 megawatt each. Charging station is optimal solution. So we realized 9 multiplied 5 megawatt is 45 megawatt, is 400 charging points per charging station. That's our optimal solution. Now, what are the prices? The prices are 20 cents per kilowatt hour. These costs are 3 times higher as those of coal-fired power plants. This costs without tax and profit. The entire installation must have one owner. If we have more owner, not only the utilities are the best solution, so this cost will be higher. But the new technology ensures the following key tasks: generation of charging power for EVs, emergency power supply, island grid supply, frequency and voltage stabilization, generation of synthetic fuels, heat and cold generation, storage of surplus power, production of basic chemicals, carbon dioxide reduction, fossil fuel savings, and use of renewable energies. Last slide comes from my one-step technologies like wind and PV power are simple and inexpensive. However, the fluctuations of demand and supply must be handled by means of distribution and storage technologies. Two-step technologies like power to metal are based on an innovative rapid standby unit using state-of-the-art components. It features of the standby unit storage of wind and PV power on a short or long term together with high flexibility in production and use. The transition process should be supported with suitable planning tools like Graphic Interface 2 in order to design and dimensioning storage and supply systems. With this approach, we are hopeful to contribute to a sustainable and resilient energy supply solution. Thank you very much for invitation and attention. It's okay? Hallo? Hallo? Ich glaube, ich bin gar nicht mehr drin.
Any question? Thank you so much, Professor. There's no question from the audience. Wonderful insights, very detailed analysis. So at this point, we're going to take a short break for us just to get a coffee break. Before we have just a big round of appreciation of the professor for one of the presentations. Yeah, that's been some of the conversation since yesterday up to today afternoon. So we have a short coffee break, tea and coffee behind you for refreshments, and then we can come back here for the final two speakers and a panel. Okay, thank you so much.
Ach, da ist schon gar keiner mehr da. Die sind schon alle zu Hause. Schade, das habe ich jetzt vom Leeren. Ach gut.
Please, your filter. You can just hand it to the gentleman, Shukura Ali, at the registration desk. So if you have filled up that form, please hand it over to Ali. Thank you very much. Our next speaker has been at the forefront of the e-mobility infrastructure policy in East Africa, driving real-world investment into cleaner transport systems. He has led transformative initiatives, including a UN Environment Program pilot deploying 100 electric motorcycles in Kenya and Uganda, and working connecting mini-grids with e-mobility to unlock the economic opportunity. Continues to shape mobility strategy and innovation across the region. Please help me welcome Nyaga Keruchi.
Yeah, let's do it first. Then share. And where's the screen I'm sharing? This one, right?
Thank you very much, Bill.
Time.
Yes. As mentioned, Nyaga Keruchi, it's a state of South Africa. Glad to see you all. I know the hall is half empty, but of course, it means that you guys are dedicated, very dedicated, small crew. That's and you know, I'm happy to present to you all.
Yeah.
So basically, this presentation is about e-mobility, energy and charging infrastructure in remote rural areas in Kenya. Initially, I was going to present about taxis in urban areas, but it's not as interesting as e-mobility in rural areas. And looking at the crowd over here, I see some faces here who have been e-mobility in rural areas for a long time. Chief from Mwetu, one of the best examples in Kenya. Visited e-mobility and charging hubs deep in Western Kenya, in remote areas that you wouldn't think Western Kenya has such remote areas. But it does. If you go to a place called Sido or Ragwe, I'm sure some of you others have been there. That's as remote as being in some parts of Turkana County. So I think this will be very much in the field, but this remains a very interesting topic. There is probably a very thin line as to what can be described as a rural area in Kenya. We were just talking during lunch, and we were talking of rural areas, and someone was talking of Kisumu as a rural area. I don't know, maybe that was 50 years ago. I think now it's very much an urban, very, very urban. I remember when I was working in Machakos County in a small village one time as a contractor. Machakos town itself seemed like the biggest city in the world when you were in a small village in Machakos County. So it's a very thin line. I think rural Kisumu can, unless you're really rural Kisumu, Kisumu is very urban now. And there are many other towns like that. So what does sustainable transport Africa do? Our objective is making transport accessible to lower income, physically challenged, and financially disadvantaged groups, and reducing adverse environmental and health impacts. That's a very large definition. Basically, if I can just put it in a nutshell, is transport for all. Everybody needs transport.
We are dedicated to reducing CO2 emissions by 2050. We are part of the global shift in this regard. And we want to play our part along with many others and substantially reduce carbon emissions. I think, when conferences like COP are very dedicated towards that, and this is becoming very much in the center of global politics now. Next slide, please. So these are some of the projects we're doing with UNEP. These are several e-mobility projects, green freight corridor, battery end of life, gender, electric mobility strategies and policies. So the world of sustainable transport keeps shifting, and these are some of the focuses in the coming years, and we work together with UNEP to onboard some of these policies. Then we did a project with called REPA with the UK government, Innovate UK, and this was improving the bankability of mini grids in East Africa by integrating transport energy demand. Then with ED, we are working on electric bicycles, which is a new field, I think, around. There are many electric motorcycles, but if you live in Nairobi, you're beginning to see the electric bicycles doing deliveries. Sunrun, again, this was e-mobility to rural Africa. We had a hub in Kisumu. Again, Kisumu is not really rural. But from that hub, with Sunrun, we are spreading out to other parts of Western Kenya. Then there's Mobility Credit Fund. I'll cover this a little. This is a dedicated fund for e-mobility in Africa. I'll talk a little about that later. We also have Empower, which is about taxis in Nairobi. And then with UNEP in 2021, we did the pilot of 100 motorcycles in Kenya and Uganda. So that's about now over 4 years ago. So let me talk a little about REPA, since this presentation is about rural mini grids. As mentioned, the sponsor was Innovate UK, which is part of the UK government. And this was catalyzing the bankability of East African mini grids by integrating transport energy demands, which is basically hook EVs up to mini grids and hopefully improve the profitability of the mini grids. Because a lot of these mini grids are suffering from financial crunches. They're in rural areas where cash is not very much available. In some areas, you may find people are asset rich but cash poor. And it's a challenge to run mini grids in these areas. Where, if you look at the billing of customers in some of these mini grids, in a month you find a consumer has consumed 100 shillings, 50 shillings, 150 shillings, and others are not paying. So the profitability is very low. So why not put electric mobility up to these mini grids, and hopefully, we will make a little more money. So that was the object of the research. And as listed there, we worked with new resource partners from the UK, Capital from Switzerland, who are looking at the financial side, Nice Energy, who are well known for electric charging in Kenya, and Dutch electric charging company, listed there, called EVC, electric charger, and then Net Power, which is also financed and it's a Kenyan company. So the objective, as said, was to improve the profitability of the mini grids and hope electric motorcycles demand to the grids. One of the activities, this is in Busia and Turkana. This is where the research was done. Now, these are really rural areas, I can tell you. Though Lodwar is almost, what we can almost describe as a big town now, but the outlying areas are very remote. Busia is difficult to really describe it as rural, but it's probably in between. One of the things we did was to track motorcycles in Turkana. We put trackers on them and basically studied how these motorcycles are moving around, number of kilometers they do, where they go. And this formed the basis of our research. Now these guys want to switch to electric, with the electric satisfy the demands. All their motorcycles are petrol. So this is a very important part of the research. One of the things we did was also to bring 6 road motorcycles. People will be happy to hear we had the road motorcycles there, 6 of them, and see how they run in Lodwar. And Nice Energy, this was actually, Nice Energy was the one in charge of this 6 motorcycle pilot. And they did a grid using a battery of that had been dismounted from a disused Nissan Leaf. This was very interesting. So when you're talking of second life, this is real practical application of second life. A Nissan Leaf battery, which may be useless for transport now, here it is acting as a charging battery, stationary battery for the electric motorcycle. So yeah, back to electric mobility. So key insights, motorcycles are doing an average of 83 kilometers a day. With energy or efficiency, there's a figure 0.046 kilowatt hours a kilometer. I don't know what that means in the clinical, but yeah, you could compare with whatever figures you have. So one of the things we did was to review mini grids, more than 40 of them in Busia and Turkana counties. The challenges included undersized systems. I remember we went to Ragway to look at one mini grid there, expecting to see something very impressive. Just to find a really very small mini grid, and we traveled hundreds of kilometers to come look at this thing. So they are really undersized. So, and I think this is something that if the demand was better, we would have more interesting systems. So one of the things, because most of the customers are from economically challenged areas, the maintenance of these mini grids is not very good. They are not profitable. So you can imagine they are under disrepair. And in an area like Busia, the national grid is also aggressively expanding. And there's only so far that these mini grids can go until they come across the national mini grid. And this is a challenge for mini grids. They are not really supposed to pitch into areas that are covered by the national grid. And the national grid is also for customers is quite much more affordable than what the mini grids are selling electricity for. Much more affordable, maybe by multiples. So you can see it as a big challenge, but Turkana is remote enough. The national grid has not really reached many areas. Well, this was a county where mini grid, that's the mini grids a lot. And one of the interesting mini grids we saw was one in Kalo Bay, just past Lodwar, maybe about 100 kilometers past Lodwar, if I'm not wrong. And this was a very large mini grid. I can't remember the rating, but this was the one we found best suited for integration with electric vehicles. So the feasibility studies were three. One in Lodwar, which is a centralized charging hub, and then branching off serving satellite outposts around Lodwar. The second model was Busia, decentralized charging stations. You have the large rural town and then you have the seconds. And then the third one was along a corridor between Lodwar and Kalo Bay. About 100 km corridor, you could have a few mini-grids spread around there. So those were the three models. So what are the key findings of this research? As mentioned before, mini-grids are unsustainable due to low energy demand, but can benefit from selling energy to e-mobility users if conditions are favorable. I think that's almost sounds like an obvious statement. E-mobility projects are financially viable if designed for profitability, targeting high demand areas and intensive users. That would have been, literally without being before doing research, but we were probably hoping to find something first. But this still ended up being conclusion. Swap prices and equipment costs are critical factors for financial performance. Every time we take up with these figures, the performance gets changing. And for investors, the performance has to be, return on investment has to look good. And the projects have to be reasonably big ticket to be difficult for investors to be attracted to come all the way to Kalo Bay for a project which is not a few million US dollars. So this is a challenge. EV adoption faces challenges such as high upfront costs. The motorcycles are more expensive than the ICE motorcycles, but maybe with the years this will change. Because a while, mobile phones were very expensive for people. Very few have them. Now everybody has them. So we hope this is the same trajectory that electric vehicles are going to take. But for now, there are still challenges in terms of high upfront costs, limited charging infrastructure, and a lot of regulatory barriers. As I mentioned, regulatory barriers, and these are being worked on. And hopefully things will, as we do this kind of research, things will keep on improving. Recommendations. Engage policymakers for financial and tax incentives. I think this is ongoing. I think almost every player in Africa is engaging regulatory bodies. So this is something everybody's doing. Collaborate with the Kenya Bureau of Standards and Energy, Petroleum and Regulatory Authority for standardized battery swapping. I know this is really being left to the market to decide. But of course, it can be working with these regulatory bodies. We can eventually come to standardization of battery swapping. And also, if licensing of solar powered hubs can be eased, it will make it more attractive. Develop sustainable solutions for EV battery recycling and disposal. You can imagine thousands of electric motorcycles, what's going to happen to them when they no longer working. As mentioned, repurposing of batteries, the Nissan Leaf batteries already being done for them being used in solar stations. For electric motorcycles, I'm sure the uses that they can be put for second use cases. And eventually they will be disposed, and this has to be properly. And I'm sure it's the same with disposals for all electronics, all the mobile phones that we are carrying now, all the laptops, where do they go when they are no longer working? This will remain a big question. Optimize project design to target high population density areas. We targeted areas that are low population density. This really is something that should be quite obvious to many, but many have ventured out there to rural areas, and surely something. The rural areas should also be served and not underserved. And there should be solutions for them now. We don't have to wait 10, 20 years. So this is something all of us will continue working on. and train local stakeholders and SACCOs to ensure reliable maintenance and community engagement. The SACCOs are very critical to transport in these areas. And without, they help fast track a lot of initiatives. It's very difficult to do anything without them. They help organize riders in cohesive units. And these are very important organizations. SACCOs, I think everybody knows them, these are cooperative societies. One of the things we want to do a demonstrator project, not just do research on paper, we want to put a project out there. So this will be the second phase of this project, and hopefully we will get it on and follow. So the infrastructure for our demonstrator project will be 5 to 10 stations, 750 riders each. The financial model will be from e-mobility users, anchor tenants, you need the anchor tenants, some big shop or something that is off-taking electricity. And battery as a service model is what we want to use. Payback period about 3 years. The next steps will be to install data loggers. This we already did, but for this project we will still install data loggers on the motorcycles. Conduct mini-grid studies, study these mini-grids, deliver surplus energy, they well maintained. Engage with EV manufacturers. The motorcycles have to be very durable in rural areas. One of the issues with many motorcycles is very sensitive electronics. In the rural areas, you need serious durability. Identify suitable sites for charging stations and secure funding. Develop a final design and issue request for proposal for installation. And then expand testing of EV bikes in rural areas to refine the business model. Gender equality is one of the key areas that we are looking in these projects. Women are underrepresented in transport, but as riders, was charging owners or maintenance owners of spare parts shops, they are underrepresented, and or even as mechanics. So one of the things will be to try and accelerate the involvement of women in e-mobility. And also youth. Of course, most of the riders are youth, but involvement of youth still remains a key factor that needs to be looked at, and for economically challenged communities as well. Challenges are mentioned high costs, limited charging infrastructure, fragmented EV market with everybody with their proprietary charging, regulatory community resistance to EV expansion. Conclusion, the project demonstrates the potential for integrating e-mobility with mini-grids to improve energy access, reduce costs, and promote sustainability in rural areas. However, challenges such as high costs, limited infrastructure, and regulatory barriers need to be addressed. The next phase involves implementing a demonstrator project to test the feasibility and scalability of the proposed model. That's the conclusion. Now, we also, I also promised to talk about urban electric mobility. So I'll just go through this current project that we are doing. This is only 3 slides, so I'll just go through it quite quickly. This is funded by the Dutch Enterprise Agency, RDO. There are 5 companies involved: Incharge Technologies from Netherlands, Dutchcore, which is Lending from Kenya, we at Sustainable Transport Africa, EV Consult from the Netherlands, and Minds Imaging from Kenya. And this is basically looking at unlocking clean transport solutions for taxi drivers in Nairobi. So, objective to unlock clean transport solutions. This is the very, people are scratching their heads, how do we do it? And so far, we have not found the answer. So this is an ongoing project. Hopefully we will get to the bottom of it, and we will test out models that can improve, increase, scale up electric vehicles amongst taxis. So this is we look at affordability, infrastructure, knowledge and training. Why East Africa? On one hand, East Africa's booming entrepreneurial ecosystem needs to cut fuel and maintenance costs. On the other hand, it must reduce carbon emissions. EV adoption can therefore transform both business growth and environmental impact. Yet, high prices and a lack of credit options have held many back. This is a challenge for many of our ride-hailing taxi drivers. This is why they have switched to electric. So this will look at tailored road products, competitive rates, flexible tenors, and no hidden fees. I'm sure that everyone comes up with that line. But we aim to achieve this. Fast digital applications, streamlined process so borrowers can get on the road quicker. Technical support, training and upskill of partners on EV maintenance and best practices. Sustainable impact, empowering local businesses and individuals in cleaner, lower cost transport options. Reducing CO2 emissions and improving air quality. Strengthening resilience against future fuel price volatility. These are magic words for taxi drivers. And this is what we hope to achieve. I'll also talk briefly about the mobility credit fund. It's something we're working on with Buy Capital. There's announced collaboration with Symbiotics Group to launch a mobility credit fund, the first fund dedicated to support the growth of electric mobility businesses in Africa. The mobility credit fund provides growth capital to Africa's e-mobility entrepreneurs. This is what we all need in the electric space. Finance has been a key challenge. So it's providing this to entrepreneurs operating across the value chain for vehicles, batteries, charging infrastructure, asset repurposing, and energy. So why is the Swiss Investment Fund specialized in mobility and energy? And Symbiotics is the leading market access platforms for impact investing, offering investors access to Africa opportunities with an established platform and team. In support of the launch in 2026, so next year, wait for it, becoming on board, has secured anchor commitments, including first loss from the SDG Impact Finance Initiative, and a guarantee to the risk investment by private investors. So we at Sustainable Trust of Africa, we advise the mobility credit fund in accessing talent, knowledge, and decision makers from across the region. So, yeah, that's in a nutshell is what we're doing, trying to involve ourselves in the credit and the finance area. Thank you very much. It's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Any question for Ghana? Okay, thank you very much. If there's no any question, feel free to interact with me when you have a chance. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to our final speaker for the day before we get into our panel discussion. Our next speaker is driving carbon finance solution for e-mobility pioneers. At Sibaka, he works with aggregate carbon programs across multiple African and Asian countries, mobilizing climate finance to accelerate electric mobility at scale. Please help me to welcome Kleinman back here. Is that right? Yeah. Your hands together for Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organization for having me. Thank you all for still being here at this late time afternoon. We see perfect time for an exciting topic, which is carbon credits. And it also really fitting that it's here at the end of the program because it does become, in some circumstances, often a bit of an afterthought which is fine because it's actually at the core of the transition to electric mobility, which is the easiest one. Introducing clean transport, clean technology into the sector that otherwise it's gasoline and diesel. But there is a silver lining to it when it's about carbon credits, which is carbon credits do play a role in helping to make this transition happen, making it happen a bit faster and making it happen profitably. And so without going into the level technical details, I'll take the next 15 minutes or so to strictly give you a primer of what carbon credits are, how we can free that, with a bit high level as to how they work. Some people maybe should be doing with that, others may not, you know, and I guess just keep going for those who want to ask deeply technical questions and then also based on what you can few minutes to start. Wonderful. So again, carbon credits one essentially what carbon credits are in general, whether it's electric mobility or mechanism whereby the emission reduction that we achieve in one place and one partner is exchanged with another partner in different places willing to pay for that. That's I think summarizes everything now. And so that gives the somehow establishment of there the emission reduction and the transfer of that percentage certified reduction and you got an additional financial goal reduction just not by dividing over self another company also. And carbon credits have released exposure to media of time related to issues where there was less than transparent handling of what happened, what was going on, the actual issues that were reduced or avoided. And so that has led to some typical points of critique, and I think it's nice to just quickly take the boxes on some of them, which is why do we need, first of all, a transnational mechanism? Why don't we just focus on national efforts here? Why do we have to involve somehow a transaction mechanism that doesn't involve a subsidy in Kenya or in another country, but that involves a different place, a different kind of vehicle? The second one is really basic indulgence trade. Basically, why we have something here that allows us to whilst we pay for others to reduce their emissions elsewhere. My own emissions. And then again, as to the transparency of what's actually going on, the critique that tends to be that reductions are not being achieved. We do this cooking and books. They don't make any change to carbon credits, and because of the way in which it transcends national borders, it's difficult to keep track of what happens where and to see whether there's not double counting or duplication or anything like that. On the contrary side, I would argue that this transaction with mechanism of carbon credits is really very useful because it focuses on some of the essential reasons why we some places trade between those two places means local and means of welfare, and it makes the best of specialization. Different places have different productive productivity levels, different productivity costs, and the same thing can be said to be true for emission reductions and abatement. The marginal cost of reducing emissions, the marginal cost of abatement differs from one country to the next. So if you transcend the national level, you take a global view. What effectively happens is you reduce the cost of globally emission reductions. This means that to reduce emission reductions globally, what simply means that at the same time means we can reduce more emissions. Because after all this, down to the core of use, where it concerns transition, emission reduction, reducing GHG emissions as a global problem rather than a national problem. And it ties very closely related to the discussions on the aims of the Paris Agreement about climate finance, carbon finance, and compensating pathways for low carbon pathways. Next slide, please. Now, carbon credits have been around for a long time, and they've been there before in a previous life as the 3,000 mechanisms. which is now presently defined as activity. They are around many forms and shapes in the voluntary market of carbon credits, between sellers and buyers of carbon credits engaging on a voluntary basis. Less voluntary is there are mandatory markets in some cases. In the EU, North America, and Australia, there are mandatory targets that are met through some kind of a trade or exchange mechanism around the emission reduction. And then more recently, and that more recently is between brackets or post, the Paris Agreement has introduced a new system, in fact, a new multilateral system, as well as the multilateral for the exchange of and the trade of emission reductions in the form of carbon credits. And to make sure that it's very well understood that this is a different mechanism that can help with the maintenance of the heroes, so international investor certification outcomes. And what's interesting about the Indian markets, especially if you compare it to some of the other ones, the voluntary ones globally, is that it is again much more a compliance market. Governments are involved, governments are bound to keep track of what happens, to do proper carbon emission bookkeeping, so that there's no duplication, no booking of the books, and there's compliance. And the fact that there's compliance means the milestones that are attached to these compliance projects are higher. Which in turn means if you, I'll make it very concrete, if you can earn $5 or $8 or $9 per ton for emission reduction on the voluntary markets, in other words, in a carbon product that was registered and monetized in the voluntary markets, there is a lot less impactful than what goes on if you look at the current milestones that we see for projects under the Paris Agreement, where you're talking about $25, $35 per ton. And that's relevant because the economics of carbon market project development are challenging, it's complex, it's quite expensive to develop, it's a headache for anybody wanting to start it and then finish it. And so we have a very high price point that suddenly really does have an impact for activity companies to make it a lot more worth it well. Next slide, please. And so we focus on these impulses. And again, I think it's too late to dwell on all the technical details, but again, some of the critiques that are raised around carbon credits are exactly what is again being invested in this new framework that the Paris Agreement has created, which is there's a well administered and well accounted and monitored transfer between countries. Countries have to read the books in relation to their emission reduction targets. Those are baseline, conditional, unconditional agreements. And there's a very clear check and a very clear compliance framework around whether the carbon credits have impact and whether they are indeed what we say additional. And so it's a new world. Most of the activities that are done under this part of the Paris Agreement are still, in effect, pilot activities under one part of the Article 6 sets up. The rule for 6.4, that's the food rules, and that's basically the agreements and the Paris Agreement is completed. And as with all things, with these kinds of people who are faces now the two operationalization of the framework and formulating methodologies is to be done. So it takes a bit of time, but we are not on our way. Next slide, please. Again, also this, what does it mean? That's technically investments in mobility, more profitable, but they are not for business. They don't do the business model of the electric mobility company upside down. They really are that additional piece of revenue that is supposed to close the gap, the investment and the risk gap between a diesel or a gasoline proposition and a battery-led vehicle proposition. It's not about finance. It's finance that comes in over a course of 5 to 10 years as the actual emission reductions achieved and registered and certified. So upfront venture capital is not in play. It is really a result-based finance stream. And therefore that makes it maybe sometimes a bit of an afterthought for electric mobility companies to grow as a raise capital and to make it into the next quarter or next year. But for this year again, the revenue stream that can amount to a considerable share of capital costs that a typical electric vehicle, sometimes up to 5 to 10% of the purchase price and the CapEx costs that the vehicle. If we go to the next slide, please. In Kenya, we are developing an electric mobility carbon credit program, and we seek to aggregate so that we attempt to do in order to overcome the issue of complexity and scale of the electric companies being still quite in the early days and in the early stages of rollout. is to aggregate and bring together as many companies and types of units as possible into the Carbon Credit Program, and really leverage the strength of the Article 6 alignment of the Carbon Credit Program compliance that is going to be authorized and then subsequently accountable by government through corresponding adjustments. And so really to leverage that new opportunity that the Paris Agreement Article 6 for carbon for electromobility companies. And the reason why I think that will be the speakers actually that we are completely hopefully very soon the validation of this program in the process history today and tomorrow program. So it's very good to be able to have the opportunity to streamline and also continue about that. Next slide, please. I'm going to stick through the next couple of slides because this basically reinforces the point that we're bringing together many vehicle categories and every vehicle category. Typically, the value of 5 to 10 years worth of revenues from a carbon credit amounts to roughly 5 to 10% of the capital value of the asset. A bit depending on the development of the big factor, so that's quite good generally when we compare. So if we stick through the next slide. Next slide. Next slide, we're including heavy-duty vehicles, trucks, buses. Next slide.
Next one.
Electric motorcycles are moving 3 meters out of the next slide. So it's really a matter of how much can you bring together in order to make the economics problem, market development, problem project development work. So we also include public charging and infrastructure that's recyclable charge stations. Next slide. And this is what we do essentially. So what we're with some initial distancing programs, we charge that some other organizations in growing. Is we bring together as many participants and as many skill involved as possible to make it worthwhile for the participants and the government minds, the cost and effort and headaches, cost and fears worthwhile, and then they want the government also to make it worthwhile. To really acknowledge that this is about the program is aligned with the interface and government framework. So merits support involved in the for and the compliance requirements and the government's involved in down the line. And pushing what we do now, I'll stop the marketing piece, but we do this kind of unnecessary spaces whereby we carry the argument cost the risk. And so when we talk about electric companies, we risk entirely the process of participating in a carbon market project. And thereby, basically, from that point of view, simply an upside from down the line. Thank you. And so there we solve these typical challenges of not having enough volume, not having enough critical mass. We de-risk and basically from the viewpoint of the companies de-cost these processes so that the electric mobility market in Kenya, but we also make consumers accept a lot of countries in the region, but also in Latin America and Asia, Southeast Asia. Can garner full value of Paris 1.6, Paris Agreement Article 6, carbon opportunities. And the next slide, the programs that are actively developing
Hi, Joshua from Henderson. Spoken with some of my colleagues who are multiple questions, but afterwards. One of the subjects that we've seen a lot of challenges around is the lifespan of batteries, not always living up to expectations. All right, I'm trying to. You have a built-in verification system for the vehicles and batteries will continue to be on the road for the long term, and particularly I think for us what we really have is the ability to factor in, so to sell it in advance at a discount or take loans on the basis of that future. You see that as activating the safety early on top. And I think it also goes to additionality, right? So having the 5 years of the credits, say, for the time upfront is very, very different for the additionality of moving, deploying more vehicles, deploying more batteries than $40 a year to 3 times a year. And the addition, it starts to become quite tenuous with the. So I'm talking about 2 vehicles, but it starts to become tenuous. Thanks.
So I think, thank you, also, in answer to the first question is really quite straightforward because from a methodological point of view, what happens to us, we do the company's activity in the program, and the present period is set and it's still managed to prove all the parts of the stuff that it is. And what we simply want to do is really that activity.
Yeah, I know. We're going to
So it's fire, if we not continue that is looking into the viewpoint of the risks, see that the viewpoint of the carbon market program, what we simply establishes that as a company and activity will consider carbon credits in staying their business and staying their multiplied activity, and so the duration of that activity of credit periods. Levi's and we will be again prove that Levi's will be assisted from the years. That's the first one. The second one, I think, was for forward purchase agreements that are large distribution buyers coming markets for we're always very careful
So you export them. We export them.
There are places in market for purchase agreements beyond organizations, some of us are doing by the lines that are either products. Mostly not on the position two, we have 2 of them in North America right now. But what we're doing is to developing products aligned with our 6 standards, and then we aim to have those authorized complying with the standard for our business because we are in the compliance space. And so there, because the 6.4 platform and all is not yet fully operationalized, you cannot, there's no platform like there was in the CDA market where you can tell them to stop that. So one of them is still direct B2B contracts, signing with the buyers, but there they like that mobility, they have some interest in further purchases. But I don't stand here and say that this tends to be sort of everybody's up with penalties to describe that.
Thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. Now we will move to Robert Miles for coin. We now move into a final panel of the summit, and we'll be looking at the future of our cities, because electric mobility doesn't succeed just by changing vehicles. It also succeeds when urban planning, charging infrastructure, and public policy move with equal ambition. So to join in this conversation, I'll be inviting the panelists to join Ian Musevi. We invite David Mutawi, Jeremy here, and Nyaga Kebuchi from Sustainable Transport Africa, Dennis Okaba, BV, and Cohen, welcome back on stage.
So did you try to present again? Okay. You mean like they on a list.
Go ahead, please talk.
Yeah, as we continue to set up and have this conversation, just remember to submit the reservation form so that we can get your feedback. Please remember to submit to us. Thank you
That's
so
the
much.
one we are using, right?
Yeah, the second.
Okay. So if I put up. If I put up. I just changed my.
Thank you very much. I think by now we all know everyone here has taken the opportunity to speak to us today and this debate. And for this evening to start, I'll try and make it very brief. No. Okay. And I think I'll just start with the attributes of e-mobility, which is the utility. And my question is on many things. We see that actually expanding in most areas, but are they ready to support EV charging? What should be, what's lacking and what needs to be done when it comes to support EV in communities?
Thank you. From a utility perspective, and the previous speaker, he was speaking about communities, and we need to make those not profitable in terms of the optimizing on the utilization. It is true, some of the vehicles we run, we go there, we are running, the cost of operating those vehicles is positive. Looking in most cases where the seats are very remote areas, basically there is no even the households connected, maybe a balcony. So actually it becomes very difficult to say that you can profit on that things. Consequently, investment becomes a challenge when the return is not guaranteed. So e-mobility and in particular, the way I look at it, like the two-wheeler segments, the operators of this, even in our urban areas, people operate two-wheelers. When they do on a monthly basis, when they do 50 units to 100 units of electricity, it's a lot of money to them. All of a sudden, we are looking at when you get a two-wheeler every day, you are consuming no less than 3 units. So basically, the two-wheeler will consume 3 times to 4 times what that household will be consuming, and that's in another sector. So those negotiations at two-wheeler will be actually be consuming around 10 times what actually goes to be consuming. So in my opinion, is that we need to continue integrating this because also grid access to those so that we can make those communities accessible and sustainable. The other issue, of course, is storage. So most of them do not have anything, but I believe as the load is increased, storage will make a lot of commercial sense.
You said something that they move on.
Thank you very much. And just switching up, as we've seen most of the conversation that has happened over the last 2 days, we have seen the focus has been majorly in the city. Most of the products being tested in e-mobility are in urban segments. And my question would be to Dennis and everyone who can chime in us. Is electric mobility truly viable in remote and rural Kenya today? Or are we still giving solutions only for the cities like Nairobi? Like what would it take to change that? Change that.
Mobility viable, depending on the
In a city about it's about 3 things. One, mobility of place. Yeah. Meaning that land without then you availability of power, word of power, the other one now is no capacity of people to afford this particular product. Because we also see a presentation from people the threshold of a certain number of people. But there is a threshold number of people in rural sector, the government availability of power and inside of ability to see the finance institution of government of the finance and the technology balance between the communities of our the last one at the access there are three productivity nothing which I think about them or solar and another one between mini hydros mini parking on the issue of parking in some of the but something that really enhance the availability of electricity community. Again, it's all about this they have the qualities between this like and the critical one. For example, grant a station grant, how do you use the critical one? Or let's say that is active and really not the pressure. So it's a match of the giving my ability to life and the Thank you. I think now that you have done several research and trials across the country, what's your take on this?
Yes, of course, the urban areas is where the masses of people are and where there is disposable income. So it's natural for most investors to go for the urban areas, but earlier on, sitting in this hall, we went to team, you see to our left, and went to started in the very remote rural areas, and maybe eventually we'll come to the city. So there are people who are starting the other way around. Went to is one. I remember there was Power Hike as well. We started in PC, and from PC came to Nairobi. So you know, there's acres of knowledge in terms of the viability of electric mobility in rural areas. It has been tried out, and the people working from that way part this way. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add on the coin based on your research on carbon? Do you think these initiatives are only suitable for the cities, also can also work in the local sector?
I think I'll answer that question to that first and environmental credit first. So, our experience, I think we currently have today was some of the projects that we have the highest charge density in Europe. What happened in the Netherlands is also long variety of rules. This was very heavy focus on first of all subsidizing areas where charge points were not commercially valid. And secondly, increasingly approach by concessions combine profitable and less profitable areas to charging and therefore less cost subsidy from one side to the next. That's been delivered by a policy that allow all urban areas to be practically, with the private investment portfolios, but also suburban, peri-urban, and rural areas to come along. So I think it's possible, but it doesn't sometimes happen automatically. Sometimes That's also policy necessity of the first. And yeah, yesterday you spoke to us about growth of electric vehicles and adoption. And what are the gaps that you see that you can comment about this?
Actually, we have seen like this that is actually if I would be any other time, yeah, you are going to see companies actually go out and really and actually we see even the life we want to go. So I think it is something that what needs to be done first we start to look at is just very soon. They then to how much because they are fast and actually accommodate solar power. And that's when we said of the Chinese station, the next price of the something.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, you mentioned about Zeno, and we'll see they did the contrary from what they have done. We have Joshi in the house who started in Kigali and now Nairobi. In African cities, what are the infrastructure gaps that, if not fixed, you think will be able to install the adoption when it comes to our cities?
Some of the initiative about infrastructure actually because the ability and that is when you are actually setting up the driving station. Maybe for instance, in the master with buses, you have this cluster opens to have this very high capacity voltage for that fast charging fast charging or charging vehicles. But when it comes to the adoption of two-wheelers, much of the challenge is actually some of the OEMs but what this is about like formula and that's really must.
Yeah, and Gabi, just following up on that, the same question, just to reverse it differently. You mentioned that adoption of two-wheelers is going to be very fast and easier across both urban and rural setup. What about the four-wheelers? Do you think there is an infrastructure gap that is going to store adoption of four-wheeler in urban cities?
Yes, there is some infrastructure happening that we require much higher level of investment when we're getting into the four-wheeler segment. Because for most formula charging infrastructure to be set up, we may require to go much further upstream, including putting up a transformer, putting up transformer structure. So you find that most of these most when we are talking about $150 to get a connection for a two-wheeler substation. Most people are doing upwards of $8 for a connection for four. So you can see the gap. The gap is actually on the required resources to boost the capabilities of the innovation. How we can use this organization happen. That is can be sorted when I think I don't see the challenge because like as a utility, we have power in 7 factories, including one place for point. Where we have that as a very big line, big power there. And we were able to do it. So the question with this was nothing to do with the capabilities. Other capabilities that is speaking for all that who sets up this infrastructure, who gives the cost of it.
And just
following up on that, what do you think would be government's role in this? Because we cannot really fully rely on the private sector to be able to come and set up the infrastructure, especially for most of the shared utilities. What do we want the government to support in terms of the private sector to bridge this gap of infrastructure in the other cities?
In my opinion, I will say that I'm not talking to comment on behalf of the investment authorities. But going by the rate we have accelerated the connectivity of this country over the last 15 years to the process. It has been driven by government investment and government partners. So basically for us to reach 100% of urban centers, or schools, or any facilities, basically 70% of the Kenyan population. This is something which has taken place in the last 15 years. So connectivity rate of about 2 million accounts to now what we have 10 million accounts. What the power is 103 years old. 15 years ago, it had less than 2 million accounts. Right now, we have 10 million. You can see what we have done in 10 years compared to what we have done in the previous 90 days. So, and this has gone because of affirmative action from the government. The other issue is, of course, finding out financing partners, because even for these ones, we have financing partners supporting the government, such that as a utility, we were able to manage these resources, to be able to set up revolving funds, where people are able to be connected and they pay the fund, tomorrow. And that is one of the things which we are looking at, how we raise resources to be able to do financing so that the industry can be at a much lower pace. Just like the deployment of the AEs, we look at it, how much is the operator for them to work. Someone is sitting right there, paying through a loan facility, through the leasing, but somebody is treating that. It's not being met by the customer always. So that is a similar solution we need to look at in terms of infrastructure development, especially the connection to the.
Yeah, and yeah, you sit in between private and investors trying to test out these solutions. Where do you think that the urgent support is needed for us to be able to meet this demand when it comes to infrastructure? Because that has been the conversation for the last 2 days when it comes to charging infrastructure, that brings data probability options on how we convert, how we make it simple. Where do you think the gap is? Where you see based on the different solutions you have tested out in different locations?
Definitely, the government with its last mile project is doing quite a bit to expand the reach of electricity in the country. So I think they really pushed that quite well, and they need to continue with that. It's a very good initiative. And I think even with the operators are finding that the way the grid is expanding is difficult for them to do business because it's expanding at quite a rate. But of course, a lot of the charging infrastructure is reliant on transformers from Kenya Power, and the cost of particularly the DC is being installed. Many times you require transformers, and these cost quite a lot. The private sector, I think things are on the electric mobility side are still very, very expensive, even from the private sector side. you look at the cost of a DC charger, though of course there's an argument whether you really need a DC charger, but for
you start to ensure that our finance is to e-mobility to be able to support this infrastructure. Because there is a role that requires having worked in different countries on carbon financing. Is there a role that the government should play in carbon financing to ensure that the beneficiaries of this global e-mobility government?
so again, our findings fundamentally rise probably on the lines of the questions that I received because as a best involved to not go around the full business case of getting something going in Europe and rural areas. But for let's for carbon findings those which of maybe 5 to 10% of the vehicle cost. I think it is very nice the government has to keep on doing what it really uses to develop the carbon markets in Europe. To waste markets. I know the government is very active. And hopefully I think it's starting to accept relatively limited programs and authorize them and get carbon financing to settle them.
So I just open it up to the audience for any questions you have in relation to this. Yeah.
Hi, Joshua. What's up? Well, I think when we first started, we first started with the latest point of and time with a lot of challenges. For many persons there and looking for assets. I think we've probably worked with about 60 different companies doing universe of times ago. And the problem always ended up coming down to the cost per kilowatt hour. And when you look at the sensitivity analysis of our business model, the financial model, we do consume a lot of electricity. That is the benefit for the mini grid. And it also means that there's a sensitivity to the cost of that electricity per kilowatt hour. We after the cost of fuel, it's probably the number one variable in whether or not we can compete with fuel motorcycle. That's fundamentally what we do. In fact, two companies that we said no to went off and started electric motorbike companies. So maybe we should have sold the Arkwright and Power back in the day. I'm not sure if Arkwright even does power anymore. So what are you seeing now? How are the cost of electricity coming down, particularly for the larger AC mini grids? Where it could be potentially viable. By potentially viable, I think we would be interested prices maybe below 18 cents a kilowatt hour if the distance per day is maybe 200 kilometers or plus per day. The challenge is, of course, we have freight and economics proven out, coming up with 8,000 vehicles on the road in Nairobi, Kigali. So the hurdle to go off is something that's more unknown. On the other hand, there was as I'm sure has been well discussed in the past few days, a huge lack of non-debt capital in the ecosystem. So, we can be bought. If someone wants to put up $5 million to fund a project, and we can devote that to core technology, yeah, we'll put some of that into going and having it go over the side. You want mine? Okay. We can be more. We need money, so maybe we can make a deal. Thanks.
I connected to this question from the engineer from KPLC has said that to finance, or rather to put a bridge for EV four-wheelers is more expensive. And I also have mentioned that it is around $1,000 when it comes to two-wheelers. But when it goes to four-wheelers, or maybe the buses, it can actually go up to $1 million or even $3 million. Right? So is it a standard that you have for Kenya Power that it is reaching to that amount of money? Or is it something that can be taken down so that the charging infrastructure can actually improve? Because if the charging infrastructure is high, that means it is also like having a higher production rate, like the cost of production is high. So if you're charging, if the way you're putting up the charging ports and the charging stations can go down, I think the infrastructure for charging can actually rise up. So that we are not fighting of where are the charger, where are the charging station. We are only fighting with you guys that you're not people, but the money is not. May I also request to ask a related question so that you could have it on board? One, to appreciate as an engineer that for me, get connected, somebody paid for it for the 95 next to me. And so, if I want to extend this line, I also have to pay something small. But looking at your presentation, I saw the power is so weak in terms of valuation, and I'm thinking, can you as the utility help us by seeking the financing? Maybe if you were to go out and look for 1 billion Kenya shillings to improve e-mobility, and you say your company valuation with Africa was over 300 billion, you can easily cross that rather than us trying to look for a billion. And then once you got it, maybe just add a few shillings on the electricity cost if that could help cover this upfront infrastructure cost. What do you take about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions. I wish to clarify something. That it is not a KPLC standard on what to charge. What we charge is the cost of the infrastructure. We are not in the business of trading with infrastructure and electricity. So it is a pass-through cost for what is required to connect you from where the grid is. Because to need a connection, you can imagine Kenyans are scattered all over the country. And the utility is supposed to raise funds to put every pole in every piece of land in this country. This is not right. So when you find a grid at a certain point, what you are charging is the cost of what is required. Two, this is a regulated space. KPLC have no capacity to raise tariffs. One, these are regulated space. So tariffs are set by the regulator, and all the positive goods are by the regulator. So that every shilling you pay to KPLC as a period, it has a component to the boosting. And infrastructure development are not a factor into that. So at the moment, it is not possible for KPLC to take the right of cost, except to do financing, which most of the cities will wait for billion, but at the end of the day, the consumer will have to do that. The other issue is the standards. We have a critical. You not just build infrastructure, it must meet certain levels. That's why most probably if you go to a budget, you will tell you a goal because it's high. But at KPSC, the standard which is prescribed and the standards are the electrical engineers, the standard requires us to have an excellent personnel. So the cost cannot be the same as if you go out to the free market. Because we must meet standard for standard expected to be our options. And this is not just because of the standards look at the image. You may look at yourself, for example, if the whole street you connect to that 15 millimeter equation is really need that 15 millimeter for that to go to the distance. The answer is no. If you are looking at that, but imagine from that house, where we live, we find 10 other houses with that come up in the next 5 years. What happens? And you have to extend the grid to them. So we are also looking into the future of the grid and the future demands of the grid as opposed to just the immediate dimension. So there is infrastructure which cannot be customer specific because it is required to be extended until a future date. Those for to meet your neighbors, to meet your
Thank you. Thank you. One last question as we wind up our just because everyone is to chime in as a closing remark. You can provide the closing remark. How do we stop electric vehicles from becoming another law? Instead, make the part of the clean energy solution. Because it is the more vehicle you have on the road becomes an extra law. How do we stop EVs becoming an extra law on the grid? Extra law.
As
I'll give you an example. If basically set up another location, that's another extra law that actually is applied, right? How do we ensure that EVs do not just become another law that we've added to the system and become part of a clean energy ecosystem?
That's a question. That's a very important thing. Because basically, I would not see how you would put an energy consuming appliance on the grid and it is not considered a that is the
How do we ensure that utility companies also benefit from EVs? What's another way of putting it?
Basically, yes, utilities will be able to benefit from EV as we talked about the issue of the demand side management. Basically, we as a country, we look at it, you can imagine all the EVs you can charge a very big at a time. How much storage, energy storage we have, that's a reserve, an energy reserve, which can be actually put back where depending on where it is required. So basically, they will, at a large extent, by shifting the charging patterns, they can go a long way into making sure that we are able to utilize our existing resources. Actually, when I look at our current network, we will get up to 40% additional of that of the same facilities we have. And that is by simply shifting the road policy by charging overnight and shifting that to spirit information, whether they are blackouts or entities, we can still use the grid position to power our homes. So this kind of looking at security. What does the country require? As opposed to look isolating, whether it's an atomic grid, whether it's on a mini grid, whether it's on fossil fuels, we are looking at there are people who supply out
EVs are cleaning up the environment by simply being able to store energy from the sun during the day and being to discharge it during the night. I look at it that we are giving a lot of value to the grid, and basically they will still be a load, but the benefits which comes out the load aspect. So the grid will not feel 100% of that is the load, maybe 60%, yeah. And yeah, on consumer perspective,
That's not the issue on that. That's all like a lot of the things that in the economy. So that is actually increase the number of EV consumption power by year. So the is the pollution of the effects. So the which is for the vehicles actually the energy which is for the and police of the actually line thousands of stuff. So all in all, it is more being that is
yeah. Nagar, you have anything?
I think this for Kenya Power and other utilities in Africa, this is actually, or imagine it's a benefit, increasing the load. I know when the connections done in homesteads, at times many of those homesteads are unable to afford power. You have when the last mile connections are done, you will find that the homestead cannot afford the electricity bills, and they hardly do anything without power. And this power has been extended at great cost to the taxpayer. So when you have now a vehicle out there that's now reliant on that load, then it improves the profitability for the utility. You get a more reliable customer, and then this cost is being removed away from fuel that's being imported into the country. So in a way, it's a good look. I don't think it's a problem, it's more of a benefit, and that's why the utilities are very interested in getting into this space, because here there's sure cash, there's sure profits. And it's moving away from a cost center, which is fuel, importation of fuel, to now locally produced energy from geothermal or other sources.
For Colin, just on the same question, maybe the angle I would really ask you to do is in terms of the consumer, how they benefit of EVs in terms of carbon credits. Are they direct benefits to the consumer is actually generating about using EVs?
Well, yes, because in the end, carbon revenue, so only few methodologies to sense where exactly in the value chain the carbon revenue comes in. What's the method? The assumption is, I think it's quite nice, that any issue that we inside the value chain will be the end, the competitive part and pass on to the consumer. So the increased carbon revenue coming will benefit the consumer. In some cases, that is definitely this, as the money flows into the suppliers and then if the lease finance company will operate or lawyer. And in some cases, some partners may wish to create more understanding, in language to a pass through a benefit or discount. There's also ways of doing this. Frankly, from the point of view of quality, the revenue is simply in the accounting systems, in the accounting system, to be treated as a revenue for environmental services. So within the value chain, it's not entirely earmarked or set to go in one direction. But yes, those solutions in the end will benefit the user.
Yeah, Dennis.
To paint a picture, especially you bring you to Los Angeles, between someone there, to high create and now visitors. we have maybe 6 years, four, no, so all the stores that are large connected to play into energy or the design that the same to this lower than this person. But the question we now, those periods where single shots that will the shipping not for the station. So what I'm trying to say is how do we play the balance of it? Solution now we go to the concept of solving state. But is it moving push and solve? Get the part and push and see the God. Study balls. Yes, example, during the day, all these vehicles and aircraft or continue energy, recharging, growing this outside. So what I'm saying is, I think so having the part of the so if you go on super development of the building, all these violence is not for teacher, that is because you're using my child. It's very important aspects that you talk to all the things that we know that we perform. Because this is a pretty fast. It's for example, that we are especially the financial issue. We pay for
Yeah, that's what. The discussion we are having around the issue of connectivity, it's a question of the chicken and the egg. Currently, we are talking about 10 million installations, and we are talking about a total of 14 gigawatt hours annually. This translates to losses to about 12 gigawatt hours. So we realize that every each of those companies consuming less than 120 units carbon across the. That is extremely low concentration, which cannot make the biggest profit that we have as sustainable enough much larger. So what PPE is likely to do, and what we are foreseeing, and we hope for, is that it will improve the account direct energy consumption, direct installation, and this will have a direct effect on breaking down the cost of energy to where residential within sets or where we have the outlet but definitely, if we increase the consumption and the existing networks, it will have a direct correlation with breaking down the cost of energy, and therefore, it will become more effective, it will become more attractive to get it correction. But initially, for now, we are aware of the application how we do. E-mobility is offering us an opportunity to be able actually to fraud and people bring back our energy costs, which has been a major challenge in the country, because as we continue expanding more and more to everybody, people are consuming less than 50 million. It becomes less profit than the and someone must feel and people have understand that thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this conversation can go on and on when it comes to infrastructure strategy. But I think the message is clear that we still need to do a lot of work needs to be done on charging infrastructure. There's a lot of investment that is required to have this done. And for having done speed, there's a lot of collaboration also needs to happen between private, public, and also between the So thank you so much for having us and participating in this conversation. We'll keep this conversation going, and round of applause for the panelists. I invite Nali for the folks and everyone. So thank you so much for being here. It has been an exciting 2 days with full of insights, and I want to close it at this juncture, and I wish you all the best. And please, there's a link as QR code to get access to all the pictures from your batch that has been taken. So you can just scan the QR code to have access to all the pictures for the session. We expect to get your feedback for this event, and have a good evening, and have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Sungana ni drug inini huko. Achana hapo. Unataka kufanya interview. Ona, enda Mlayas na setting nini haraka. Report ndo ile. So that one for yesterday. I was not even that. I don't know. We just ended. What's happened? Which one was the right one? This one is for which day? This one was for yesterday, like day one. And this one was for today. Okay, because the ones that have been given for today, it's this one and this one. So if they were the ones for today, I have not been given those ones. I don't know. Okay, tell me.
Wait.
Tablet ilifanyika nini? Sina nimeenda nimeng'ang'ana mpaka nimeasha. Iko apparently inawaka. Which one is
the live feed we had before? That banner just before.
So I removed this one.
Yeah, because you're saying see you at the reception and see you tomorrow. So you're done.
They didn't give the one for.
So just use the plain banner. Pictures are they ready now, bro?
Alex is what we need. Alex.
I need to have you to go.
Yeah. I have to go home. They're giving you.
Wait, okay. After giving me.
Yeah.